the athletes to put in the work. You can see just how straining the race is in itself.
Your grandfather was doing what?
My grandfather did the Comrades 20 times. So he has just got flash on the wall with a couple of ribbons around his name, so it's good to see him make it that far at least.
Yeah, but let me get this straight. You flew all the way from Scotland knowing you might not finish?
Well, I was hoping to finish. Obviously there was that case of I haven't done many miles, so who knows how it's going to go, but I thought I'd give it a go. Why not? I already booked the ticket, hotel, everything, so it was worth to go.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Lovely seeing you. And hard luck today. Okay, let's bring you in, sir, in the 60-year-old category. Billy, 20. You've also done 20. Okay, Billy's done 20. That gentleman there is his debut, and he's running away. Okay, Billy, talk to me. How are you feeling today?
I'm hoping that I'll get my 21st one today. And I'm doing it for my sister's son that passed on, so he's behind my back chasing me, so I'm hiding it for it now.
Oh, we are so sad to hear that about your family, man. No, come back. Okay, let's walk together, Billy. Well, Billy, if you want to run, you tell me. I'll keep up with you. But what are you telling yourself now that you're halfway?
Now that I'm halfway, I said to myself, I must just push. I'll make it slow. If I just can make it 8 minutes per K, then I will make it. And I'm just thinking of my bicycling group that is supporting me all the way. Guys, I'm doing it for you, and also my fellow runners that are normally training with me. And the Bloom runners, I'm thinking of you. All the best for you guys.
Okay, we're going to run with you, Billy. I have one more thing to ask you because, if you are saying that you're feeling it now at halfway mark, there's got to be the reason that you're doing this. There has to be in the forefront of your mind. Think about everybody else who's supporting you as you run this last 40 years.
We'll have to leave Billy there, but stories from the road, and that's what the large portion of the second half of today's journey will be. The oldest runner to start today was Johannes Mosesla at 84, his 14th start. He's got 12 medals. He's been the oldest finisher over the last couple of years, and he's still out there. Frank Hughes from Liverpool is in his 80th year, 79 and 7 months. His 11th start, he's got 6 medals. And the oldest novice, now here's giving you hope, giving us all hope, giving us all who haven't run at Timber, you and I. Peter Wilson for the United Kingdom is 78.
Oh, wow.
In his 79th year, and he's a novice this year. Quite extraordinary.
There we go. Everybody back home, you've heard it.
Talking about legends. This man, as Bruce Fordyce pointed out a little earlier, he's a 5-time winner, but he also was the oldest finisher as well at the age of 79 years and years ago. Here's Wally Hayward.
Newton, Ross, Tijani. Who is the greatest Comrades runner? Most pick Bruce Fordyce. Bruce, though, picks this man. Wally Hayward won the Comrades at 21 on his first try, but then life conspired to keep him away. Injury, kids, World War II. When he returned to the Comrades, he was in his 40s. He still managed to win it 4 more times and become the first man to break the 6-hour barrier. Wally ran his last race at 80. 18 years later, the first Wally Hayward medal was introduced. It's for those few who, like Wally, could finish the race in under 6 hours. He may no longer be with us, but the race goes on. And as long as it does, we will remember the name, Wally Hayward.
What are your recollections, Bruce, of the great Wally Hayward?
Wally's I think possibly just slightly the greatest runner, but one more win from Gerda, I think that's finished, but possibly they stand equal. But the thing about Wally is the breadth of his career. His first Comrades 1930, leading by 20 minutes at halfway, winning by 30 seconds from Phil Masterton-Smith, and then giving the race up, I think because he hated it, and only coming back in the 1950s to win 4 more, would have possibly won 5 more, but he went to the Olympics, and then he got banned. He was banned for being a professional because he accepted some sponsorship to take him to the UK to compete there. When you think of the prize money now on offer, Wally was banned for accepting a few £100 to help him go to the UK, where he smashed some more records. But then coming back at 80, and 1988 was the Super 945 up, and 1989, incredible.
Wonderful, wonderful story about the great Wally Hayward. Let's now go out to the road. We saw him early this morning, and on the road as well. Here's Rory.
Who are you here supporting?
I'm supporting my hubby, I'm supporting my friends, and all the people I've encouraged to run, and the rest of the runners as well. I love running.
So why aren't you running today?
I'm running. Let me just grab that.
Me too, I'm also running today.
I'm doing it next year.
What's your hubby's name?
Tsepo Molefe.
Has he come past yet?
Not yet.
Shout his name, shout his name.
Tsepo Molefe.
He's going to come soon, he's going to come soon. 3, 2, 1. We're going to shout Scafella Moya. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Scafella Moya. Okay. Oh, wait, no, we'll count. 1, 2, 3. Give me 5.
Yeah, I took a spot.
Yes, the vibe out there alongside the roads of the supporters. Hurry up so we can drink. Well, I tell you what, they're running so they can drink as well. They need to hydrate along the road, and everyone has a plan to get through the Comrades Marathon, and these athletes are doing just that. Looks like it could be Polly's with the roadworks on the left-hand side. There's a new road being built on the left-hand side of Polly Short's. Cruel, cruel climb, as Bruce pointed out a little earlier when George Kushka was steaming up there. Very good runners will be walking up there.
Well, there you see them walking up.
Nobody feels strong at this point of time, but they know that they've got it. There's no time limit for them. They can crawl, they will get their medal.
I always say to them, why are you so frightened of Polly Shorts? When they ask me questions about it, I say, you're going to walk. It's going to be a welcome break from the running. You're going to walk. But I do warn them that occasionally the television is on, the camera is filming them, and you've told all your friends, family, loved ones and people like that you're running Comrades, and they can quite clearly see you walking the Comrades. So if you think the camera is filming you, no matter what it takes, dig deep and shuffle.
We've got cameras out there, we'll catch you, that's for sure. And yeah, there's all the fun of the fair going on all the way along the route. I mentioned that Peter Wilson at 78 was the oldest novice, and that Johannes Masesh at 84, the oldest runner in the field. The oldest woman is Suzanne Kuntz in the United States, 75th year for her. She's 74 in 8 months, and she'll be finishing her 3rd Comrades Marathon.
There we go. Everybody back home next year when it's the Comrades 100th race. They are promising a party, so that's your formal invitation to come join us next year.
It's going to be special next year. I mean, that's a century of Comrades Marathons.
It's quite extraordinary to think of that, and to think what has happened in the last century and where we were 20, 30, 50, 80, 100 years ago, and that this race has endured, has sustained, has grown, has provided such sustenance to us as humans, and fed our energies and physically, mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, look, majority of these athletes might cross the finish line and say never again. Why do I do this to myself? But they will all be back next year. It's part of their daily living. It's part of their routine. It's part of who they are.
And what I find fascinating about the Comrades is that people who have very little love for sport, who don't watch sport normally, wake up at dawn to watch the Comrades Marathon.
Bruce, it's 100 years next year.
No, I'm not running.
So
No.
Marietta Smith has just come over the line. She's also a strong runner, South African runner. She's based in Cape Town. And yeah, she's a doctor, if I could just say that. So she's on her feet the majority of the day in the theatre, and she comes and she's placed in position 15. So well done to Marietta.
Well, these runners, they've been waking up 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning to run in the dark and to do the mileage, and then, as you say, and then work a full day and get up the next morning and run again. With the dream of your Comrades medal.
Yeah, so these guys at Police, they are near maximal fatigue. Their glycogen stores are empty, so the glycogen, that's that fuel, the tank in their bodies, so that's exhausted. They've got severe muscle damage. The central nervous system is overridden. So at this point of time, it's a mental game. It's motivation that's putting one leg in front of the other.
But those runners are still on the cusp of getting silver medals.
Silver medals,
They're
absolutely.
silver medals, which is 7.5 hours. You know, that's, I'm not sure, 5 minutes, 15 seconds or so per kilometer for 85 kilometers, not on a flat course, with monstrous hills. So they look like they're going slowly, but actually their performance over that distance is incredible. And as soon as they go over the top of Polly's, they will all start running again because they're watching, and encouraging each other. Can we get silver? Can we do it, guys?
Sub 7.5.
Sub 7.5 hours.
And that was in fact the first medal that was awarded, because they didn't have gold medals in the very early years. They awarded silver medals to the top 12 runners in those days.
I think it might have been right up until about 1972 or something, and then they introduced 6 gold medals for the top 6.
And then, just to unpack those medals, Bill Rowan medals from 7.5 until just sub 9. That's a sought-after medal.
Well, you can boast
Yeah.
that you would have won the first Comrades. You would have beaten Bill Rowan, a farmer from Costa. You would have won.
You can see that beautiful medal there.
So yes, the silver medal introduced in 1921, and roughly 5 minutes a K would get you a silver medal. And these are all very, very good runners.
To earn a silver medal, when people ask me, I say, well, what do you require? I say, well, I'm going to give you a silver medal if you can give me proof that you can run a 3-hour standard marathon, and if you can break 30 minutes for 5 miles, 8-kilometer club time trial that we have in South Africa, then I'll give you your medal. If you can't break 3 hours, then you must be a woman, because you can do it. Because one of the great examples is the very sadly missed and dearly, dearly lamented, I mean, it's so sad that she's not with us, Cheryl Wynn, could never break 3 hours, but she won Comrades with the 7:11. But that's, of course, because she's strong and she's a woman.
Yeah.
The men are the ones I worry about.
Yes, so it's going to be exciting what's going to unfold behind us, because for every medal cutoff, we will hear the gun firing.
And I think those are the stories that I think, if you're watching and you just look at the reactions of the people as they get cut off, you almost feel like, can you not let one of them through? But I mean, that's what keeps you coming back, and that's what keeps you, disciplined enough to say, if these are the goals, these are the cutoffs, I need to train, I need to prepare. It's not just about coming here and trying your luck without actually putting in the work behind it as well.
Yeah, it's that carrot in front of the nose. Next year, I want to go one up. one up. And we are going to see some sprint finishes from these guys aiming for that.
Just to get the medal, yep.
And then, of course, the most brutal of all the guns, the final one, which ends the whole race.
Luckily, Bruce, there's still time left, so let's just enjoy it and cheer them on from the side.
Yes, Bill Rowan 7.5 to just under 9, and then Isabel Roche-Kelly for the women up to 7.5, 11th place to 7.5. Robert and Charlie medal introduced in 2019, 9:10 hours, and the bronze 10 to 11, and the Vic Clapham is that one where the dreaded 12-hour gun will be fired.
Named after the founder of the race, and a medal that many of the old-timers were really vehemently against and didn't like it because they said no, Comrades is 11 hours, and now it's become one of the most popular medals. And I'm a great supporter. I didn't like it myself when it was first introduced because it allows the race to be open to so many more people. It gives them a chance to get a medal at this great race and to finish.
Have you got a Vic Clapham medal?
I don't, but if I were to run now, I'd be trying very hard to get one, and I'd probably fail.
There's always next year, Bruce.
So as these athletes, runners and occasional walkers get their way to the summit of Polly Shorts.
Yes, there we can see Melissa Jansen van Vieren. She's one of twins. They're like a power couple, if I can say it like that. Two sisters storming the roads, running races together, sharing the podium. They've got such a beautiful relationship, such a beautiful chemistry. And her sister didn't run this year. She's unfortunately injured, but she came down to support her twin. And how beautiful is that?
Wonderful, wonderful drama from the road. These runners and lovely stories. Thanks, Adele. Now, we've had a day, not quite a day, not even half a day of real drama today. Let's recap on the race that started in Durban in the dark many hours ago. So the vibe on that start line this morning was exceptional. As they surged away, the first batch of runners, some 9,000 in this of the 22,000 entrants, headed away from that Durban City Hall, and obligatory front runners surging to the front. 15 minutes after that first batch, batch B charged away from the start line. Slightly smaller batch, 7,000 in this group, including the majority of the green numbers, those who completed 10 or more Comrades Marathons. And the gun fired for the last of those batches, half an hour after the first had left. Aloy Kotani were amongst those early leaders in the men's race. Mahau was the very early leader. It didn't last too long for him. Cramps saw to it that he would cede the lead, and Trobo Kotwani and Malloy headed out to lead the men's race. Eventually, Samuel Malloy leaving Kotwani to his own devices, and he in turn was to cede the lead to Mbuli. Meanwhile, the women's race was not quite as active at the front. Malloy just selective about the drink he was going to take there, needed to hydrate as the sun was coming up and things were warming up over the halfway mark.
Beautiful day of running there, and you could just see Heather Stein also just making her way through, as well as Samuel Buti had his chance at the lead as well, where he ran fantastic, but look at her grazing and glazing through the track there, making it look so easy, and Red Van Sale having to chase hard as well in this one. Samuel trying to hold on, but it seemed to be elusive as the day continued.
Yeah, brave run by a man who finished second at the Durban International Marathon in 2:11, but it wasn't to be. Shelma Guriki and Nabukusi Schumer were with Pieter Stein going past the wall of honor as Samuel Malloy turned his back and said, "That's my lot, I'm done here." Well, it was a brave effort by the debutant, but this man was quite supreme as he charged on ahead there. Brave run by a novice to take it out and take it strong for such a long time. Pieter Stein had company for much of the race today.
Well, the queen of the road continued to show her dominance. Booty held on, and he looked reluctant to give up that lead, but George Kushka kept chasing. He kept on him, and a beautiful race from these two ladies working together. Van Zyl also just showing that she was able to do so. This is the part we thought Booty would be out when he started to cramp up.
Yeah, it looked like all over from him, but he dug deep. Likewise did Nomukusi Chuma, but now the smile was broad, the waves were regular, and it was Gerda Stein's day. It was to be George Kusha's day as well, as he surged past that early lead and started to open up a convincing lead, and it was a display of incredible power and strength from George Kusha, and determination and guts from Mbuti Molo in second place. But George Kusha smashing the record of 18 years in both time and average pace in a run for the ages by a man running his first up run and dominating to such a degree that not only he but the top 5 will all come across the line inside that old time, including Piet Wiersma, a second place for a man who's won the race coming uphill the last occasion. And what a brave run from Mbuti Bolo, coming home to take third place, when at one stage he looked as though he might not even feature in the medals.
Yes, we saw some cramping there alongside the road that he had, so for him to come back and to finish it in such a phenomenal time and position, he can be really proud of himself. Here we see Gerda coming in, just enjoying her win, and so deserving for her.
Another record gone, time and pace, and another coronation of the undisputed queen of distance running in this country. And Nomukusi Chuma, the Zimbabwean, first Zimbabwean onto the podium in the women's race, and what a really, really gutsy race she put in here.
Putting herself in the records book again.
Yvette
Now she's a black woman placing second.
And Yvette van Zyl in the third position and upgrading from fourth last year. Another top class run by a runner who may well start putting pressure on Gerda Steyn in time to come.
Beautiful stuff. Well, Kushka, the man from the track, I used to be teammates with him running the 800, and now he's taken the Comrades glory. What a beaut.
Enjoyed the last couple of hours with Temba, Bruce and Adele. We'll be handing over to our top team very shortly, and Mosubodi will be your host as they take you through the next couple of hours as the tone of Comrades in 2026 begins to change.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2026 Comrades Marathon. You're watching it for the very first time on YouTube, broadcast around the world. And because you're watching it on YouTube, we are switching over to a new link. So if you have any connectivity issues, just as we come back, please refresh your page. The upload should happen automatically, the switchover, I beg your pardon, but if you have any issues, please refresh your page as you continue to enjoy the 2026 Comrades Marathon. And there is the enjoyment. There it is at the back, the middle, and the front of the pack, where we have just seen 2012 champion Ludwig Mamabolo come across the finish line in something like 6 hours and 51 minutes. And it's the question that we have for you, Adele Broodryk, because from the time that you started running the Comrades Marathon in the colors of Murray and Roberts, you pretty much ran at an elite level. Do you ever see yourself, just like Ludwig Mamabolo has done here, Bruce Fordyce and others, coming back to run here in the middle of the pack as we've seen?
Definitely, definitely. It's a lifelong dream of mine to become a bus driver.
Oh yeah?
Yes, so I always said that after I have my 10 gold, I will start, as you age you get slower, so I always said then I will become a bus driver, first sub 8 hours, sub 9, sub 10, sub 11, and then sub 12. So that's my way of giving back to the runners out there. It's a very big responsibility.
It is.
We will be seeing a lot of the bus drivers coming in, mastering that technique of leading their runners, their buses over the finish line. So yes, I want to join in that fun. It looks so much more fun to be in the back end side than in the front.
Running for the podium.
Exactly, a lot less pressure, if I can say.
So they are the feet of the multitudes making their way from Durban to Pietermaritzburg. They call it a short up run, but I'll tell you what, 85.777 kilometers is long by anyone's standards, especially when you're going over 800 meters in elevation and you have to climb over mountains to do that. Those are one of the very many refreshment stations that are being provided for the athletes here today, and it gives you an idea of just the amount of work that goes into organizing the Comrades Marathon. We're fortunate enough to have one of the board members of the Comrades Marathon Association with us again, Barry Holland. Barry, when you look at this, when you see them running through a thirsty activation and all throughout the routes, it shows you just the amount of work that goes into keeping these athletes watered and fed.
How big this actually is. It's absolutely incredible. The amount of workers out there, the people, is just enormous. The man hours that go into this are just staggering, absolutely staggering. I think a lot of people might look at the day and say, wow, fabulous, you know. I'm not sure whether they ever stop to think just how much work does go in to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's over 700 boxes of bananas being provided to these runners. 2 tons of cooked baby potatoes. Now, everybody might think, oh, why a potato? But it's meticulously thought out, because a potato, once it's cooked and cooled, it shifts the glycemic index. So this is such a great fuel provided. There we saw the 32GI gels being provided. So 32GI is the main sponsor of Comrades, and those gels are being provided to the athletes alongside the route for everyone to finish this race.
But and I'll jump in there, Barry, because what she's talking about, we'll see a little bit of on screen. Of course, Adele Broodryk, her other hat is being an academic at the Northwest University, and that's why she explains it so well. But you spoke about being a bus driver, Adele. Let's hear more about the bus drivers of the Comrades Marathon.
And you deserve it. And then in 7 hours, Last one at Kulikani. And we are having the first of Boston. And he's got another one of our great Comrades teams. Felix Butler, Tolo, Wageti, Sabora, welcome on to Patrick White and Gabriella River. From Social Wellness Club and President,
Bruce.
Alright, Gabriella. So good today, so good.
They'll help you get that time. You just have to keep up.
10 hour 30 bus on its way in.
And at the finish, the
picture speaks volumes.
These bus drivers have taken them through the race, have encouraged them, have helped to pace them.
It was just amazing, and I had amazing passengers.
And I guess we'll be back next year, back to back.
Definitely. She's going to be a definitely.
That's just what a bus driver does. They bring you home.
All these triathletes coming in.
That is indeed just what a bus driver does, bringing his passengers or her passengers on home on time. And many of these will be seasoned. They'll have done this 1,000 times before. I remember running in the great Flam Pieter's bus. My goal was to run under 11, but on that day, things went pear-shaped, and I knew that if Flam passes me, that was the 12-hour bus.
You're done. You're done.
You're done. And these guys, they really put so much training into being a bus driver. You can find them at any marathon.
Yeah.
They will train to be a
They
bus
do a
driver.
great
And
job.
if you have a bad day at the office and they come passing by, just try and hatch onto a bus, because they will get you to the finish line.
So this current bus on our screens going through Camperdown, it looks like, yeah, that's the spa there, not too far from Camperdown. Means that they're probably maybe a Mjali bus, given where they are. Could be even a Bill Rowan bus, but maybe a little bit too slow. Yeah, probably a Bill Rowan bus, actually.
Yeah,
6:44
more than likely,
at the top
yeah.
now. So they're probably a Bill Rowan bus, and the earlier the finish time, the smaller the bus.
Yeah, a lot of people drop off, and they just can't cut it, and then other people join. It's quite a dynamic situation. It's moving all the time, you know. So one of the things we did do with the bus drivers when we spoke to them was that, please, some people get very annoyed with buses. Some of the runners out there get very annoyed,
especially when it's a big bus.
Big bus, you can't get past. You're going a bit faster than the bus, you can't get past, and wow, you know, and your sense of humor starts to fail quite dramatically towards the end of Comrades. And if you can't get past the bus, then you are, So we did talk with the bus drivers and say, please, because every bus driver or every official bus has got a bus driver and a lieutenant, somebody at the back, and trying to keep the guys to one side of the road so that the other runners can get past.
Excellent work being done, and wonderful to see that a 100-year-old race like the Comrades Marathon can still innovate and try out new things. Wesley Botten also joins us as we continue to talk to you about the second half of this 2026 Comrades Marathon. Wesley, did you ever run in a bus in your days running the Comrades Marathon?
Any cousins in the house? You guys? Your cousin? No, it's not my cousin.
That is the frustrating thing about a bus. It's a common denominator, and you have to fit in, or bugger off. You know, if you're not fitting in.
As I said, I know I said, within 7 hours on the dot. Power is also in the house.
Well, the challenge now that these buses will face, in fact, all our participants, all our competitors in the Comrades Marathon, is that this is the hottest part of the day. And it is the winter here. You mentioned it, Adele, but it is still quite a hot day. How do you manage yourself as you run through this part of the day?
Yeah, so there you can see on the left-hand corner, it's 25.5 degrees already, and these guys will also be a lot hotter because they've been running for 7 hours, and you have to cool that system down. You have to cool your central nervous system down, and one way that they can do it is by taking in fluids with electrolytes, but also you will see them taking sachets, water bottles, throwing it over their head, over their bodies to cool the body down.
You've got to cool down.
You have to cool down, and also they're sweating, so they are losing a lot of electrolytes out there.
Yeah.
And in essence, if you don't remove the sweat, you can start boiling from the inside. So that's another method. You throw yourself with water, rub it off, and then evaporation can take place once again. So that's also a mechanism, a thermal mechanism.
Cool you, yeah.
Well, this man, 34 kilometers ago. Let's try and make out what he's saying. We are embedded in the race also for the very first time, and he's having a few words with the camera. Camera out there. All I heard is, let's go, Baba. I mean, let's go, sir. Let's go, my man.
Yeah, you can see the balloons that he has. So he is having a jaw out there.
Yeah. You know, I don't really want to say it, and it was magnificent to see, you know, Gerda and all the winners come in. But this is the real Comrades.
Exactly.
This is the real Comrades.
Well, that's a debate that will go on for many years, won't it? The guys at the front say, yeah, this is the one. The guys, us at the back, say, no, this is the real Comrades.
Okay, so the guys now coming in. I can't hear.
I did, absolutely. So, you know, Bruce always used to say that. Bruce used to say he was so much in awe of people that spent double the time that he did on their feet. Because, you know, he was home in 5.5 hours, showered and having a beer. And the others are slogging out there for another 5-6 hours.
And watching the 12-hour bus come in, or the 11-hour bus in those days on TV.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah.
So, and Adele, I mean, you were just commenting on some of the wonderful pictures that we're seeing, including some wheelchair athletes, some of whom are being pushed and doing this all for charity. This particular young lady, all the way from the Cape. And they are part of a club which has seen her run 2 oceans as well, and they raise funds around the country.
Yeah, and her body also is going through a lot during this race. You would think, oh, wheelchair runner,
just sitting there.
They're just sitting there, but they have testified how in pain they are after such a run.
I can imagine.
And how wonderful for them to join in this.
I think it's incredible. I'm in awe of the person that's doing the pushing and the person that's doing the sitting. They both are a team, and I think they're amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Yes, and here you can see on the screen the community also supporting the runners.
I would think so. Yeah. No, it's huge.
From Cape Town is in the house. Also, Renata Foster is also in. There's Beverly Carriers on the governor along Durban. There is also in the house. Anthony Weaver.
Yeah. No, it's like, yeah.
So it is quite special, the Comrades Marathon, the people who come out and watch, the people who come out and support, and all the different club colours. There is the Midrand Striders, the Siaman Zimtoti, Run Zone as well, Nedbank, which has elite and social runners in their fold, Adele's club, and we've got the Fagu Chiefs, the famous jersey here, vest shall I say, singlet from KZN Waterfall. And Waterfall, being from Gauteng, most of the runners that participate in the Comrades Marathon are actually from Gauteng, nearly 40% of the field.
Smallest province.
Correct. And Waterfall is a club that has grown unbelievably. I mean, they're so big now. They're a big part of the club, of the race.
It talks to the culture of running. And are you seeing that in your part of the world as well, in the Northwest, Adele, that running is just booming?
Oh, definitely. You can go out anytime and you will see runners. But what makes Northwest and Potch especially also special is how the Europeans see us as a base for the Olympic training. We have athletes such as Femke Bol, Killy Hodgkinson, big names coming for training in the Northwest province, and it's not because we are high altitude. We aren't. We are only at a moderate, medium altitude level. So yes, and then if you look at the gold medals as well, especially with the men, in the past they said they want to test the waters of Northwest, because how is it possible that so many gold medalists come from this province? And I think a big thing is the training camps and bases that's made available for those guys. There's a support system and a support structure for them.
Very much so.
Well, a support structure is what this man on camera needs right now. Germiston Cali is the club of the famous Alan Robb. And the question that he has just posed there, he said, Is it necessary for us to have poly shorts on this route?
Comrades won't be comrades without poly shorts.
So good to see there. If they're going to test the waters of the Northwest to see why they're producing so many champions, I think they'll have to test Germiston Callies as well, because over the years they have given us some memorable moments at the Comrades Marathon, both at the front and the back, as we continue to watch some of the buses. Now, a feature of this year's race is that we are seeing more and more women getting involved in the Comrades Marathon. So in these kinds of buses, perhaps targeting sub-9, we won't see as many. But as we move on throughout the day to 10 hours, 11 and 12, we'll see more and more women coming to the forefront.
Yes, females are really starting to dominate ultra-distance running. They say it's because they're just better at pacing, and our pain thresholds are sky high. So it's great to see the females coming in and taking that role and responsibility among themselves. And also remember, it's the nurture, the mother inside of us. So you want to help the rest of your bus in a motherly way.
Well, you know, it's a declared objective of the boards is to grow the female participation in Comrades. That we are actively promoting and finding ways to get more women to run this magnificent race. We want to, you know, really get it up. The numbers are not up where they should be yet, but they're getting there. I'm very proud of our club, our little club, Dolphin Coast Riders. We had the highest percentage, equal share with another club, highest percentage of women out of our total entry. We were 35% of our entrants were women, which was fantastic.
Fantastic news. We'll talk to you more about the female participants this year at the 2026 Comrades Marathon. We have had the biggest number of female participants, I beg your pardon, ever in the race. And as we hear about the female participants, let's hear from Rory, the Minister of Champions. Rory, where is he now?
We are pushing, I'm pushing. I just take it easy this time. I don't have any target, but I just move it easy. As you can see, this is a green number. Yes. Green number, it means that experience. Yeah. You can make it, even if it's impossible, you can make it too possible.
And tell me one thing. You're looking so happy right now. Are you happy?
I'm happy. I'm absolutely happy. 100%.
Tell me, why do you love Comrades Marathon?
Comrades Marathon, actually, running itself, it has changed my life. Yes. It can make you to be in discipline. Yeah. It can make you to be in harm. It can make you, like, more especially to keep yourself in health. Yeah. So this is why I love to be in Comrades Marathon. It has motivated me actually a lot. You can be an unemployed to look like you are employed because of your quality health.
You are an amazing human being.
Thank you so much, sir.
An amazing human race.
Absolutely. I believe that, sir.
Okay.
I believe that.
Go get your medal now. Okay.
Just a spirit. Spirit of hope, spirit of life. That's all, sir.
Give me 5.
Thank you so much, sir. Very fun. May God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. A green number, he tells us, which means experience. Barry, take us back to your first green number. Of course, you got it 4 times.
Yeah.
But the first one, do you remember it?
I do. In fact, my green number was given to me by a gentleman by the name of Bullet Alexander. Used to be on the board. Long since passed away now. But wonderful guy. Great servant of Comrades, and Bullet gave me mine. In fact, my 10th was on the longest Comrades, 91.5 Ks. And I ran 7:17 that day. I was very proud of my silver over a long course.
Was it an up or down run?
Down run, yeah. But a good day, yeah, really good.
Okay, so that's Barry Holland's first green number, as we heard from that Hollywood Athletic Club runner who's running with experience. Wesley, have you got designs on a green number? You've done 8 more to go.
Absolutely not. There's zero chance of that happening. I might come back next year just because it's the 100.
Exactly.
That would be my 5th.
Yeah.
And that'll be my last.
I'm not sure you'll be allowed to. You may need to work here. As we bring this race to a global audience.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be sitting here, to be honest. It's an awesome race to run, and I think it's Bruce always says every South African should run the Comrades Marathon at least once. And I agree with that because it's such an incredible experience. But it is absolutely brutal. And I did promise myself the last time I finished that would be the last. So I intend on sticking to
that. Those promises are the most useless promises made. Absolutely useless.
That's what we call famous last words, like the words of this gentleman here. Let's listen to him. He said he last ran it a long time ago, but he's back again.
Especially because
Madness.
it's the 100th one, and I want best.
So that's what he's saying. For those tuning into this YouTube broadcast, it's quite a vibrant environment, so you may not be able to hear him completely clearly. We'll try our best to translate, but he says that he wants to get ready for the 100th next year, so he decided to come back this year. He hasn't run in a number of years, so he can get ready for next year. So he's thinking along the same lines as you are, Wesley.
No, I don't think you heard me. I didn't say that at all. I said there was a slim possibility that I might be mad enough.
This broadcast is being taped. We have you on tape.
You mean you'll be back, but you want to be behind the desk?
Much rather be there, yes.
No, everybody back home next year.
But
is
that the 100th is a major driving force, eh?
Exactly.
And I think it's important for us to dispel some of the urban legends that have gone around, because we've all heard that if you didn't run this year, you don't get to run next year. And that's so much nonsense, complete nonsense. So a lot of these things just grow up. Somebody said something to somebody. The next thing is on social media. The next thing it's true. You know, social media. It's always true. So yeah.
Well, thankfully we have Barry here, who's also a Comrades Marathon Association board member, Barry Holland. And as we go along throughout this broadcast, he will dispel some of those myths. But just going back to the issue of the 100th, Adele, I know it's something that has lit a fire in your heart. Any plans for Adele Broodryk to come back for the 100th?
Adele Broodryk and Keys. So very fortunate, 2 years ago we visited the Pietermaritzburg, the Comrades house, and the husband had no expectations ever to do Comrades, and after visiting the Comrades house he said he's in. So I will be back, but I will be bringing a few people along with me. So I'm back there Northwest. I'm just recruiting everyone to come and enjoy, and yeah.
Stunning.
I need to ask Mosibodi the same question. Are you coming for the 100?
Oh, most definitely. I still owe myself a silver, so next year's the year. Sub 6:30, baby.
That means I can't run because no one is going to be here to commentate. So now I have a good excuse.
Well, we always, on the day, you see, the Comrades Marathon, because it's such a wonderful South African pastime, even when you're seated on the couch, wherever you are in the world, it was a South African pastime. Now it's a global pastime as we bring you this broadcast on YouTube. I remember sitting on my couch the one year, must have been maybe 15, 20 years ago, and immediately, who won that race? I think it might have been Leonid Shvetsov. As soon as he crossed the finish line, I left my house, put on my running shoes and said, right, going for a run now, and 5 kilometers felt like a lifetime.
Yeah, so that time I was a track athlete, a 400 meters track athlete, and the Comrades would always be my start of my next season. So take off, and then Comrades comes on the TV and the winners come in, and I'm so motivated. I put on my running shoes and I'm like, okay, this is the start of my next season, and I'll go out for a run and come back and be in time for the 12-hour cutoff.
The number of people that have started running through bar bets and things like that, sitting on a bar stool, somebody says, you could never run Comrades. Well, I'll run Comrades, and off they go. Amazing. That's incredible.
And that's what results in people finding the best version of themselves. Perhaps you agree to it because of a bet, and all of a sudden you start training and realize that it's going to take a lot more to complete what is a Herculean task. And these men here in this, what looks to be the 9-hour bus for the Bill Rowan medal, now are in the real thick of it with about 25, almost 30 kilometers to go. This is where the work is done, as they now start to climb towards the top, the very highest point of this race at Umlaas Road. And then back there's, it looks like it's 7:30 contenders, so they are closer than that. But yeah, they've got a bit of running to do if they're going to make it on time.
Yes, so just for some context, on the left-hand side, for those in just watching now, on the left-hand side we have the 3 clocks for the 3 groups.
Yeah.
And group 1 started at 5 o'clock, so they have 13 minutes left to get to 7:30, sub 7:30, and get either their silver if they're a man or Isabel Roche Kelly medal for the ladies. But if you were in group 2, hey, you never know, you might have a fantastic day out there.
No, you're unlikely to run silver from Group 2, but not impossible at all. No.
1%, yes.
You have a great run,
Exactly.
away you go. Yeah.
I knew a gentleman who always used to run silver without having qualified in a sub 3 hour time. He'd always run about 3:10 or 3:15, but he would always be 7:29:30, for example. So it's also about pacing, and for that, you're spot on, Adele. Women do it a lot better than men. Why is it? I mean, do you find that when you transition from the track to road running, you had a natural instinct for pacing?
Yes, definitely. You have a natural instinct for pacing, and I think if you put some context around it, if a lady has got an hour to train because she has to take the kids to school, bring back, prepare meals, you train effectively for that 1 hour. You don't drag it out. Or if I can give the kids to a hubby for my 2-hour long run, you make the most of it. And for them, they don't get to train every single day like the husbands might get, so they get good at pacing effectively.
I think women also just have more patience. If you look, including today, every year we see men going out really hard and blowing in the second half. It's very rare to see the elite woman pushing that hard in the early stages. Every single one of them seems to just...
The thing called testosterone.
We get carried away.
Yeah, you're so right. I remember Barry's old club, and I'm going to put him on the spot here. He used to run for Jeppy up in Johannesburg. And we had this running joke, do not follow a Jeppy guy if you want to get that silver, because those guys go very hard in the first half of the race, and then you'll be walking together in the second half. But I think it is very much Wesley spot on there, a testosterone thing. And these gentlemen, though, look to be settled. They look to have settled into a good, easy pace, comfortable pace.
One of the best things about being further back in the field is that the further back you are, the more camaraderie there is.
Yes.
The elite athletes don't really have time to chat to one another, but the people who are trying to finish this race in 11 or 12 hours really do help one another through the race. When you're
very
going
much
through
so.
challenging patches, it's nice to have someone next to you just sort of giving you a bit of encouragement.
Yeah, and everybody's experiencing the same pain. So if you can take one another, build one another up, and get over the finish line, and that is what we will be seeing evolve throughout this afternoon.
Yeah.
It's that camaraderie.
You do also have to be careful. Closing in on Pietermaritzburg the one year, I found someone walking and I tried to grab his arm and pull him along with me, and he almost took my head off. So you have to be very careful about the way that you approach people.
Well, if you want to enjoy the action, don't forget we have got multiple streams here. And we invite you to go to Comrades Cam, and you can find it through our current YouTube broadcast link, and you can watch an exclusive shot, for example, of the finish line, where you can spot your loved one coming across the line. And there are some other cameras along the route, including this one, which is focusing on the silver medal contenders here, who have that A, and that A means that they will have started in the first batch that got underway at 5 a.m. in Durban this morning.
So if they're going to get silver, they're running at 5 minutes a K. And that's pretty substantial when you're doing it over nearly 86 kilometers. And with all the best will in the world, you won't run 5 minutes a K up the big mountains like in Changa. So there's a certain amount of compensation that's got to take place. So on the other side of Changa, and when you're going down Ashburton, down to Little Polly's, you're going to be doing 4.5 minutes a K and 4:35 and 4:40 a K. So these are still serious athletes. Very, very good athletes.
So these bus drivers, they would have taken the route and dissected it meticulously into segments to say, okay, well, we will be running this certain kilometers at a certain pace. I've implemented a walk strategy for this specific segment, a run strategy, this is the pace. So they would have worked it out to the T. These athletes do cross the finish line, and I promise you, they won't make it in a 7:29.99 seconds. They will get them a few minutes ahead of time to have some room for if.
Yeah. Interesting, you know, I always, you know, obviously wrote my own programs and things like that, and my own pacing chart. And I always built my pacing chart in 4K segments. Two major reasons for that. One, as you get later into the race, late in the race, you can't do arithmetic. You cannot do arithmetic. This brain is done. It can't add 2 and 2 and get 4.
Yes.
So if it's in 4K segments, it's even numbers, and it's easier to work with and add even numbers. And the other most important reason for the 4K thing is it allows the course to even out. So it's going to have some uphill, some downhill, some flat. And I always say to people, please don't try and take every kilometer of Comrades. You'll drive yourself insane, and you'll get demotivated because you're now supposed to be running at 5 minutes per K, but you're running up in Shanga.
Yes.
You can't do that. So the 4K splits work very, very well.
Yes, so this bus, they have less than a kilometer to go, and then we will see them entering the stadium and across the finish line. So less than a kilometer, 7 minutes. I am fairly confident they will make it.
And we'll keep following them. Just got word from our crew out on the route that we will follow them all the way in as we see what Wesley's talking about there. He's being pulled up to his feet. Wesley, he didn't bite anyone's head off.
Yeah, he likes that gentleman more than he likes me. But that's what you need, hey, really. Especially, you don't struggle through our Comrades. You go through sort of patches.
Bad patches.
Yeah, and when you go through one of those bad patches, it's very easy to get in your own head and start thinking, maybe I should pull off the road. And sometimes all you need is just someone to give you a bit of a smile, and that's why the spectators help a lot as well. There are places where you can literally just step off the road, relax for a little bit, someone will give you something to eat or drink, and if you take a few minutes off, you can get back on the road and continue.
Yeah, and what I've always loved is the little 5-year-old's very sticky hand that has been in everything throughout the day. And I say, give me a potato or whatever, and then he puts the hand in there and gives me this thing, and it's all sweaty. And that's the electrolytes right back in the body. Only on Comrades Day.
It's handed over with so much love.
Yeah, you can't be too precious on Comrades Day. You just take what comes.
You can be sick afterwards. That's fine.
Well, these ones will not be sick, and they've already started celebrating because they know that they are in. And they know that they will get that silver medal. It's such an achievement, a silver medal, because it often takes a lot of training. You've touched on it, Barry, but most of these men will have run a marathon under 3 hours. You know what it takes, Adele. What kind of training if I want to run 250 or 245 for a marathon?
No, we're speaking about not just high volume but high intensity training as well, and strength training. But the one thing that they often neglect is recovery. You can only get the adaptations from the training you've done if you put in the recovery for that, and that takes just as much effort and work and thought. The simple things such as sleep.
Sleep, yeah.
I mean, majority of the runners didn't sleep last night, so what can we do to bunk some sleep beforehand and to make sure that you are optimally recovered? Part of this group as well, we mentioned the silver medalist, but also the ladies still coming in for the Isabel Roche Kelly medal. So that will be their cutoff as well at 7.5 hours. And currently there's 30 ladies that has received that medal so far. So yes, Bruce mentioned that he said that it's going to be record numbers. So let's hope we will break some records.
It really is special because not too long ago, I remember someone like Kashmira Par who ran for Lenasia, earning a gold medal about 2011. on the up run, and she must have finished close to 7:30. So before we would get maybe 15, 12, 13 women under 7.5, and now we're getting 30.
30 for an up run, and the temperatures are rising. So for them to obtain that is really, it's phenomenal.
There was a point where both the Isabel Roche Kelly medal and the Wally Haywood medal, which are gold and silver for the women and the men, there was a point where fewer people got those medals than the gold medalists. You could have like 3 or 4 guys coming through in sub 6 after 11th place.
Looks like our bus is going to make silver.
Well, they're coming in for silver. It's the Train of Humanity completing the Comrades Marathon. They started in Durban this morning.
They got 3 minutes.
And they've got about 2.5 minutes, almost 3 minutes left, but they know that the job is done.
There they go, they're on the track.
And now they'll be greeted by the supporters.
Oh, what a great piece of bus driving. This is wonderful bus driving.
Yes, this is great.
And
that's
they
fabulous.
link arms now and come in together as they link arms. They'll have run 85.77 kilometers together.
Oh, well done, sir. That is a great piece of bus driving.
And often, if you run in these groups, you run slightly longer. So these guys might have gone over 86 kilometers. But Barry, like you said, it's a small group, and as the day proceeds, these buses are only going to get bigger in size.
Yeah.
Right on time, 7:28 and 11 seconds. That
I tell you, Mozabodi, that you were just seen there now, it's quite remarkable. I try to run not a bus like that, but just a bus of my own mates. There were 7 of us. We made halfway, and then it blew apart because silvers are so hard that everyone's having their bad patch. We're talking about bad patches. Everyone has their bad patches at a different time. You can't wait. You can't wait for everybody, so you've got to keep going. So that there is quite remarkable.
It is, and that's why you'll often see a silver bus driver coming in alone with the flag.
Yeah.
You'll be on time, but it'll have no passengers because it is a difficult medal to get.
Outstanding.
Well, we've got 1 minute to go, less than a minute for the silver medals to come in. They might be, as you correctly say, Adele, 1 or 2 that come in the second group, but now we'll have a gun being shot for the first silver. And I see Pietermaritzburg, one of the most influential runners in South Africa, who just finished in 7:29, and he earned his silver medal.
Yeah.
It's finger pitch out here.
Correct.
The celebrations continue here as the silver medal athletes flood over the finish line at the 2026 Comrades Marathon, celebrating the end of a journey that would have taken many over a year, some 6 months, as they prepared for the most difficult task of a Comrades Marathon. Silver medal, just a few seconds left. Who will the last silver go to? Oh, he just gets there.
Well
he
done.
just gets there.
Yo. That is heartbreaking when the next runner, absolutely heartbreaking.
And females, I mean, a few minutes ago we were on 30. Now 40.
Yeah.
So well done to every single lady out there, the 40 ladies that has earned.
I've got a 5-second silver at Comrade. 7:29.55.
Wow.
Yeah, I know what it's like to be chasing that gun.
Like I said earlier, you get an energy boost from somewhere you didn't know you have energy left.
Well, wonderful insights here from our team, bringing you this broadcast on YouTube. It's the 50th up run of the Comrades Marathon and the 99th edition of the Ultimate Human Race. 40.
And that
women
guy just
get
walking
that
in now, he's so despondent. I mean, he's worked for 7.5 hours, and he's missed it by what? 30 seconds?
Get the silver medal.
40 seconds?
Also getting your back-to-back. Nearly
Well, let's hear from the last silver medalist.
Yeah. Like they can cramp mo tseleng but I have to ke push ke cram silver because ke yone ke tletse mo motebe and then o feel yang gore kwena motho bo fela go kra silver ka jeno a ke tumetse thata bra tumetse thata re ke le ka thata a gore ke ka thata bra yeah back next year yeah re ba balance ke running of the Comrades
Well, our last silver medalist there will just translate for some of you because I think he did say he ran 8:43 last year, so he's overjoyed that he earned a silver medal
that's outstanding
this time around. And OG Malefe asked him, will you be running next year? And his answer was, yeah. That's all he could say. Fabulous achievement and well done on earning that silver medal. So stay with us here at the Hollywood Bet Scottsville Racecourse, where we bring you the Comrades Marathon. We're back again after this.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow. Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
Of this iconic South African race, this iconic global pastime. It's the Comrades Marathon, 85.777 kilometers from Durban to Pietermaritzburg, which has ended in joy for some and utter despair for others. These chasing 7.5-hour cutoff for a silver medal will be just a few minutes late, and they'll have a whole year to think about it. But our last silver medalist told OG Malefe that this was his back-to-back medal. And last year he ran 8:43, and this year he ran 7:29.59. What an achievement from that man. Those are some of the social runners, but let's recap what happened at the sharp end of the field. The race won by George Cush this morning. That is the train of human endeavor that started outside the Durban City Hall. The thousands gathered in 3 starts from 5 o'clock in the morning. 9,000 in that first start that got underway at 5 o'clock. And we saw some of the key faces, including this man, Samuel Moloi. He was our early leader behind Mahau Rasogo of Implats, a man known for his half marathon running and 10,000 meter running. He was our early leader, and as our second group of about 6,500 got underway 15 minutes later, the sharp end of the field was beginning to develop. But this was all the joy that we saw as the mayor shot the gun there. But this was still the early part of the race when Adele, we were trying to figure out who's who here. If Vet van Sail would eventually end up somewhere close to the top, as Mahau Rasogo had to stop quite early on in the race, but this man led for quite some time.
Yes, it was a great race that had unfolded. Dominika Stalmach that was there on the camera. We haven't seen her coming in, so I think she didn't have a great day at the office. the support
and so
out
after
there.
that lead of Samuel Kijimbi Moloi, it was Gerda Steyn who bossed the women's race. Kijimbi Moloi would continue leading for a while, and at some point it looked like we thought he might go all the way to the finish line. But in the end, it was the man who was hunting him down, Boetie Mollo, who would close that gap, as in the women's race, Dikeledi Majara, targeting a very first gold medal for Lesotho, chased down the lead women. Kijimbi Moloi, out of Drummond, would climb up in Changa, still holding on to that lead, as Mollo tried to chase him down. The women's race, by contrast, still had a number of women together, Gerda Steyn, Nobukosi Chuma, and Shelmith Miriki. And that's when Moloi said, "I'm done," hung up his running shoes, and this man then took the lead. He was impressive in how he held on, wasn't he, Adele?
Yeah, definitely. We didn't think that he will be finishing the race because we saw him cramping up, but somehow he got energy from somewhere and finished in third position.
And to the women's race now, and as Boetie Mollo hung on valiantly, George Cush, we've heard, chased him down well. His uprun debut. Gerda Steyn having done it before. Shamith Miruki also making her uprun debut, as was Yvette van Zyl. Mollo in pain, and at this point it looked like this man would not even go on to finish the race. But he still had one or two cards left in his pack, as Nobukosi Chuma targeted a very first podium finish at the Comrades Marathon. The smiling assassin, Barry. She smiled all day long, didn't Gerda Steyn? As she continued to she smiled all day long, Gerda Steyn. And as she continued to smile, the men's race then took on a different color. And the complexion there saw Ntiniso Mpagati chasing them down. But it was now up to George Cush, who had gone past Boetie Mollo, taken the lead. And the man who took 12th place on debut came home and smashed the course record by quite some way. 5:15, the finishing time, to eclipse the 5:24.49 set by Leonid Shvetsov more than a decade ago. George Cush, the man from Afisiens, going on to win this race, and he was chased by Piet Viersma, the defending uprun champion, who probably left his assault too late. He went past Boetie Mollo, but he couldn't catch George Cush. Mollo hanging on for a very well-deserved third place, the man from Frankfurt, in the colors of Max Delete. 2 in 2 years in terms of third place finishes for the Mr. Price back team. To the women's race now, and Yvette van Zyl trying to close the ground on Nobukosi Chuma, but no doubt about who would win the race. Gerda Steyn came home once again. 4 became 5 as she joined a hallowed group of Comrades Marathon champions, going alongside the likes of Arthur Newton and Bruce Fordyce, Alan Robb, to have won 4, and only the second woman to have won 5. I beg your pardon, only the second woman after Elena Lugarnieva to have won 5. Of course, Chuma hung on for second place, a very first podium finish for her, and she was spent force there, but having done a wonderful job there. And our third place goes to Yvette van Zyl, and you will know her very well, Adele, having run against her quite a few times.
Yes, she's a super strong runner. She's also a mom of 2 little boys, coaching herself, so phenomenal running that she did today out there. Then we also have our bus coming in, the sub 7.5 hour bus that came in. This was also a big highlight for us.
I can't hear you talk.
So for Group 2, they have 4 minutes left. If there are any courageous runners from Group 2 that also want their silver medal, yes, 4 minutes to go.
Silver medal, difficult stuff to get, and they'll be very proud of themselves. And these ones, there are 1 or 2. I see a celebration there, which suggests that he might have started in that second group at 5:15 from the waterfall athletes. And someone celebrating like that means that he is in there. 7:26 for that second group, who are still targeting that silver medal. But I think more likely the Isabel Roach Kelly, because I think there'll be more women.
Exactly. But also the staggered starts will help these guys, because in the past these groups would have taken 10-15 minutes to cross the starting line, but the gun have already gone off. The time has started, whereas they had that 15 minutes to walk up to the front to start. So in hindsight, they will be very glad for the staggered start, because it's another way to obtain that medal that they're gunning for.
Excellent insights there by Adele Broodryk, a podium finisher at the Comrades Marathon, who's told us that she will be back again someday soon next year with the husband and recruiting the whole of the Northwest Province to come and join her here. But for the moment, we continue to enjoy some of our silver medal athletes flooding across the finish line. There'll be one or two in that second group who started at 5:15, but most of them will be done by now, and these will be into the Bill Rowans. And there's nothing to scoff at. A Bill Rowan under 8 hours is still quite a big job to do. And clubs from around the country. See some from the Western Capes. Strand are here as well. And,
so we will see there's not a lot of athletes coming in now in their masses. The masses will come from 10 hours onwards. We will see thousands of athletes crossing the finish line simultaneously.
So a wonderfully festive finishing straight here. Throngs of fans line both sides, and it'll only get fuller as the day goes on, as more and more of the supporters that have been handing out the drinks along the route eventually get to the finish and pack this finish. By the time the final 12-hour bus gets here, you'll hardly be able to hear yourself breathe, let alone think, as they will all be banging those advertiser boards and encouraging their runner home. So it's an excellent day here watching the Comrades Marathon. And it really has been special to witness all that we've seen.
Oh, we can see someone doing a few push-ups. If you can do a few push-ups, you haven't gone out too hard, or you've left some in the tank. That's David Khatebe also used to do a few push-ups when he crossed the finish line. And he's still going strong with those push-ups.
Oh, there's a man doing push-ups. Well, clearly this man is still fit enough to do some push-ups on the finish line.
Well, I'm just happy to see that they still do push-ups, because ultra-distance runners, we neglect strength training. So that's quite a good form, and I think he's almost near 20 push-ups already. So well done.
Good point. He's done his strength training, but he's doing so many now. One day he should have run faster, maybe.
Exactly. Unfortunately, you don't run with your arms, you run with your legs. So I would like to see him do a few lunges or squats.
So, he'll remind us you don't run with your arms, you run with your legs. But it's probably worth looking at just some of what has happened throughout the day here. And while the main race is over, in terms of the elite athletes, this is the main race for all of those that have spent hours, weeks, days and months, and even years training for this goal, because a lot of the time you don't achieve your goal at the first objective, at the first try, I beg your pardon.
No, so many times you will see athletes obtain their first run in a certain time, and then they just don't obtain it because this route is really tough. Like we've said, throughout the day, you climb 1,700 meters elevation gain, and then you drop another 1,000 meters. So it's not a flat and fast route that you have to endure and that you have to finish. And once you have mastered either the up or the down, then you can come back and say, okay, what are the lessons that I have learned? The obstacles that I have to master when I come back. So no, you don't usually see a novice runner getting that the first race exactly correct.
It takes work over years a lot of time. And I find that especially with long distance running, the mileage builds up over the years.
Exactly. So in the literature, it's quite often stated that ultra distance running should start when you are 30 years and older. And that's purely because your growth plates, everything is fused and fully developed. But also, you've gained so much experience. You've built that foundation, that basis through aerobic training, so you're not prone so much to get injured, overtraining, stress fractures, by building on that base. So ultra distance running, that's like a good old red wine. You get better the older that you get.
Exactly. The better, the older that you get, and that's why for a long time the Comrades Marathon was known as the old man's race. If you ask coaches like John Hamlet, they would say, no, it was old man's race, and we even saw the great Wally Hayward himself winning it at 45 years old, because you need that foundation, as you say, that base of mileage over the years that will carry you as you attempt to go faster and faster each year. So that's what we're seeing with those certainly that are finishing now well inside 8 hours, and they have been working at it steadily for a number of years. It doesn't just happen. And good insights here from Adele Broodryk, a podium finisher at this race. He lets us know just how it is.
Thank you.
So we continue to see athletes stream past here and getting some much needed refreshment. And as we do, let's find out a little bit more about what makes this race so special, in particular its medals. We'll tell you a little bit about the Bill Rowan medal.
Hello. Every single one. Yes.
May 1921. Before sunrise, 34 men gather outside the Pietermaritzburg City Hall.
The beginnings of the Comrades were humble.
No water stations, no support vehicles, no real proof it can be done. One of them is Bill Rowan.
Between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, a distance of 56 miles.
Bill was a farmer from the old Transvaal. The kind of man who let his legs do the talking. Before the start, someone asks him how long it'll take. He thinks for a moment. About 9 hours, he says. That afternoon, he runs into Durban.
Bill Rowan trotted down West Street on the afternoon of Thursday, the 24th of May, 1921.
First of the 34. His time? 8 hours, 59 minutes, exactly as he'd called it.
And Rowan's winning time was the slowest ever.
Now, over a century later, every Comrades runner who finishes in under 9 hours earns a Bill Rowan medal. Because he said he could. And he did.
The history and the heritage of the Comrades Marathon, the Bill Rowan medal, celebrating the first winner of this race back in 1921. And the slowest victory, as you heard there, in 8:59. And now is a half silver, half bronze sort of medal. And there's also one that takes a lot of work if you're working towards.
What? Bill Rowan?
Bill Rowan.
Bill Rowan is not a bad time for Comrades. Yeah. Not a bad time at all.
We just saw Caroline Wisman Caroline Cherry now come in. She was the winner in 2015. So
how did you see her?
Yeah.
Yes, she came in, and what is so astonishing that not a lot of people know it, but she had major knee surgery a few years ago and slowly started building herself back up.
Yeah.
And we are so glad that she's back.
Absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Sure. I must say that in my youth, and I'll have to defend myself because I say it was in my youth, but typical, very arrogant as a youth. And when I was running 7:10, 7:15 for Comrades, I thought that somebody that ran 9 hours maybe should go and play tennis or something else. Nowadays, I think they're heroes. I think they're incredible.
How the mighty have fallen, Barry. How we all
exactly.
are.
How the mighty have fallen.
But it takes a tremendous amount of work as well. And when you consider that your running is not the only part of your life, and you know this quite well, because even when you achieve success, you was working full-time, you're a mother of little kids. I remember when you did so well for Murray and Roberts. How did you manage to balance all of that with your training, Adele?
Planning, and then you have to have a support structure. So thankful for the hubby back home. I could pass along the kids, and we just had a plan.
Yeah, you make it happen.
You make it happen at the end of the day.
Yeah. But I must say that I think that life has changed a lot. Life has become much more difficult from a time perspective. You know, I don't think there's a household nowadays that doesn't have both working.
And that's some of the challenges you have to deal with when you run the Comrades Marathon. Back after this.
Yeah.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
The new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit, an Omo, to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
Somehow we're here again. You show me your love again. Can we go play now? Again, but never ever get far.
Welcome back to the Comrades Marathon. We are giving you the action here from the finish line. And just as we watch these athletes stream across the finish, we were talking about having to plan your time and the challenges that we face these days, Barry. And you were saying that life has changed dramatically.
I think it has, and I think life has become slightly more frenetic, and I don't think it's a household that doesn't have both people working, etc. You know. So, yeah, I think it's become harder from that perspective. Maybe it requires more planning and certainly finding time for businesses, children, education, and all those things. Quite a challenge, I must say.
Yeah, and especially if you are a mom or a wife, you're the one that have to prepare some dinners, get the kids to school back and forth, keep up the household. So it's not like it was in the old days.
Yeah.
Mom staying at home and doing nothing.
That's
like
long gone.
It's long gone. And then also some challenges is safety concerns. Ladies can't just go out and run completely solo, so you have to incorporate some group runs for that logistical reasons.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So joining us is Helen Lucre. What an honor, Helen, to have you alongside us.
I'm gonna try. This is 4 hours ago.
you're going to get the direction. That's a step up.
Thanks, man.
So there we will see, on the route, you will see thousands of water sachets spread on the floor as they were handed to athletes in desperate need, some running, some walking. These guys have got a long way to go. They've got 34.3 kilometers left on this road.
Long way to go.
It's a long way, so they are going to have to dig deep, take hands with each other alongside the route to make it to the end.
I must say, when we were talking just earlier about all the incredible amount of stuff that's out on the course with all those water points, something we didn't touch on was the logistics of getting all that to those water points. So, you know, Thirsty do an incredible job for us in terms of not only the supply of the water sachets and that sort of thing, but getting it there. So, quite an amazing logistical effort, really is.
Yes, and if you think it's not just the water sachets, there's food also being prepared, and you don't want to give something to an athlete that might go off.
Yeah.
So keeping everything in top-notch form and in a good, healthy state, that is a logistical nightmare in its own. I mean, the roads are closed. There's no way that you can go back and forth with the supplements that the athletes need. And talking about the logistical nightmares out there is for the supporters. I listened to a podcast and they say to the supporters, maximum 2 hotspot areas is where you want to go and watch your loved ones run, because more than 2, you risk not seeing them finish or not getting to them, because there's so many thousands of people out there wanting to not just support the loved ones, but just to watch. Although we've seen local people coming and just watching, giving their support. So, yes, it's really something to behold.
It's a primary concern of the board is safety. Absolute primary concern is safety. And safety is not only about the runners, it's safety for the spectators. And so the more you overload a course with people, the more difficult the safety concerns are.
But Barry, you mentioned now the safety. I think a very big part also is that's why there is a cutoff time of 12 hours. That's for safety reasons, so that the athletes do not spend so many hours on the road, and also why you have to complete a marathon in a certain time. Because that's for their safety. To make sure, listen, you are in the best form to complete the race in 12 hours. And to see the finish line.
Absolutely.
Not end up in the hospital.
Absolutely, We're just about to hit 8 hours. That's, if you're not a silver medalist, but you can still get under 8 hours, it's still a fantastic run. So, Group 1, that's it. That's the 8-hour gun.
So with us in studio is Helen Nukra. Helen, welcome. It's such an honor for you to be with us. You have won the race 3 times, 3 consecutive times. So yes, provide us some with your mental thoughts. What do you think is going through Gerda's mind right now?
Hi Adele, it's lovely to be here. I think, I would imagine that there would be a huge sense of for Gerda, and once again just proved to herself she's got the right recipe, she sticks to her program, she doesn't get carried away, and I think she approaches the races, this is what I can do, and if it's enough to win it on the day, that's fine. And she's just well balanced, she's just a wonderful athlete. We're lucky to have her.
Definitely. Any perspectives for you coming back next year?
No. And what about yourself?
Yes, I will most definitely be back, and I'm bringing the half of Potchefstroom with me to run. So quite excited for next year, the 100th run. It's going to be spectacular. They are promising us fireworks from the get-go. start to finish.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think for the 100th, we should have every living winner come back and run. What do you think?
I agree, even if it's in a relay format, why not? You can start everyone off, Barry.
If I'm going to do my 50th next year, then I want Helen alongside me.
No. I'll run the last 50 meters, Barry. That will be my bit. I've taken to walking quite a bit, but no, I'll just witness and support and do all of that good stuff. And it's been fabulous this year. I've sort of not been so involved in different things and been really able to soak up the atmosphere. I was at the beachfront yesterday, totally blown away with the vibes, and here today on the finish line, and I've had my first experience in the green number, and it's just every time you peel back another layer of fabulousness, if that's a word for the day. It's really been great. Yeah.
And tomorrow you should go back to the promenade, because then every single runner will be there proudly boasting with that medal, that race cap and their shirt. So it's
and
going
they
to
limp,
be,
and
they will be limping.
It's a badge of honor, that limp.
Definitely. And from a recovery aspect, go submerge yourself in the sea.
Yeah.
The cold temperatures might do you more good than bad.
All the aches and pains parties tomorrow are fabulous, because that's they drown their sorrows a little bit, but there's all the war stories to be told, and when I went through Camperdown and this and that, and just so wonderful, all those stories.
Yes, so here we're getting some live information from one of the runners currently busy running.
What brings you back every year?
What brings me back is madness. Madness. It's addiction. Running is addiction. But it's part of medical aid.
Yeah, so for our listeners outside, they're asking him, so what brings you back every year? And like 99% out there, he says it's an addiction. So his drug of choice.
To 195, and at resting it goes to 34. My resting heart rate is 34.
Yeah.
So as for me, how are you?
I'm good, and you, boss?
Listen. First time in my history of my running, I do that.
Yes.
Usually when I'm here, the bus should be buses on the way, right?
Yeah.
From the previous side. So it should be coming anyway at whatever time.
Here we will see a lot of athletes coming up at the finish line as well. Still thinly spread coming in, but the previous shot we saw thousands of athletes, and that is the scene that will be unfolding here at the finish line, is where the athletes will come in their masses.
That hasn't got close yet. They haven't hit us yet. They're coming.
So everybody, please stay tuned, keep on watching, because the stories that will evolve here, the emotions that we will be seeing, you will be seeing carrying each other,
absolutely wonderful,
helping, crawling over that finish line. And why not? I mean, you've just run 85.77 kilometers, so if you want to jump, run, sprint, or do push-ups on that finish line,
but
the floor is yours.
Just that will to finish, that will to cross this line.
Exactly.
It's just amazing. That just gets. I mean, they're dying out there. They're absolutely dying out there. And but they'll put one foot in front of the other until somebody breaks their legs before they don't finish.
And if you compare it to our top medalists, the gold medalists, they are in a recovery center already, having lunch, photo shoots, media.
Yeah.
And these guys are still on the road in this heat. Yeah, trying to finish. So for
trying
them,
to get home.
Trying to get home. So.
Yeah. Very much so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
And you know, Helen, the most wonderful thing is that it's not friends helping friends. It's strangers helping strangers.
Exactly.
People that they've never seen in their life before and will never see again.
Yes,
but
and they
that's
become
your
lifelong
closest
friends.
brother or sister out there, and you'll die for them.
Yes.
Fantastic.
We've seen in the past how runners help each other so out that they miss out on a special medal. Either the silver medal or the Bull Rowan or even the medal completely, because we started this race together, we are going to finish this race together, come hell or high water.
Yeah.
And that's what Comrades is about. It's that camaraderie between everybody, and that is just magical to experience. Definitely.
Very.
Yes, so all these runners we are seeing coming in or still on the road, their loved ones are coming to the stadium to support and to see those loved ones crossing the finish line. So there's not a lot going on now compared to what will be going on later on in the afternoon and in the evening.
Coming. It's coming.
It's coming. It's coming. The party is coming.
Yes. I mean, look at that guy. He looks exhausted. He looks absolutely exhausted.
So
but
he
you know what?
just testified and
He's
said
going to get on the road and he's going to do a shuffle, one foot in front of the other, get there.
So he just testified on the temperatures, stating that it's really hot conditions out there. So for those guys, they need water sprayed on them, over them, take in enough fluids so that they do not dehydrate. They're on the course. Behind us, we've seen a lot of stretches going out of athletes falling and totally dehydrated, hallucinating. So thank you to the medical tent and the medical team for assisting those athletes. But yes, that picture that we saw is just going to increase in the athletes as the day goes on and the temperatures keep on rising.
And of course, the overhydration is a bigger problem than dehydration. Dehydration is bad enough, but when these guys drink too much, it becomes very dangerous.
Yes, because then you don't have all those electrolytes left in your body. You're diluting it so much. And like you said, Barry, that is a bigger concern. We just saw Coca-Cola, so that's one of the main sponsors, trying to assist in that because, as you know, Coca-Cola has got some sugar. And in the old days, in your days, that was what you guys were racing on. And it's not a bad fuel. When I run along the route, I take a sip of Coca-Cola because A, it's a different taste, and B, I know the sugar content is well enough for me to sustain me for the next few kilometers. So very thankful for those sponsors coming out to support the athletes in this race. So you don't need camel packs with water, a sandwich alongside you. There is sufficient assistance alongside the route.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
And of course, when you get really tired, which Comrades makes you really tired, then the mind goes completely. So you stop drinking because you actually forget. You actually forget. You say, no, I've had plenty of, and then you're suddenly starting to dehydrate. And runners don't even know they're doing it. Don't even know they're doing it. They're just in like a zone, and then stop drinking, and they really get into trouble.
Yes, so there we can see some cheering on for the runners to just keep going, put one leg in front of the other from the Mr. Price hotspot area, just supporting and encouraging the athletes. But Barry, like you said previously, overhydrating. So in the mental side, they get so tired, but also you get over the taste of the gels, of Coke, that sweet taste, and your body is actually just craving some freshness, some water. But in hindsight, that can also be a negative because then you're overhydrating.
No, very, very easily. Very easily.
Luckily these days with technology, with Google, with search engines readily available, you can work out a nutrition plan for you for this race. You can work out how much carbs you should consume for your body weight. It's stated how much you should consume per hour. So, and also in the back old days you had corn syrup. If you wanted to take in extra syrups, now you get gels in every shape and size and color and taste that's just so great. It's so accompanying for the runners outside running, so they can work out a fueling plan for them for the entire race.
Yeah, and we always tease about that because obviously I'm a dinosaur and I'm from 1973, but we ran some pretty good times, lots and lots of silvers, many times under 7 hours, and on Coke and water.
Exactly.
None of what we're talking about here.
Yes.
So the technology has moved on, all the advice is incredible from people like yourself. But there's something to be said for the old school that just did it without watches, without anything.
We get so many runners, and then it's recreational runners asking us, should we buy super shoes? And we're just like, no, please don't, because you might injure yourself. And so that's another factor or thing that you guys didn't have is super shoes, is watches all of a sudden speaking to you while you run. Yes, all the information to your disposal.
DJ he'll be with us until that final cutoff. Big shout out to him. Big shout out to every single one of you Comrades runners. Yes, hands in the air.
Yeah.
Philip Brayshaw from the United Kingdom.
Exactly.
Well done to you, Philip.
Yeah.
8:13:21.
Exactly. Take something as simple as recovery. You get so many gadgets and tools outside there, but what is the one major recovery thing? Is sleep. We all do it, so maximize your recovery by sleeping.
Hello.
You can start implementing good sleep a few weeks prior to combat.
The music is pumping.
Reap the benefits.
Whoa.
of the race.
Hey.
Adrian Trussell coming into that finish line,
That's
also
fine.
grabbing himself a back-to-back medal.
Sarah Turau,
Yeah.
Adrian Jossel, 8:14.
Okay, that's your mic for interviews. It's sorted. You're strong on the road, brother.
Tandaso,
Yes.
Sabine, coming through now in a time of 8:14:13. Nicholas Steenkamp is there.
We'll probably just go it.
Then McCronin, Eric Goeieman,
Yep. It's all that 1% that adds up. At the end of the day, which makes 100% for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the sophistication of training methods today and training plans is quite amazing. I mean, it's quite a science now.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
I2 Special Risks is proud to be the specialty insurance partner and a sponsor of this year's Comrades Marathon. For an event such as Comrades, I2 insures event contingency, liability, and prize indemnity. So behind the ultimate human race is the ultimate risk partner. Good luck to all of the runners.
Wonderful to hear the views of such esteemed champions of this beautiful race. Helen Luca, of course Barry Holland, and I'm sure one day Adele Broderick will be standing atop that podium as well. She's highly motivated and fit. So it's been a richly entertaining, enthralling, emotional day, starting in the early hours in the dark on the coastline of KwaZulu-Natal in Durban, as 22,000 runners gathered outside the City Hall. The first of the batches set off at 5 a.m. and there were some 9,000 runners in that batch, and early on there were those chasing the hotspots as they set off at breakneck speed. Batch number 2, well, the forefront of that were close to 2,000 green number runners, those running multiples of 10. Some of them running into their 40s. And the last batch to leave at 5:30 in the morning was C batch, some 5,000 runners in that. Loy and Kotani set out. Stelmach was going well in the women's. Mahau's early surge, he paid a price. Cramps did for him before it got light. Loy was looking strong in his maiden Comrades Marathon. And then Mara was in there as well. But Samuel Loy, the 2:11 marathon runner, was chasing him. His company for the queen of the race, Claire State. She had Yuki with her. Lucy Choi. The sun started to rise. The race started to Claire staying alone. Loy was starting to take strain midway through. Look over his shoulder, and you would see surging up behind him, surging down the hill towards Drummond. Dakota Stain was starting to apply the pressure, and Van Sale was running her own race, very strong on the climbs. She would bide her time and take it pace. All the while, it was looking for a while that we would have a debutante winning this race. Stain powered, but Samuel Malloy's efforts eventually came to a shuddering halt just after Nchanga. Booty continued going. Would it be that he could claim the victory? Surging the field. There's a man running his maiden uprun, George Kusha. He would start ticking off runners as he went on, getting stronger and stronger. This was the man in his sights, Booty. And soon enough, he would come roaring to sight. Kusi and Stain were up ahead. Jean-Marc Baruch had lost ground, and Uvented Sail was hunting her down. Booty starting to cramp. Was that the end of his challenge? Uma, she had lost touch with Kayla Stain, who applied the pressure. And the smiles and the waves were flowing from the four-time champion. Krusha up the pollies and past the stricken wall. Would it be the end for him? Bosman was running a race for the ages in his maiden Comrades Marathon. It was all about this man. Second time at the Comrades, having finished 12th a year ago, going down to Durban. He would run across the line in a record time today. Quite phenomenal time. Not only beat the record time, but beat the record pace. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Absolutely astonishing run for the 27-year-old. By trade. Predictably fast finish for the defending upfront champion Piet Wiersma from the Netherlands. Saw him snatch second place from Utimolo, who was incredibly brave, having done a lot of the front running, eventually taking third place on the podium. The Max candidate. Into Pietermaritzburg, it was Gerda Steyn who had a stranglehold on this race. Through the Toyota Mile and into the ticker tape finish line at Scottsville. It was Gerda Steyn with another breathtaking run for the ages to make it 5 wins. 5 hours 44.59, nearly 5 minutes inside her own personal best and record time. Lucius was hers for a 5th time. Lucy Chuma, delighted Zimbabwean, finishing in 2nd place. Zinginyama, her husband, a gold medalist in the men's race. Got a couple in the family now. The veteran Sale, brave running all the way through, improving on her 4th place a year ago, finishing in 3rd place behind Steyn and Chuma. Rich drama, incredible incitement, and wonderful entertainment all the way through. And the story is not over. It's not over by a long way. There are cutoffs to be made. There are cutoffs to be missed. The tears will flow, both through emotion and through elation. Absolute delight. These runners sneaking in inside the silver medal cutoff of 7 hours and 30 minutes. And flying in towards the finish line here at Scottsville. The brutal guns would fire, ending the hopes of those chasing those medals, but opening the door for those behind to collect Bill Rhodes, bronzes, Robert Charlies and Victor. Timber, wow, this makes you want to run.
It does, just a matter of when. That's the magic question there, but it does make you want to run. You want to be part of this amazing culture, part of this amazing, you know, it's a race that all South Africans, even as a youngster, you know, I was playing football, I watched this race with my dad, and you know, playing the whole day, come back, watch who's winning, who's coming into the emotion, you know, South Africans really just being part of it, cheering people on, and you learn how important it is to finish the race. Just finishing in itself has so many beautiful stories, and as long as you started and you finished, it was a local hero. I know people like where I come from in Benta, that ran and finished the race, you know, and that's how big it is. It's really a special race, but it's also a race that tests everything within yourself, the mental capacity, physical and the physiological side of it as well. And one day, one day.
It elevates your status in your social circle, in your family, wherever you might be. If you have run Comrades, there's a certain aura about you, that is for sure. This is the run up Polly Shorts, and there are plenty still running up there, which tells you these are runners on a mission, that's for sure, chasing medals here. Bill Rowan is under 9 hours, and that comes into focus in the next half hour. There's a route that is steeped in history and in drama, and of course tradition, all the way along this route. So beautiful. These names are rich, touched to them, sung them, Polly Shorts. It's not a road, it's a rite of passage.
My goodness. These are places where, I mean, it's landmarks. There are places where you know it from a young age. you learn to fear them, and then you get to a point where you learn to respect them as well, Gerald. Because I mean, 1921 this race started, and the likes of Vic Clapham, they wouldn't believe where this race has ended. They wouldn't believe what it has done to South Africa in uniting us. Also, it just teaching us that the camaraderie that comes from running is something that can be shared amongst all races, amongst all genders, and even doesn't matter whether you're a slow finisher or somebody who's doing it just for the fun of it. So it's been
Absolutely. You said the traditions are well, just flooding all over this event. In particular, one that comes after you've gone up in Chunga and you then follow those hills with no name between 49 and 68 kilometers. It's Etembeni School, which was established in 1984 as a state-subsidized special school for learners with physical disabilities. Etembeni School caters for the physically disabled and visually impaired children from all over KwaZulu-Natal and from South Africa. State-funded, the support receives from the runners, both on this day and from donations, richly appreciated. As those funds quite fully cater for all the needs of the learners, provide the resources and the environment that is created here as they educate these young members of society, send them out into the world to be proactive members of society, making a difference in South Africa. The essence is evident in its name and its motto, place of hope. And Filofunde, meaning live and learn. It's a wonderful slice of the emotion and a touch point for runners who greet those youngsters sitting alongside the road, and they look forward to this day. One year to the next.
absolutely, I mean, it's inspiring, and just to see those kids and how much it brings to them, how much it actually encourages them to motivate them as well. That's really big. That's created on our culture. Just looking at this bus here, they'll be looking to also reach their own targets. The camaraderie that we speak about, is something that watch the runners, they work together as a team. See them walking sometimes in certain areas, but it doesn't deter them because that's something that they all agree already. So this has been a place where we have to spend.
Yep, us, for those of you who are not familiar with the term, it's a term obviously describing a bunch of riders running with one conductor or driver, so to speak, who's an experienced Comrades returnee coming back again, who can consistently keep a pace required to achieve a certain medal. And bus drivers this year, bus drivers for the silver medal, the gold medal, which is coming up now. Robert and Charlie, bronze medals, 3 of those, of course, and 3 Vic Clapham medals. So there's every opportunity. If you're attached to one of those buses and you've done the requisite training, you should make your goal of achieving that medal.
Being a bus driver comes with a big responsibility and great power. But all these runners that are running in that bus, those are the 9-hour medal contenders that you see that go lower
yeah, I mean, they would have had one in each of those groups. I would suggest Joe Faber is in charge of the B group, Bill Rowan, the sub 9-hour medal contenders, and that's Amit Kumar Yadav from India. And you touched on how this unites South Africa. I think it connects South Africa with the world. Amit Yadav is running his 7th Comrades today. He's in charge of the 9-hour bus coming out of the second group, and Kululi Jack is in charge of another group in the 9-hour bus. So 3 of those looking for their cutoffs at 9 hours for the Bill Rowan medal.
Yep, the Bill Rowan, and I think these are the medals that are actually the toughest to get. See them working very
Sub 9 hour Comrades Marathon is a seriously strong run, and that's absolutely a feather in your cap if you've done a Bill Rowan, and there are a lot of runners, those who've got on their green numbers or heading towards a green number, who seek a Bill Rowan, who want to get to Bill Rowan. So they've got themselves perhaps a silver, but they want to add to the collection. And it's a special medal. The man who won the very first 8 hours and 59. That's why it is a sub 9 hour. So this is the medal collection. The gold, first 6 runners from 1931 to 1972. Then it was awarded to the first 10. And from 1983, the first gold went to Lindsay Waite for the women. And from 1998, the top 10 women. The silver medal, well, that was the first medal awarded in 1921, under 12 hours. Those in the very first race. And of course, the bronze medal from 1972. For women, the Isabel Roche Kelly medal was added in 2019 in memory of a 2-time winner who finished, the first woman to finish in sub 7.5 hours, 7:29 for Isabel Roche Kelly, the late great runner. And of course, that Bill Rowan added in 2000. And it's bronze with a silver border, so 7.5 to 9 hours. And as I said, that's a considerable effort to run sub 9 hours.
Absolutely. And just looking at one of those other buses, I mean, you hear them singing, you hear them cheering, you hear them just doing a few chants. They keep the energy and the spirit, especially high, especially running into those tough hills and a lot of the training that they have to do. I mean, the discipline of running the Comrades is that I think it's also what is encouraging is that you can get the different medals, and those different medals also speak to the different levels of your fitness. You might be somebody who's able to get a silver, but due to injury, you find yourself maybe falling behind in your training, and you still want to be part of the race, and you know you can do it comfortably in your rowing, for instance. So that becomes a reachable target for yourself. And we've seen a lot of the legends as well, such as Barry Hollands, where, of course, they've ran all types of you know, medals in this competition, but obviously the older they got, we'll say more experience, it becomes more possible and feasible for them to run the sub 12 hour, for instance. So there's something for everybody, and I think that's the beauty of the Comrades. So if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, this is impossible, I will never be able to do it, it takes one decision. Start training. They say you need to start by around about August. There on, you'll find yourself building momentum towards maybe your first Comrades.
Yeah, 1 kilometer at a time. And well, it must be said that the run can start at 1 kilometer, goes to 5, and a park run. I mean, so many of these runners would have started their Comrades journeys at the park runs, which are now all around the world, and wherever you are in the world, why not try it? You're sitting at home on your couch at work, maybe you are still toiling away, why not give it a bash and come and take on the Comrades? But start by running 1 to 5 Ks, 10.
Absolutely. Just starts with exactly, it's that simple, and it's just about continuing and gradually progressing. I love the park runs. I ran as well the Botanical Gardens in Pretoria is where I ran. I held the record. Fortunately, when people saw I had the record, they came and they moved it very quickly. But I mean, it was fun, you know, to be there, and it's an opportunity to run against fellow runners, but also just to enjoy yourself. And you see a lot of these people over here. You find them at those park runs all over the country, as well as those runs and races that you see all over. And it's just a matter of getting connected to a community, getting connected to a training group or running group, and you just slowly stir up that hunger. And they say once that running bug bites you,
you're done. You're done. You'll, you know, the first few bites might taste a little bit bitter, but it gets sweeter and sweeter and tastier, and you get hooked.
Absolutely, you do get hooked, and you know, it's encouraging. You'll see a lot of family members taking this up. Look at the likes of Bruce Fordyce. I mean, he's given up his legendary number to his son.
Well, it's one of the most emotional moments I've seen today. Was Bruce greeting his son coming over the finish line with his number. Really, really special moment. That is really, really cool. Back to back, which is really nice for Nicholas.
Yep, it is a family affair, and a lot of family members doing this together. See that thumbs up, chop chop. This man all the way from India. The race, as we said, it has drawn attention worldwide, and so many amazing stories of people who have traveled, you know, across the ocean to come to South Africa.
Yeah. Thank you.
Massive. Yeah, massive. India has got an incredible
Thank you so much.
passion for this. That's the voice, ladies and gentlemen, of Comrades Green number 42743. And he's just joined us here in studio, and his name's Rory Stein. Hello, Rory.
Hello, Gerald. How are you, man?
Very well, and you?
Lovely to see you. I'm very well, thank you.
What a day.
Yeah.
You not running today?
No, that ship has sailed, sadly. Yeah.
When did you last run your last?
2011. Yeah. So I started in 2000, and I did the 12 on the bounce, and then out. Back surgery and a few other issues got in the way.
All right.
Yeah.
So the 99th edition here today. Tell us about your day. Where have you been most of the day?
Great question. So the alarm went off at 4.
You're lucky.
I swerved breakfast. I went straight to the parking at the start, and got out of the parking and just walked the streets, guys, just to experience the vibe, develop some proper FOMO, and then barely made it into the start area to actually watch the first group go off at 5 a.m. But you know, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool traditionalist, guys, but I have to say that the 3-group start is an absolute winner. And you know, the only way that you can safely, especially on the uprun, the only way that you can safely increase the numbers is to have different starts, because irrespective of whether we have 10 starts in different points of the city, like they do, for example, in London and New York, and even in Cape Town, at some point they must converge at the top of Polly Shorts, and you've got to get people down there in the dark safely. So it's an absolute win, and I'm proud to say that I was wrong. Yeah.
That's a humble man right there.
It is an extraordinary day, and you've experienced it in many ways now, Rory, on foot as well.
Indeed.
What's your why? Why in 2000?
What a great question, Gerald. So there's actually 2 whys, but they converge, since we were talking about the routes converging. In 1996, here in Maritzburg, the finish was at the agricultural showgrounds, and I just started on Madiba's team as his team leader, and we were told that the president will come to the finish of the Comrades, and 5 minutes before the final gun, which was 11 hours then, some officials came and called him, and he literally stood on the finish line looking across the finish. So I was right on his shoulder, and I witnessed every size, shape, color, gender, age come across that line. Some were in floods of tears, some fell on the ground and kissed it, some fell and did push-ups, some fell on the ground and stayed there. And I just remember thinking, wow, you know, if they can do it, then so can I. And that, guys, called to mind a promise that I'd made in 1988 to my physiotherapist, and she's running today. Tony Hesp, I think she's got 32 or 31 finishes. She's right up there with the women with the most finishes. And I said to her, Tony, if you fix my knee so I can play rugby again, when my rugby days are done, I'll come and run Comrades with you. And standing there with the president and looking at this, I remembered that promise. And so it was that I finished with him in 99, and in 2000 I lined up, and Tony brought me through my first Comrades. And I'll never forget the words she told me. There was another novice, and she said, Rory, I think his name was Mark. She said, Rory, Mark, look at me, look in my face. And when you run into the stadium, remember to take a moment to absorb it all, because you only have one first Comrades finish. And I've told that to every novice I've come across over 12 years. And I told the guy in the lift at the hotel yesterday.
It happens once.
Happens once, Gerald. And the late Don Oliver used to say at those novice seminars that he held at UJ, yes, he said, look at those people in their eyes, because every one of them want to be where you are. And that's so true.
Yeah.
You know?
It's really beautiful. And I mean, his 4 days says the same thing. Just absorb it, you know, be in the moment when you come down that home stretch. I mean, you could see it in George Kushka as well.
Yes.
He came down for his first victory. You could see he took off his glasses, which he ran with for how many? 400 meters.
Amazing.
And then just to come down there to honestly show connecting with the people as well, because he knows this is a moment that will live on forever, just being present in it.
Exactly. And you know, we have this cliche that says, you know, you must live in the moment, but that's so true when you run into the stadium to finish your first Comrades. Just take a moment to realize where you are and just absorb it. The people drumming on the hoardings and everybody shouting at you. It's a special day.
If you parachuted someone in here now and said, what do you think of this? They'd say, well, this must be the finish of the race, or the winner's coming in now.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the cheering and the noise as they come up here, but it's constant. This wave of sound echoes down the finish here all day long. And it's just wonderful, wonderful to see. Madiba would have been a proud man to see where we are now with this race.
So much so, Gerald,
just to illustrate, beg your pardon, Rory was head of the late President Nelson Mandela's security detail for 5 years, and obviously developed a very close relationship with him. But you knew him well. This would be a proud time for him.
And he embraced it, Gerald, because as we all know, his famous speech to open the Laureate Sport for Good Foundation, when he said sport has the power to change the world, he sincerely and authentically believed that. And, you know, we all say every year that this day, the Comrades Marathon Day, is a great day to be South African. And even then, you know, there wasn't perhaps the diversity that there is now of especially gender and color. But even back then, it was something to celebrate, you know, because I didn't ever get a Robert Charlie medal, but I ran quite a few sub-10s, you know, between 9 and 10 hour finishes. And today in a little bit over an hour, we will honor that, the first official black runner to finish the race. And he would have celebrated that big time. He just loved being amongst sports people because it gave him an opportunity to be amongst his people. And yeah, you're right, he would have celebrated.
This is a living, breathing proof that sport has the power to change the world, because arm in arm.
Yeah, and there's Uganda crossing the line.
We're watching from overhead on the route, but we've also got the finish line on the right-hand side of your screen there, and the sheer emotion, delight, just phenomenal. And you meet people for the first time.
What brings you back every year?
You know, Gerald, one of the...
We might be hearing from this gentleman.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Things I can do it. I don't want to admit to you.
And if I may ask, what's your age?
It's a tricky quick. In between 66 and 68.
Sure, so still going strong.
Still going.
Still going.
Leave the other world off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a lovely day.
Yep. Okay, so now we got a deal.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Are you still in the back of me?
Yeah.
You can hold him.
Here we go, continuing on.
Lindsay Perry coming through now, Army.
So they
Comrades coach.
Yep. And this bus is heading towards the finish here. This is a Bill Rowan medal bus, of which there are 3. So They've got, where we have, just under 15 minutes to get to the finish. The first of those buses.
Yeah.
There are 3 Bill Rowan buses. Just a reminder that we had 3 different starts today, 5, 5:15 and 5:30. And so each of those has their specific cutoff, obviously, from their gun to their finish. So I think that's really, again, the event moving forward.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I'm sitting here with you two at the Bill Rowan cutoff, because in 2003 I missed it by 12 seconds.
Ow.
9 hours, 00 minutes and 11 seconds. When that blooming gun went off, I just fell on the line, and I said to the stretcher bearers, take me to the medical tent.
I think it's so painful. I mean,
brother, years later I wake up in the middle of the night and I say,
still have cold sweats.
Because I still don't know.
42743, what was your best Comrades time?
8:58. 3 years later, I got it right. Once.
Well done. One Bill Rowan.
One.
Yeah, that's amazing stuff. I saw Coach Lindsay Perry
came in.
Yeah. And I mean, what an amazing job he plays in getting people
Absolutely.
to run these times, you know.
So I bumped into him in the expo on day 1 on Thursday, and I said, you know, Lindsay, I was talking to my brother who's got 2 finishes, and we were just saying, we wish we had someone like that back in the day, you know, when we started to run in the early 2000s, him in the 90s. We had no idea what we were doing. There was no internet where you could download a training plan. You spoke to the Madallas at the club, and hopefully they
Hopefully they give you the right info. It's like, oh, this novice, let's give him something, anything, and he'll take it.
Exactly.
And then I think it's how much this race has evolved over the years. You see there's so much order. I mean, the buses, one of those orders that have come in to make sure that people are getting to those targeted times. Running shoes, technology, what shirt you wear or vest, you know, don't chafe whilst you're running.
Exactly.
All these little small
Band-Aid, you know.
all these little small things, you know, very simple advice. But it's like, what did anybody tell me? But now you've got access to all that information.
I mean, I've watched a number of those webinars and podcasts that Lindsay does and Shona. And I mean, you know, I'm just nodding my head when I'm sitting by myself or I'm in my car. I'm just nodding because it's sage, tried, tested and field-proven advice. It works.
Yeah. Did you ever run in the bus?
I like the bus, Gerald, because of the claustrophobia. So I ran behind the bus so that I could just see it. And I just corner there and you know, watch the flag.
It's almost like hitching on the bikes on the back.
Exactly.
But paying for the team.
Yeah, sometimes it can be difficult to get to the water table. There's like... I just avoided that, but I have so much respect for those bus drivers. Because when Bruce was coming back in the day with David Flock, I ran with him and I saw what a responsibility that is. At one stage they gave me the flag to carry. I had to give it up. I said, guys, I'm not gonna go something like that. Please take this thing off me, else I'm gonna lead a whole bunch of people astray. They're gonna be furious.
How many people will be running? What is it? 9, 11, 9, 12, 9, 14.
Scoring. Yeah, no, it's a seriously big responsibility. On last row, the crowds they're out supporting their runners as they make their way towards the finish. Still a long way to go for those runners. On the right-hand side, the finish line, and these runners all coming in inside Bill Rowan, which is a very, very good run indeed. As Rory will attest to, it's not easily done. These runners have committed themselves.
I'm not sure of the current stats, Gerald, but certainly in the year that I finally ran mine, 06, a Bill Rowan medal still beat 25%. It was top 25% of the field, so it beat 75% of the field. It's a proper medal there.
Yeah. And this bus driver, Joel Faber, is driving this bus and keeping that tempo going. 27 medals to his name, so there's a degree of experience there, knowing exactly how to pace. And ultimately, that's what this is about, is pacing yourself, whether you want to get in at 11:59 and 50, or whether you want to get in at 8:59 and get your Bill Rowan. It is all about pacing and preparation.
And kudos to those guys. You know, as Bruce said, and I heard him saying it on the show today, you want to be running with a yellow number if you're unsure of your medal, but you just as well bang on the paces, because they will get you there, and if they can't, they'll tell you. They're big enough men and women to say, listen, it's not here today, follow him, hand off the flag or put the flag down or whatever, so as not to mislead those that trust them.
So we got Group 1 are streaming over the line, those pursuing the Bill Rowan medal, and this is the Group 1 bus, I think, that we're with here. Joel Faber coming in towards Pietermaritzburg, and they have got just under 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes. Congratulations, Lisa Alexander. You are a double green finisher.
Well done, girl.
Congratulations. One of 13 women today running into her 20th. A really fantastic run for Lisa Alexander from Strand Athletic Club down in the Western Cape. And a long and tough journey. May it continue.
Tough journey, but a beautiful journey. You can just see the emotions as you know, the runners come over the line, and a lot of those athletes in Group 1, you know, really special and beautiful stories. You know, some of them looking to break that 10, and some even breaking 9 today.
Right, this bus is into the Toyota Mile now, and they have got 7.5 minutes to get to the finish, and tell you what, Joel is doing a fantastic job there to pace this bus into the finish. You want to be in that bus if you want to Bill Rowan.
Yep, they're in the right place at the right time, and I don't even have to do anything from here. Just a few 100 meters away from that finish line, and you can just see the whole group nice and calm. It must be such an amazing feeling, because somewhere in the middle of the race, somewhere at 70 Ks, even a bit further, you're sure, listen, cut me out, guys.
Yeah.
You can leave me here, I'll catch a taxi, I'll walk, I'll do whatever, all the best. But to be here means that you had to overcome that.
And you know, John, you go through those, it's like a seesaw. You get to the point you say, it's definitely gone. And then you get running and you look at your watch and you say, hang on, maybe not. And you start this calculation in your mind, as tired as you are. It's a 6 minutes a K calculation. And then you go, no, it's gone. And then a few minutes later,
you start doubting yourself.
Yeah, and then you can push again. It's like that.
A roller coaster.
Well done, guys. Another Uganda runner.
Wonderful, wonderful. Visitors from all around the continent, all around the world, making this a global event.
Oh, yes.
And, well, if you're all out there, wherever you are in the world, we are going global, of course. It's get you out here for the 100th running. You'll have to get in the queue, though, because I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. Even Rory's eyes are starting to light up for the 100th.
You know, Gerald, I mean, it's a number that we're throwing around, but we are expecting around 50,000 entries. Applications, which is why when we did the substitutions this year, we piloted the algorithm that essentially generates a ballot. So we're going to probably have to do that. And what a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Good place to be.
Well,
what's the cap?
We're just going to quickly look up the finish, and we can see that bus making their way. And what great timing.
Amazing.
Well
done, Mr. Bus Driver.
This is fantastic. One of our big buses, the Bill Rowan medal. And Joel Faber's doing a great job. He's going to bring them home. And delighted runners crossing the line and will claim their Bill Rowan. 9 hours done. Well done.
Absolutely beautiful, and you can just see what it means to each and every one of those runners. And it's a team effort. They fought together, like you know, veterans of the army. They were warriors out there in the battlefield, and they conquered all their doubts. They conquered everything that seemed to be getting into their way, and to be at this finish line and to be able to celebrate with your friends and family, amazing.
And there's a young man here, Simon Drennan, who's just crossed, I think, for his 5th Comrades finish, and at one point he was looking like not making it, and I said to his mom, he can do this because he was being estimated at 9:03, and I said no. From the top of Polly's, it's 6 Ks of downhill.
The good part of it is that when I tell them to slow down or we're going to walk, they all listen to me. So it makes it a bit easier for me to carry out my activity. So I actually, this group that we had today again were amazing as well. But I mean, every year, they all listen to me, which is nice, and that's do this year. Yeah, I love it, man.
And again, how does it feel that he took you guys to this Bill Rowan medal?
It is so amazing because that's going to be my first Bill Rowan. So this is my third medal. Thank you, Joe, for everything. I've listened and I'm here with the Bill Rowan in the back. Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate it. I'm the only lady here. I'm not sure, yeah, so I survived. Thank you.
Well done. Joe got you a green number.
Brilliant.
Be proud.
OJ, I'm very emotional, brother. Thank you so much. I got injured in 8:55. I was supposed to finish at 8 hours, but Joe and my friends here, they took me for green numbers. I'm so grateful, man. I'm very grateful. Joe, thank you so very much.
Well done, Joe.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. Take care, man. Yeah, thanks.
Joe being celebrated there and thanked by the runners he has taken home there. A banker. That's good. And we are still runners coming under that arch, so Joe got them in 5 minutes ahead of schedule. All these runners still bone finishes comfortably in. And now the dreaded gun, the first of the guns, are going to be.
For those that don't know, what's so hard about this race?
What, sorry?
For those that don't know what's so hard about this race, you just came through and your first words were like, this is so hard.
The heat, I don't know. Oh, my sport, I don't know. It was just hot, humid. The hills never get easier. It's so worth it.
You did it though. And what's so pleasing with the accomplishments that you actually get when you finish a Comrades race? And what keeps you coming back?
The people, the crowd, the people, the cheers, the vibes, the water points.
Well, congratulations. Go get your medal. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done to Karen Barnard. They're emotional, it is, as we'll see. And they come towards the finish line. It is now just getting towards 90 seconds to the cutoff, that first cutoff now for the Bill Rowan. A little bit of urgency on the outskirts of the venue now as those runners are pushing hard to complete this last 100 meters after that bridge at the entrance to Scottsville.
Yep, this is where they need to really just make sure that they make, you don't want to fall out by a second or two. So we'll see a lot of sprint finishes now coming towards this part of this race. 70 seconds to go. It's getting nervy now.
And these runners are going to make it. The gun is ready to be fired. Maku Chiefs are in, another one of theirs.
I see where it is.
50 seconds. Seconds. This is for a Bill Rowan medal from Group 1.
Come on, guys. Come on. There's a pacer
Pushing
coming, Gerald.
hard.
There's
Pushing.
a pacer.
There's a bunch coming in now. They're home. Well done. Punches the air. Delight.
There's a bus driver.
Oh, it's very tight. It's very tight.
Come on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
So, one little piece of drama rolls over now. Reset for the next.
Well, it's a nervy run towards the last few meters of that race. A few athletes just outside of that 9-hour mark. Obviously, the group that is going for that Bill Rowan medal.
Zandile, you were cutting it quite fine there for that Bill Rowan medal. You got in just in time. How does it feel?
Feels so good, and it's rewarding. Now the hard work pays. I mean, I've trained very hard, being a long-distance truck driver, not finding time to train, but through hard work and determination and discipline, I've managed to make sure that I do what is possible and do what is needed. And my aim was the Bill Rowan, because my last medal was Robert Mchali, and I've improved massively, and I'm very, very happy.
It's fantastic. What's so different about every Comrades race that you've run? This is your third medal now. You keep putting on the goals and then you achieve them as well.
Now, it's always knowing the base load, and you don't overwhelm yourself with hard work or overtrain yourself. You need to always keep your body fresh, and knowing that at the end you take what is necessary, and on the day you just do what you can, and God will always do the rest for you, and I'm grateful today. Thank you.
I saw an A-batch lady at Linfield Park. She was running with...
It's quite something to go from a Robert Mchali to a Bill Rowan. A lot of runners will go the other way, but to go up, good effort, very, very good effort. I think we're...
She runs for Stella with Grant.
The drama continues here at Scottsville. Rory, thanks very much for joining us here. Wonderful to have you here. And
thank you,
good
guys.
luck as a member of the Comrades Marathon Association board. Good luck with the preparations for the centenary edition next year.
And thank you for all that you do.
For Yvette Van Zyl. Yvette Van Zyl's aunt, of course, won the Comrades Marathon, Francis van Black. And she is presented with a large bronze medallion by Ubab Tami Ntuli. Next up, we'll ask our Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Mayor Pietermaritzburg, to come up and present her with the signature Comrades Gold Medal. These gold medals go to all of our winners, and it's a keepsake. It's real gold, and they keep it for many, many years. Thank you, Mayor Pietermaritzburg. The City of Durban trophy presented to Yvette Van Zyl by our Councillor Zimkulu Tebola. Zimkulu Tebola. That trophy from the city of Msunduzi municipality, I beg your pardon, for her exploits on the uprun. And for coming third, thanks to Celsi, who've topped up the prize money. Please congratulate Yvette Van Zyl, given a check of 334,000 Rand by Mr. Barry Holland. Congratulations, Yvette. Congratulations. Next up, she finished in third place at the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon earlier this year and announced to her legions of social media followers that she aims to finish on the podium at Comrades this year. Running in the colors of Ntsiga Athletic Club, please put your hands together. 5:53:36 for Nobuhle Nobukosi Chuma. Bambizu Makolite. Umsebenzi omuhle, umsebenzi oncomekayo. She is presented with that large silver medallion by Ubabmtuli, and the gold medal once again will be presented by our Deputy Minister of Sport. Looks like she's a crowd favorite. The Mayor of Msunduzi, Councillor Tebula, will present her with that City of Durban trophy. It's the biggest payday of her career. For all the sacrifices, Mr. Barry Holland will give Nobuhle Chuma a check of 464,000 rand. How we are tired, Nobuhle. Hey! Makolite. And for a woman who has reinvested the joy in distance running, the woman loved by all of South Africa, all of Africa, and all of the world as being one of the foremost ultra-distance runners of her generation. She joins a select club including Bruce Fordyce, Arthur Newton, Alan Robb, and Elena Nugarlieva as having won the Comrades Marathon 5 times. Ladies and gentlemen, in a new record, please put your hands together for Geraldine. 5:44:53 is her new record. And Ubabmtuli encouraging her after giving her that large gold medallion. The gold medal presented by Mepis Mabe. And her husband Duncan watching in the crowd there. And she smiles for him. The Comrades Bold Trophy for our victor today, presented by the Mayor of Msunduzi, Councillor Tebula. And it is one of the biggest individual paydays in South African sports. For crossing the finish line first, 925,000 rand. And lastly, for our winner, and only for our winner, Mutomuse Kaula will give her the laurel wreath. Well done, Geraldine. Fabulous. So, more checks to be handed out. Not just 925,000 rand for Geraldine. A new best time
with an average pace of 4 minutes, 1 second, and 24 seconds over 85.77 kilometers, Gerda Steen earns another check of 605,000 rand. Hey, in England, man. Hey, in England, man. Congratulations to Gerda Steen. And let's give our three ladies, Yvette van Zyl, Nobuse Nokosi Chuma, and Gerda Steen, a warm round of champion applause. Well done, ladies. You may take your seats. We will have another photo opportunity once we go off air with this prize giving. And thank you to all of our viewers joining us from all around the world on this very special day here in South Africa. The 14th of June 2026, the first time that the Comrades Marathon went to a global audience on YouTube. Now, time for our men. He announced in the media press conference which preceded this that he didn't think he would finish the race. But after 50 kilometers, he felt stronger than ever and decided that he'll keep going and he'll get caught where he gets caught. For amazing bravery, Ispindi, please put your hands together for the colors of Max Delete, 5 hours, 21 minutes and 31 seconds. Buti Mullo. Mullo brought the fire. Ubabntuli will present him with his large bronze medallion. Munawa Frankfurt. Mepis Mabe will give him his gold medal. Says congratulations. And the McCulloch Trophy will be presented to Butimolo by Councillor Tebola, the Mayor of Msunduzi. For his efforts, a man would enjoy his biggest payday, 334,000 rand. Presented by Mr. Barry Holland. He's known as the Flying Dutchman. 3 times he's been second, and he was the defending champion of the uprun in 2026. For running 5 hours, 19 minutes, and 36 seconds, one of the Comrades Marathon's favorite sons, please put your hands together for South Africa's adopted son, Piet Viersma. Fabulous effort by Piet Viersma, who receives a large silver medallion from Ubab Tabintuli. Hey, the Rentogran must clap for the minister. That's all, okay. And the Anderson Trophy, presented by Councillor Mzimkulu Tebola to Piet Viersma. For his efforts in taking second place, Piet Viersma will walk away with 464,000 rand. Congratulations, Piet! One of the most loved runners here in South Africa. And finally, asked by Charles Baloyi of the national broadcaster, who he's dedicating this victory to. George Cush dedicated it to his wife and his young 20-month-old son. A full-time worker, training in the morning, early at 4 o'clock, and at night. George Cush shows what champions are really made of. In a new record time, 5 hours, 15 minutes, and 56 seconds. Please, a very warm round of applause for George Cush. And the whole of Pretoria will have been up on their feet watching the Comrades Marathon today. He receives his congratulations and his large gold medallion from Mubabantuli. The gold medal is presented to him by Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Pietermaritzburg. And the laurel wreath, that will be by Mutomuse Kaula, will place the laurel wreath on the young man's head. Time for him, I beg your pardon, to receive the most famous trophy in long distance running. For George Cush, presented by Councillor Mzimkulu Tewala, he will receive the Comrades Marathon Trophy. His name will be etched alongside such names as Hardy Ballington, as Arthur Newton, as Alan Robb, as Bombusa Tembu, as Tete Tijana, and of course, as Bruce Fordas. For his efforts, 925,000 Rand. Presented by Mr. Barry Holland. Well, this is one man who certainly needs all the money he can get with the young children. Many years of paying school fees ahead of them. Please put your hands together for completing the race in a new best time with an average of 3 minutes 40.99 seconds and a finish time 5 hours 15 and 56. 605,000 Rand. It means that George Cush and Gerda staying here today because they are also the first South Africans will walk away with in excess of 2 million Rand each. And now we ask the ladies to come forward and join the men in front. Men to step down, step off the podium. Oh, no, they can stay there. You can stay there, gentlemen. I beg your pardon. Gentlemen, you can stay there. Ladies, you can step up for a combined photo. You can pick up your trophies and all your keepsakes. Please be patient with us. They are very tired. They can hardly move. They are limping here on stage. In the middle, Gerda, Yvette in position 3. There we go, and Mubute in position 2. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a warm round of applause for our 2026 Comrades Marathon Champions.
The East South Africa, Mr. John Matani, the President of SAST, Mr. Gary Hendricks, I beg your pardon, Gary, and also Mr. Steve Mukasi, the President of K7A. So once again, of course, slightly so we can see the photo. Matani.
one more beautiful smile from all of our champions and our dignitaries. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries, Mr. Stephen Gassi, Mr. John Motane, Mr. Barry Hendricks, and of course, all our presenters of the awards, Tani Tuli, Ms. Pietermaritzburg, Mr. Barry Hendricks, Councillor Simple Victoria, and of course, about Mr. Karina. Thank you all for presenting these awards. The biggest cheer goes to our champions.
The prize sport get involved in Comrades Marathon?
Just look behind us, who wouldn't want to? This is really what our brand is about. It's the everyman, it's the elite, it's making sport accessible through our value positioning, our value championing positioning, champion.
Love it.
Yeah, and there's just here is just so much about what the passion of our brand is.
And for you personally, what do you love about Comrades Marathon Race Day?
Do you know, this morning I must have actually, I've probably cried 5 times. I just love that the work that goes into something like that. Everybody has a dream. No one runs a Comrades Marathon just for nothing. There's something that spurs them, the hours that they put in, the time they spend away from the family, the ups and downs they go through, and just this is the ultimate human race. And just, yeah, every kind of person, and just pushing through. And you just never know what you're going to do until the day.
Last question, your message to all the runners today.
Guys, this is what you've worked for. This is your day. This is our time to celebrate you for all the hard work, whether we're sponsors, whether we're supporters, whether we're your seconders, it's the public. You've worked hard for this, enjoy it, and you're nearly all the way up.
Philippa, thank you so much. Thank you for everything Mr. Price Sport does for Comrades Marathon. You guys are champions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, enjoy the rest of the day.
And you, thank you.
Thank you.
And Sammy, why does Mr. Price Sport get...
All the hugs there for Rory out and wonderful, because Mr. Price have been long and loyal supporters of the Comrades Marathon. The trudge, a little bit of a trudge for some here, but they know they are probably well inside their goals. On the right hand side into the finish line, and on the left hand side those making their way up and along the road towards the finish here. Bruce, we haven't yet asked you, Bruce. I don't think I have, and I can't remember because I don't have a memory of reading it in your book. But why? What is your why? Not just for Comrades. Pause there, Bruce. I'll give you time to read the chapter in your book, and then you can come back to us, because we're going to reflect on today's race, which was highly dramatic and entertaining as well, as the race started in Durban in balmy conditions this morning. So that was the demise of our very early leader, who chased out before it even got light. He was being treated, and so the same went for Malloy, Samuel Malloy, another who sprinted out early. He found it a little bit too far for his marathon trained legs, and he will no doubt come back, lessons learned. But it is that sort of day today. Booley looked as though, Booty at least, Moro looked as though his day was done. But my word, he dug deep, didn't he? He showed incredible resolve, determination, even when George Kusha went blasting past him. And he would have turned around, and you would have forgiven him for thinking, well, that'll be the end of it. But George Kusha got to the finish and finished ahead of Piet Wiersma, the man who won going up to Maritzburg the last time out. But this is some of the drama out on the road today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's war out there, to say the least. And you can see the runners exhausted, depleted, doing interviews, lying down. I mean, that's just how much they've given and put themselves, well, poured out into this race. Look at Vet van Zyl also, just you can almost feel the intensity and the exhaustion that's on their bodies.
Yes, and we're not able to take a camera. We're not able to take a camera into the hospital tent, but that's a war zone.
Yeah, I think just as well. You know, you look at that, Bruce. What was your worst? I mean, what event? Which one did you feel?
1982, I had a race against Alan Robb on the down run. He'd never lost a down run. I got away from him, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, so to speak, because the cost was so dear that I landed up in the hospital tent. And for a brief time, I was alone in the hospital tent with all the nurses and doctors to attend just to me.
Well, it even happens to the best, doesn't it? And little wonder this is a real challenge. Comrades 2026.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit, and Omo, to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
For. Nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
There's nothing quite like it, the Comrades Marathon. It is an extraordinary display of human endeavor and triumph over a degree of adversity. That is just today. Many hundreds of these runners have triumphed over adversity and got through some difficulties in life. And this perhaps a little microcosm of some of that as well today.
That's true. I mean, you look at every runner's got a story, you know, and every story is special and unique. And that's what makes this race so special. That question you asked, Gerald, about Bruce Fordyce's why, I was so eager to hear that. Please
the why is the same answer that George Mallory, the famous mountaineer, was asked in 1924. Why do you want to climb Mount Everest? And his answer was, because it's there. and it's the same with the Comrades. Why did you want to run your first Comrades, Bruce? Because it's there and it looks at you and it challenges you.
How did you find out about it?
Well, it's in our DNA as South Africans. I mean, from a very early age, there was no television coverage, but I used to listen on the radio. So my heroes were the early champions in those days. Dave Bagshaw, Mick Orton, Dave Levick, Derek Price. No women running in those days, but I listened to the radio, completely absorbed by it. Then when I was at university, I met a friend who had earned a medal, and I just looked at that medal and I wanted it so badly. I wanted it so badly that it called me. And then 1976 was the first televised race. They didn't do it live like we're doing today with this magnificent presentation. They brought it to 2 weeks later, a packaged version. And I remember watching it. I didn't think for one moment I watched Alan Robb winning his first.
I don't have to tell you how incredible this race is, but for you, how was today?
Oh, absolutely amazing. I mean, what makes Comrades is the crowds on the side of the road and the support of the spectators and the camaraderie between everybody. It's something you never forget, no matter how many times you do it.
Shimon on the board, I guess there's no better way to test everything than to go run yourself. Do you go out there looking at, oh, maybe we should do this next year?
No, definitely. You run critically, you know, so you are looking to see what's going on, and it's good.
The second start also seemed to work brilliant. Everyone that's come through, they love going down. I think especially lead up to next year, they certainly worked well today.
Yes, it was smooth, went off without a hitch, at least for Group 1. Obviously I didn't see the rest, so yeah, we're looking forward to 2027.
There's about 15,000 runners still behind you. This race is incredible. So many stories, so many people doing it for different reasons. Why do you think it's so special about these people coming back year after year?
Well, again, like I said, it's the vibe, it's the camaraderie, it's the spirit. You know, it brings people together, and that's what it is.
And now we've also beamed it out to the global stage, stream on YouTube, and then we'll only bring more eyeballs to the Comrades Marathon.
Definitely, we're very excited about the first international broadcast, and yes, it's the start of the future.
Well done today, Mark.
Thanks very much.
Mark Leathers, finishing chairman of the board, and yeah, there we go. 9 hours and 1 minute, Group 3. So, yeah, Robert M. Charlie medal is now in focus.
Yes, and it's a coveted medal, you know, the new one. It's a lovely medal. It, as we know, honors a great man. And that was the cutoff for the Wave 3 runners. If there were in that group a few runners who could possibly have earned a Bill Rowan, that was their last shot. But they're in Wave 3, and not disparaging them in any way, but they're in Wave 3 because very few of them will do 9 hours. They're the backbone, the guts of the Comrades Marathon, and most of them are way out there still.
Aspirations of a Bill Rowan starting in that are well, quite ambitious, but there may have been one or two who might have run the race of their lives today. But we've got just 28 minutes leading into the first of the Robert M. Charlie cutoffs. That's at 10 hours, 9 to 10 hours for the Robert M. Charlie medal. We were just digging into your connection, your very early connections of the event, Bruce.
Yes, well, as I was saying, I listened to it on the radio, I saw it on television. I didn't think I could ever be like Alan Robb, who won his first one in '76. But I was looking at people on television saying, well, if that guy can do it, I can definitely do it. And yeah, I just became inspired and started running with no project to lose weight or get fit. My project was to run the next year's Comrades Marathon.
And you just decided to, I mean, nowadays one goes for a coach, and you had a club?
What's a coach?
Yeah. You just got out there and started training.
Well, my first run was 10 minutes around my university rugby fields. I did it at night in case anyone saw me, because I knew I'd have to walk and I knew I would look pathetic. And both of those things did happen. But what happened was I accidentally did the correct thing. I made my first training run for Comrades so easy that I had no problem coming out the next day and running again, and then the next day. And after about 2 weeks, I thought, okay, be bold. Let's run for 15 minutes. And I slowly built up from then, and because obviously I had some genetic talent, I very rapidly got quite fit and ran my first Comrades in '77, Alan Robb's second win. I remember coming down into Little Polly's, coming down into the valley before Little Polly's, and a spectator had a radio, and the radio announcer was saying, and my goodness, here comes Alan Robb into the finish, and gosh, he looks strong and fit and so full of running. And I remember hating Alan Robb, but hating the Comrades even more.
Well, running the Comrades once is one thing, but you have to run it the other way, and then you earn a back-to-back medal. They were handed out retrospectively, no longer, but if you run one, you've got to run the next year the other direction.
There's a particular madness of the Comrades. You finish your first one and you swear, never again. 1 year later, you're back. This medal may be the culprit.
He looks a very forlorn figure.
The Comrades runs in both directions. 1 year up, 1 year down.
He's not beaten. He's run unbelievably.
For the first timer who comes back and finishes in the other direction, there's a medal. The back-to-back.
And this is a wonderful run from an ageless performer.
It says you didn't just survive the Comrades. It says you came back for the version that scared you.
By Maria Buck of Germany and Lee Jabet. She was now reduced to a walk.
Some people need to see both sides of the road, no matter what they say on the finish line.
The bus making their way towards the finish now, and it's a big one, this Robert M. Charlie bus. They've got 3 of them, and the driver's Cor van Heiningen running his 18th, Frans Ramashaba his 4th, or his 5th, beg your pardon, Sipiwe Solanku is 17th out of Group 2. The first 2 out of Group 1 shouldn't have a problem. Group 2, they'll be all right.
Yes, they'll make it.
See, working well as a group as we are accustomed to seeing. There's a lot of singing, a lot of dancing, a lot of rhythm there, and you know, it's really always interesting. One of the, I think the bus driver has got a tambourine at times, and you just hear the entire time, just encouraging you guys, stay in the pace, we're doing well, we're on rhythm.
They beat out the rhythm. I'm not a great fan of a bus personally, because I find when you're in the middle of the bus, you get jostled, you get pushed around, you struggle to get to the tables to get your drink. But for a lot of people who don't want the added stress of having to calculate whether they're on pace, the buses are fantastic. And if you like sing-songs, and you like clapping your hands, and you like a tambourine going ching, ching, ching for 10 hours, well then you go to the bus.
You are obviously, you know, a legend, you know, and of course,
thank you.
You running in that group is not built for you, you know, it's built for the average person who wants to do something special.
Well, doing something special is running the Comrades Marathon, and it is an extraordinary journey. And everyone wants to be part of the Comrades Marathon, and why not?
About your partnership with the Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Personally, I've never experienced Comrades before. It's my first year. I'm absolutely blown away by what sport can do for this country. Just the participants are unbelievable. The courage coming up this polys, and they're at the top of polys now. It's just incredible to watch. Wow, what an amazing, amazing event.
Now, you're doing something unbelievably special at the finish line today. Tell us more about that.
Well, we've got the first PB bell at Comrades, which is great fun. So it's a really old, large brass bell, and anyone that finishes in their PB gets to ring it. We're going to have a huge board there for people to sign, and we can take it to our staff and put it up and share this amazing experience with them.
Now, your very own brand ambassador, Gerda Steyn, sprinted past us with a huge smile on her face. You must be so proud.
Yeah, it looked like she was going for a 5K run. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Well done to you, Gerda. Amazing. We're all super proud of you for her fifth win. Amazing. And what an inspiration to so many people in South Africa.
Now, with you on a personal note, having experienced the Comrades Marathon for the very first time, to see it in the flesh, what does it mean to you, and what have you thought of it so far?
Yeah, I just think that it strengthens our belief in the future of the country, strengthens our belief in the people of this country, and what we can do when we come together. There are lots of things pulling us left and right, but when we pull together, it's amazing what we can achieve as a people of South Africa.
That was Sasha Du Plessis, Chief Marketing Officer of Thirsty. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Well, Sasha, certainly on the button there about what this event does for our nation, and it might not be tangible as you go back into life, but you will touch upon it. You will feel that connection over the next couple of weeks. You will feel it. You will see people who've run Comrades. You'll know people who run Comrades. You'll meet people who have run Comrades, and they'll tell you their story, and you'll connect with them. You'll be part of that journey. Wherever you are
around the world. That's the beauty of this event, is that we have people from absolutely every country in the world almost.
I think that from January till June each year, globally, there probably isn't a second in a 24-hour clock when there isn't somebody training for the Comrades Marathon. If you go from the date line to the date line and you go around the world, there will be somebody training for the Comrades Marathon. Even on some small island somewhere, a country that doesn't have a lot of runners, there isn't a single second when there isn't somebody preparing for Comrades.
That's what it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those races that it consumes people's lives in a good way for those who do it. And actually, it's post-Comrades where you see a lot of these people that are almost roaming around the streets like zombies, not knowing what to do themselves, because the next one is so far away and they can't wait to get back into it again.
Well, tomorrow, the wounded, the war wounded, limping around, as I said earlier, getting to some steps and saying, I can't go down those steps, I cannot go down those steps. And if you happen to drive back to one of our cities, like as I did as a young student, drive back and you stop at somewhere like Harrismith to refreshments or whatever, and then you just laugh seeing people trying to get out of the car because rigor mortis is set into their legs. When they get out, they walk a little bit like the emperor penguin in Antarctic with the egg on it. Yeah, they waddle.
But it's a proud waddle, and it should be, because this is a richly deserved waddle, that's for sure. And they will be wearing their medals. That's something you can be very, very sure of. 4 little medals as well. So talk about the race. Well, let's have a quick reflection on how the race unfolded today. The early morning in Durban, the dark of Durban. There was singing, the enthusiasm, the energy around the streets of Durban was palpable. They're just oozing. It'll be lit for the next week, Durban, on the energy. It was expounded there. Now they're headed off in those 3 waves of runners, with the elite first at 5 o'clock in the morning through the dimly lit streets of Durban. 15 minutes after that first batch, the second wave headed off, led off in the main by a bunch of green number wearers. Those who've run 10 or more Comrades Marathons had the privilege of starting in batch H at the front of the batch. And so the gun went for the last of those starts at 5:30 this morning. So a little bit darker for a little bit longer for the runners out there today, Bruce, which is, I think out of Durban, not too bad.
Help contribute to the record times because it's cooler for longer.
We saw these early runners heading out and setting a cracking pace. But as we know over the years, are bold but ultimately foolhardy tactics. Gerda Steyn, though, knew exactly what she was about. She did have company, though, for much of the first half of the race, more so than she's had in previous years. Samuel Malloy took a bottle. He was leading in for a moment, perhaps dreaming of glory today in Pietermaritzburg. But he's never been this far before, so it was a long haul. Meanwhile, Gerda Steyn had those with her. It was starting to count against Malloy. He was looking over his shoulder. Mbuti Moro was coming. He was the man as they went through the halfway mark at Drummond. Gerda Steyn keeping that ever so regular tempo that torments her rivals all the way.
The pace was fantastic, and you could just see in the beginning, not really sure who was going to be taking it at this one. Mbuti looking very good as well. You can just see it's a beautiful morning, very, very cool conditions, as mentioned by Bruce, contributing to very, very fast times, and the runners getting to test themselves. And that's where Samuel started to feel a bit of pain, and unfortunately for him, Mbuti took the reins from there on. It was a battle all the way to see who's going to take this title.
This was the man charging through the field. George Kusha had started, as Bruce Fordyce will always tell you, like a coward, and he came roaring like a lion through the field late on to put the pressure on and picked off riders time and time again. And Mbuti Moro was starting to suffer. George Kusha was getting stronger and stronger, whilst Gerda Steyn still had company. Mbukusi Chuma was with her, but Shelmet Baruki dropped off, and Yvette van Zyl likewise. And Booty at this stage looked as though his race was done. And George Kusha was hunting him down. Smelled blood in the water, and so he started closing in on the leader. But Gerda Steyn managed to get away from her closest rivals, and from then on it was open the smile and run the way. Lloyd Bosman had an excellent run today.
Absolutely, tasting that lead for the first time. George Kushka was really motivated, and just look at him, it looks like he's zoned in, and from there on it was about Booty trying to hold on for dear life, but it was one man and one man only who was pulling away from the rest of the race, and glory came to George Kushka as he came down that finishing line for what was a record time, and today he rewrote history.
Scarcely believable time of 5 hours and 15 minutes. An unbelievable run for the ages by George Kusha. And Piet Wiersma, well, he picked off Moro inside the last couple of kilometers. We know he's renowned as a fast finisher. He just couldn't pull in Kusha, but he did enough to get a second place. And Moro running a brave, bold and courageous third place on the podium. Well run, the man from Frankfurt in the Free State, Booty Moro. It was all smiles for Gerda Steyn. She had it in the bag at this stage. The cheers, well, she is just like a magnet. People just love to be in her presence and in her company, and she responds in kind by giving of herself. And she did that today. She picked off a 5th Comrades Marathon victory, a 4th in a row, and another record time for Gerda Steyn. Nobukushi Chuma in 2nd place. Glorious day for the Zimbabwean, her best result ever here at the Comrades Marathon, and she was a very, very worthy silver medalist ahead of Yvette van Zyl. Doughty, hard fighter. She is a superb hill runner, and she proved it today by finishing in 3rd place. Well, Comrades Marathon is really a special place, and Joel Faber bringing home the Bill Rohn bus here is a medal that is one that is really sought after, and his 28th medal for Joel Faber, doing a grand job and well appreciated by all those he guided to the finish. A silver medal, beg your pardon, 7.5 hours silver medal that was. Now we...
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Whatever you're running for, nothing should stop you. Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has. A stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit and Omo to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
To the cutoff for the Robert M. Charlie in Group 1. There are 3 buses heading into the finish. One of our wonderful runners from India. Huge support from India and the Comrades Marathon. He's just finished and will collect a Robert M. Charlie medal as they make their way across the finish line.
Well, it's a significant medal when you look at the history of Robert M. Charlie, the first black man to unofficially finish the race. And, it's a medal which he gets to see, many South Africans celebrate, and I mean, it's in honor of his contribution to this marathon as well. It
Absolutely.
paved the way to many other great marathon runners who have gone on to win the race.
Yeah.
Barry, congratulations on your duties up on the podium. A special time that as well.
I just love handing out money. I felt like the all-time banker.
I've never seen you smile bigger.
I mean, just, money, just like that. I wish some of it was mine.
It gets better because you're sitting alongside Brad Glasspool here, and he's got a beautiful bottle of Graham Beck VC. Brad, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thank you very much. I mean, this is quite exciting too. It's an incredible day at Comrades this year.
Tell us about the Graham Beck and the connection, I suppose, firstly, between wine, champagne, and or bubbly and Comrades.
Yeah, the interesting one is we have teamed up with Charles Back, and Charles is guiding us through a process of creating a Comrades Marathon wine collection.
Wonderful.
So this isn't a wine with a label stuck on it. This is very specifically about Comrades Marathon. And the inaugural wine is the Vic Cap Classique, and you would have seen the winners today received a Jeroboam, a 3-litre each, and the gold medalists, which is the one that we have here, is all of the gold medalists will receive a magnum of the inaugural Comrades Marathon Vic Cap Classique. It's great to be able to do this together with Comrades and with Charles. I mean, it's a really exciting project.
So the Charles Back Winery are clearly now in full production because the 100th edition is around the corner, so they must have something special for that.
This has taken a little bit of time. As we know, wine and Comrades are very similar. No 2 years are the same. And a lot of the work has already been done in the vineyards. A lot of it is being done in the cellar. And the launch of the wine will be in time for the 2027 Comrades Marathon for the 100th run.
Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. I mean, I'm quite a wine lover, but interestingly, what did you do different, perhaps, to create this?
So I think one of the interesting ones is wine is a story.
Yeah.
And Comrades Marathon is all about stories. My dad ran his first Comrades in 1972. I've grown up with Comrades. I know what it's like when you go out to functions and you need an excuse to talk about Comrades.
I don't.
What better way? Barry, you've got lots of training in this, though. You've got lots of experience. But for a novice or someone, you walk into your mate's braai, you put down a bottle of Comrades Marathon wine, and there's some great names and the whole themes that we're going through. It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be about stories. You create the story, and everybody starts talking about Comrades. It's a win-win.
Are you at liberty to tell us what Charles Back's producing? What types of wines they'll be producing?
We're going to have a novice range and some exciting names. Keep it fairly uncomplicated. We'll do a few sort of wine lovers, runners range, throw a few names in there, Cowie's Hill, Polly Shorts, Nchanga sounds great. Still busy negotiating about Fields and Witters Hill. And then some really exciting collector's wines that the guys will be looking at, and those have taken a long time. They've been in the cellar for a little bit longer and will be really cool to see.
Reds and whites.
Reds, whites, bubbles. Few more interesting ones as we go along and we see what people are looking at. I mean, there's some exciting stories about peach brandy on Comrades Marathon from the old timers.
Yeah. But you know what's wonderful, Gerald, and what I'm hearing is, I think we've all come across it. You get a bottle of wine from at your old boys' day at your school, and it's plonk. It's absolute plonk. I mean, they just took the cheapest possible wine and they slapped a label on it.
That's the last time you get invited to your old boys' day.
But I'm thrilled to hear that you're really putting effort into this and honouring Comrades, in fact.
Yes.
Because that's meaningful, very meaningful.
And I think what's really important is this wine is not to put on the shelf and keep for 20 years.
Yeah.
This is for you, and we've said it to the winners. Drink the wine and keep the bottle.
Yes. Yeah.
I had a wonderful experience recently down in Stellenbosch where I went to visit some friends and they had a collector's bottle up on their kitchen shelf. but it was open. This one is the same story. Open it, drink it, keep the bottle, because the experience is the wine, and it's the reason to talk about Comrades. Even more important.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Brad Glasspool. Comrades wine collection, Brad.
Yeah.
I bet you'd never thought you'd have that as your dissertation.
Never, ever. But I have an absolute love for Comrades, growing up with it, love for wine, and putting the two together. Let's see where we can go. This is a great journey.
Wonderful. Yeah.
We look forward to seeing that vintage next year. So will it be released ahead of race day next year?
Very definitely.
Okay.
And some opportunities for us to go and chat to the clubs, introduce them to the wine, and create the story well in advance of Comrades. Comrades isn't just a one-day-a-year event.
Yeah.
365 days a year. And for the guys who prefer a down run, just double that and they'll skip a year in between.
Fantastic. That's great news indeed for Comrades Marathon, for wine lovers, for everyone connected to it. And if you're not connected, well, you will be.
This is the opportunity.
Exactly.
Very much
exactly. So well done. That's a Jeroboam?
That is a Magnum.
Magnum.
The Jeroboam takes 3 people to carry, and it's 3 liters. And I feel the pain as Kada tried to hold that up while carrying everything. But yeah, it's going to be, those are really great ones, and I think that's what we'll carry on with in the years to come as an award for the winners. But certainly ones that we need to be drinking ourselves.
Yeah, lovely.
3 liters of wine, I think that's a good excuse. You say just one bottle.
That's a good afternoon.
It's a very good afternoon.
Yeah. And a great celebration. Vic for victory. Vic for Vic Clapham, testament to the founder of the race, and that's what encompasses this. It's adding in those stories about the people that have made this event possible.
And I see the story on the back, on the label on the back there. Would that relate the Vic Clapham story or the wine story, or a bit of both?
Vic stands for victory. Since 1921, the Comrades Marathon has tested the limits of human courage, endurance, and determination. Founded by Vic Clapham as a living memorial to the comrades of the Great War. Tells both stories.
Lovely.
Celebration of finishing the Comrades Marathon and a celebration to Vic Clapham.
Well, thanks very much, Brad. Brad Glasspool. You'll find on his card, Comrades Wine Collection.
Yes, that's it.
Loving that. Well done. Thanks, Brad, and we look forward to the vintage in 2027, 100 years of Comrades.
Look forward to
Marathon.
drinking it with you then.
Oh, yeah.
Lovely.
Right, we are closing in on the cutoff of the Robert and Charlie. 9 hours 58 is now just under 2 minutes here for the Robert and Charlie medal, and thanks given for these runners as they cross the line. They've done it. It's been a goal. Well, they've achieved it here today. And they'll be a little bit further back, a little bit of a hurry up as they run towards the finish here. Barry, this is tension time.
Yeah, this is the real Comrades now. You know, I said it earlier when I was on air, and I know with a little bit of deference and apologies to the wonderful likes of Gerda and George, but you know what? This is the real Comrades now. This is the meat and potatoes.
These are the ones, the runners that have to really grind and pull every ounce of energy out of their bodies to get to that finish line.
Yeah, Timber, people crossing the line now have worked so hard today. So hard.
If they've latched on to Cor van Heinigen, to Frans Ramoshaba, and to Sipiwe Solanku, they will do well because they are the bus drivers in this group, and they're flooding across the line now. So I reckon they've done a really, really good job. We haven't yet seen the bus come around the corner. At least I haven't noticed. It may have come in already. I'm not sure, but it may well be getting very, very close here because time is ticking away. 30 seconds to go. You're in. Congratulations, green number. You have done your job. Your third medal. Congratulations from the SA Police. Here comes the bus. They are charging into the finish line here. Time is ticking away. We're into the last 15 seconds. That bus is going to have to go now. In towards the line. He is home and hose, safe and sound. Robert and Charlie in the bag.
Yes, well done. Yo. Oh, that's wonderful.
Sub 10 done.
Fantastic work there from that group. Well, the bus driver getting them through, and you can see just how much it means to these gentlemen. It's been a long day of fighting. I mean, to be on your feet running for 10 hours, Gerald, it's excruciating, it's painful, it requires you to find something so deep within yourself, and you just have to keep on pushing. And that's the spirit of the race. Like you said, these are the true comrade runners, Barry.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's an observation just from an organizational point of view, and what the board are trying to do, and with the innovation we spoke about earlier, the 3-group start. I don't want to speak too early, but if you look at the finishing straight, we've just done 10 hours.
Yes.
There's no great mob. They are flowing and flowing and flowing.
So much
one of the biggest objectives was to stretch the field out, to make it more even, and to try and take away. I'm not saying we're not going to have that crush coming at Hopwas, 11 and a half hours.
But it's already better.
But there's no doubt it's better. No doubt.
100%. Group 2 still have, let's say, over 14 minutes to come through, as well as Group 3 with just over 29 minutes to come in. So
I think it's working. It's working at this point, Yeah.
And you can just see more and more athletes coming through. Uganda in the building. This is not a race only for the Rainbow Nation. This is for the Rainbow Continent. It's everybody from all over Africa coming to celebrate this day, all over the world. I mean, it's a fantastic and a spectacular event. The 10 hours Robert Charlie medal, those people that got that medal, they can celebrate.
And they're so proud.
Absolutely.
So proud. I mean, they wear that today, tonight, tomorrow at Aches and Pains. They wear that like a badge of honor. Absolutely fantastic.
They're the ones that deserve the 3-liter wine. I think they said just one bottle.
Yeah.
When you say just one bottle, that's the one you bring.
3-liter wine. Very special. And you're right about them wearing those medals, because if you go to the airport, for example, tomorrow, and you see people getting on the plane, they'll all be wearing their Comrades Marathon medals. And if you couldn't recognize them by their pigeon-toed, duck-like waddle onto the plane,
then you know. That limp is the badge of honor as well. Sometimes they ham it up a little bit, but they love that limp.
Almost a crab walk up the stairs and down, getting into the bed, making use of the bathroom. These are all the minor things that we take for granted, when we have our bodies and our limbs working as normal, Masiwin.
One year when I competed in the Comrades like this one, we finished then at the stadium, I beg your pardon, the stadium, not at the race course, at the Hollywood Bet Scottsville race course. So we finished down the road, and I ended up using one of the buses. I finished, I think, around about 10 hours or so, and I got back to the hotel, and by that stage my muscles had cooled. So when I had to stand up in the bus, it was very difficult. But it got even more difficult when I got to my hotel room, managed somehow to change, and slept. In the morning, I could not get out of bed. Rolled out of bed onto the floor, and I could not get into the shower. I had to call someone to help me, lift me into the bath. And that's the ache that you're talking about.
I've seen that movie. I really have. I've
49 times?
I've got the T-shirt. I've got the website. I know all of that. I know all of that. Were you talking about an up run or a down run?
It was an up run. It was
okay,
an up run.
because you can multiply that by 2 on the down run.
Yes, plummeting downfield hill takes its toll, but these ones here are still climbing all their way to the top.
And they're still moving. Yeah. They're still moving. They're doing very well.
Now look on course for a finish. Remember that the 10-hour, first of the 10-hour buses has come in for those that started in Group 1, but I don't think there'll be very many in Group 1 who will have targeted 10 hours. If they finish just under 10 hours, it's because they never good run.
Back in 2020, I signed up with quite a dirt and then COVID hit in. The last 5 or 6 years have been a little bit tough on that body. Back in 2020, I had 2 back operations. It's put me out of running for quite a long time. So a lot of friends have asked me, why am I doing this? Why do you run marathons? Why do you run ultra marathons? And I suppose the honest answer is, because it's there, because you want to challenge yourself. You want to see if you can do it. My first marathon I did as a bet on a bit of a hangover for some mates for a long weekend, and it was incredible, and I've kind of been hooked since then. And now it's there, so why not? Why not give it a go? If you can do 10Ks, you can do 20. If you can do 20, you can do a marathon. If you can do a marathon, why not an ultra? And Comrades is one of those things on your to-do list and your bucket list. So the last couple of years, I've just really been focusing on building my strength up and eventually come into the race. And that's what motivates me. It's there. Why not do it?
Back live at the finish line of the Comrades Marathon. Wonderful to learn a little bit more about the race with all the incidents that have been produced, giving us a little bit more of an in-depth look at the stories that make up this race. Now, the 20,000 stories, and there they are now. These are the ones who are finishing still quite comfortably. Stay tuned for the drama, because those that will hobble in and need to be carried in by friends, that will come around about 12 hours. But what's the rule exactly, Barry? You know this well, being a CMA board member, about helping others across that line.
Well, you may help somebody else, but you actually cannot carry them. This went back to a number of years ago. In fact, I know the guy, he's a family friend, and it took 6 guys to carry him across. He was actually unconscious, and it got called at that point to say, we're going to kill somebody that way, because he should have been put down and the paramedics should have been there saving his life potentially. Instead, he was a hero and being carried by 6 people. He's a big unit. He's a big guy. So that's not allowed. But certainly, brothers in arms across the finish line, fabulous. That defines Comrades.
Yeah, and we saw one of the recipients of the Comrades Spirit of Comrades Awards last year, which of course is presented by GEM's medical scheme, the government employee medical scheme. One of the recipients of that award was because he sacrificed his own bronze medal to walk arm in arm with an elder lady who was struggling a little bit, but he didn't carry her. They walked arm in arm and they crossed the finish line together.
Wonderful,
just before 12 hours.
Isn't that brilliant? Yeah, we in our club have got a series, like all clubs, got a series of trophies at our annual awards evening, and one of them is actually called the Bullman Trophy. And I don't know how the hell it got its name, but the Bullman Trophy is given to somebody that would actually maybe give up their chance at a better run, a better time, to get somebody, a fellow club member, home. And some of the stories that go with that are just unbelievable,
It's really selfless, and I think that's the spirit of the Comrades that gets us attracted to this event.
And some of them from the US. The audio for some of these runners that are running along the road, we get a little bit in there now and then, so please stay tuned with us and be patient with us here during this broadcast.
I'm from Michigan.
A little bit of it in and out. We'll try and decipher what they're saying.
I'm also from Michigan. This is my wife. And I got started with it, and then I talked her into doing it as well. And now we're both kind of hooked, and we just keep
explaining why they chose to come and run the Comrades Marathon here in South Africa.
Originally, Tim Noakes' book talked so much about the Comrades, it piqued my interest. It sounded like a really cool
from
race.
The US.
And then once I did it, I'm hooked.
Another
you do it down,
pair
then
who
you have to do
chose
an up, so you've done each direction. Then you made friends. They come
forgo
back for your
football,
then you start
spectacle,
working
and come and enjoy the greatest show on earth, the Comrades
So you actually run as a green number holder. It's marketing genius.
You told me that you met your friend at the Comrades Marathon. Where
He's from Zimbabwe, and we ran 20 Ks together at my very first Comrades. He was an experienced runner, so he kind of coached me, and we just became friends. We've been in touch ever since, 20 years later. He's one of my best friends. No, we're just really running just to be here, to be a part of the event. South Africa has become part of our culture. We were married in South Africa 4 years ago. And,
well, the interesting thing about this, as they continue to tell us the reasons why they've come to South Africa to participate in the Comrades Marathon, this pair from the United States, is that they still have time for this lengthy conversation. When you try this with like half an hour to go, people are like, and rushing past the camera, so they must feel quite comfortable that they still have enough time to finish.
I hope so. I hope they're not being derailed or lured into cutoff rush, you know. But I mean, it is one of those things where I think the stories behind them being here, you know, especially from the United States of America, is encouraging. Now we want to hear why they're here. I think the why is probably the most important part of the Comrades, and people running for different reasons, you know.
There's Alpha Centurion. I just saw a pair from Alpha Centurion next to the Indian pair. Now, Alpha Centurion was the club at the end of his running career of the great Wally Hayward.
Yes.
And they still to this day host the My Way Wally Hayward Marathon on the 1st of May, which is named after the great man himself. And as we watch this man here with the push-ups, if you're just tuning into this broadcast and watching some of the South African Police Services runner crossing the finish line, the Hollywood runner crossing the finish line, we will let you know what happened earlier this morning for the 50th running of the Comrades Marathon, which started in Durban and was run to Pietermaritzburg. Here's a recap of the action as it took place earlier today. And this was the silver bus, and we were here to call that one, which impressed you quite a bit, didn't it, Barry?
Very good, very, very good. That was a solid run.
They would eventually cross that finish line in about 7:28:30-ish.
Yeah.
So quite comfortable, and the bus driver was very, very comfortable. He was waving to the crowd all throughout the race. And there was another bus driver there. And this is the famous Mr. Joe Farber.
Joe Farber.
Know him,
I know him very well. Yeah.
Look at him, what a legend, and just the pride, you know, that he has in getting his group through in the allocated time. I mean, you can see how much it means to him.
He absolutely lives this. He lives it, and he is so proud to be a bus driver.
Oh, fantastic stuff there, and I mean the scenes all over Pietermaritzburg now. You can just see its colors all over the road, and it's just one of those days where if you're in and around the city, you'll be asking yourself, why am I not there? And I'm sure a few people will be tempted after you to pull out their techies, maybe the running shoes. You'll even see a few people running in their all-stars and various other casual running shoes to just start their running career or running path towards the next Comrades.
Guilty as charged. I've done that. After I watched someone winning the race, I went out immediately, whatever shoes I had, the old tennis shoes, and went out running. Good to see runners from all over the world. What's that? Parks Running Club? Oh, it's a new one out in the central part of Johannesburg, not far from Pirates, which is one of the oldest clubs in the country, in fact. So good to see new clubs developing, and I think that might be Gareth Whitaker we spot there, who is one of the brains behind this broadcast here on YouTube. So that was him.
This is such a brilliant race. It is such a brilliant race. And Dorsey's for his green. Best thing ever.
Dorsey, how does it feel? I mean, to get your dream number, to commit to 10 Comrades is a tough ask.
Yeah, no, it was. These guys got me through properly, and the supporters amazing down the road. Yeah, it's just it's an amazing event. It's unreal. Everyone should do it. Champions.
How brilliant was today? I mean, you obviously involved in the background and the foreground now running today.
The organisation of this Comrade today, best. I think it's the best I've experienced.
Rich, how did it feel?
It was unreal. It was unreal. And even Kat had to do some tricking on streams on the way. It was amazing. We watched the finish.
The best stream ever is what I've heard.
This is unbelievable.
People are saying the best stream of all time.
Awesome. Are you coming back next year?
Wouldn't miss it for the world, my boy.
Well done, guys. Thanks, Dossie. Well done, boy. Well done,
Thanks, boy.
Trust behind this very first YouTube broadcast of the Comrades Marathon, which has gone global. And Timba Madima, you recognized the familiar face there.
Oh, yes, I did. That is Bridget Key. Oh, Bridgie, you did it. Congratulations. Fantastic. You know, it's always so exciting to see people that you know. I mean, she's plays such an amazing part in broadcasting. School sports, Super Sports Schools is where she works now at Canal Plus, and more interviews at the finish line as well. So well done, Bridgie.
I got it for all of us. Class of 2015, that's when it started. So I'm extremely happy to be here. Like I said last year, this was my last Comrades. So.
Famous last words, my last Comrades. I'm sure you'll be back next year. But how was it out there today?
Gee, man, it was rough, hey? And the heat didn't make it any better. But I mean, Comrades is special. There's nothing like it in this world. So I'm really happy to be here. And I'm glad I did it.
Go get our green number.
Yeah, been waiting.
Every family needs to have a Comrades Marathon runner. Is that not so, Barry? And if you run it, then the family takes the plaudits on your behalf.
You know, it's such a family thing. It becomes a family thing within families. You know, it's just such a motivating factor to get that Comrades medal. I'm blessed to have 7 children. And of my 7 children, 5 have run Comrades.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, absolutely unbelievable. You know, so that makes it a family. And of course, my wife runs Comrades as well. So
one year you ran with your nephew, Brett.
Yeah, my nephew, Brett, runs. So he runs for Hollywood Bets. You know, he manages the Hollywood Bets athletics team.
Yeah.
So, it becomes a massive family thing.
It's a family affair. And I mean, you know, what you've been able to do has motivated not only your family, which it should, but I mean the whole of South Africa and people around the world. They Google and they find, you know, Barry Holland, and you know, you're a legend. 49 consecutive finishes. I mean, it makes you one of the greatest ever runners of this, and I mean, I'm inspired.
Thank you, Timber. Can I hire you for my PR?
Definitely. We'll talk the money later, as we agreed. But it is really inspiring. So
and you know, we talk about family, but like our clubs are families as well. And I mean, I was fortunate to stand just down here by the finish and watch our club captain for our Dolphin Coast Riders. He was trying to break 6.5 hours, which was my time, and he made it.
Oh, so congratulations.
You know, I was in tears on the fence. He was in tears. You know, just absolutely fantastic.
Well, more and more runners coming through now, and they'll be looking to make it on that before that cutout, especially those in Group 3. And a mate of mine also, Anthony Jordan, he's currently on the grass, also making his way to that finish line. He's a clinical psychologist. I'm sure he's been doing a lot of thinking and preparing his mind to make sure that he gets over the line. It's not easy.
And maybe he's done all that thinking and he's never coming back.
Speaking of coming back, those who keep coming back year after year and do it 10 times will earn a green number. If you do it 20 times, you'll earn a double green number, triple green number for 30 times. And of course, if you ever reach the rarefied air of 40 plus, you will earn a quadruple green number. Let's find out a little bit more about the Green Number Club.
Simon and Diana who's completing her second run. Diana, that is gorgeous. Well done.
Tells at least 10 years of stories.
That is the beautiful picture of the Comrades Marathon. Jenna Noor.
Of days you won't forget. Maybe even moments that made
Look at the emotions on that face.
Why on earth are you running? My main thing is my green number today.
So this year, if you are one of the 614 runners making your way to Pietermaritzburg for one of these,
We're going to do it together.
We're going for green. Going for green.
Yes, you are. Congratulations.
That smile says it all.
This is a wonderful run from an ageless performer.
Soak it all in.
Andrew Crawford going to fetch his green number.
Green number, congratulations.
She will take every ounce in her body and claw over the finish line.
Doing his match, back goes
It's a test of discipline, a test of commitment, and ultimately a test of endurance. Earning a green number demands discipline over many years, 10 at least. And those who have done so will have a special place in the heart of the Comrades Marathon. The Green Number Club, we just saw Yolandi McLean, who's a multiple gold medalist. There she was running in the colors of Marianne Roberts a few years ago, earning her green number and what it meant for her. Why are green number winners, those who have a green number, very so important for the Comrades Marathon Association?
Well, it's all about the longevity, in fact, of the race, because you can see by, if you take the stats and look at the total number of people that have ever run Comrades in 99 years, it's amazingly low, because it just talks to the fact that people come back and come back and come back. So when you've run 10 and you decide that you're going to remain a complete idiot, and you and you now the double green is on the horizon, that becomes such a motivating factor. You know, they say you'll never ever run 10 Comrades, you'll only ever run 11, because you've got to run one in your green. You've got your green number, you've got to show off that next year with your green number on. And once you've done that, you're gone. I promise you'll go to.
Yeah.
So it's just a massive motivating factor for the guys to keep on coming back.
Correct. And then they say, well, you've run only up in your green number, now you must run down in your green number.
Yeah.
12, and next thing you know, 12 makes 20. So all things good for the green number. As we continue to listen to some of our runners completing the race here, another one from Alpha Centurion, and this lady, one of the throngs of a club that's looking ahead to the 50th edition of the My Way Wally Hayward Marathon in 2027. So they hold a lot of heritage, and many of these races actually have come up because people wanted to train up and qualify for the Comrades Marathon. So many of the standard marathons have done so, and the My Way Wally Hayward Marathon is one of them. Before we hear more about our socials runners from Inkamana, from Vitality, from Correctional Services, and from Waterfall, then we recap what's happened here today at the Comrades Marathon.
Beautiful day, beautiful morning. It started with the chanting and singing in the city of Durban, and you can just see it's a sea of runners getting ready to get underway. And when that gun went off after the rooster crow, it was a beautiful scene. And these two men over here, Samuel as well as Mahau, leading the pack. Mahau looked promising early on, the man with a very fast 10 kilometer, and then it was time for the second batch.
Time for the second batch to get started, and they started 15 minutes after the first gun went, and you could sense the excitement where there may have been some tension in the first batch, because that's where our elite athletes were housed. The second batch was much more of a celebration. At this stage, the man from Impala, a 10,000 meter man who finished inside the top 20 at the national championships in April, decided to call it quits, did a Mahau Rasoho, and that would open the door for Jobo Khatwane of the Maxed Elites and Pantane's Samuel Muloi to lead the women's race. Well, she enjoyed much of the camera time, did Digeledi Majara of the Nedbank Running Club, as she chased down leading women. But eventually it was this man who started to make some inroads into Samuel Maloi's lead, as Gerda Steyn continued to control the women's race.
Well, there's Samuel there just looking for the right drink to fuel himself. At that stage, you could see already signs of fatigue were starting to creep into the legs, but it did soldier on as the sun started to rise, started to get a bit more chilly, which was actually perfect conditions for these gentlemen. And the man from Pantane tried to hold on for as long as possible, but this man, Muti, he was chasing hard, the Mollo, and he continued to pursue him. Gerda Steyn also looking good in that powerful purple jersey.
Now, she looked fabulous out there, didn't she? She looked so in control, and you knew it was coming, that when she would push, and she did.
That's exactly the word to use, control. Gerda Steyn was a picture of control in the women's race, as the two on our outside, Shalmith Miriki and Nobuche Nobukosi Chuma, looked a little bit more labored as they tried to keep up with her. Well, he had labored enough, hadn't he? Coming out of Inchanga in the climb out, Samuel Moloi decided to call it a day. He simply told our cameras, I'm done. And that opened the door for Mbuti Mollo to forge ahead. But now he was being hunted by this man, George Kush, a man that Themba Madima knows very, very well from his days as a super fast middle distance youngster.
Well, Kushka, King Kushka, you can call him that now. He was the man who really came out here with a bold strategy, and Georgie Porgy running up the hills like a true champion. Gerda Steyn once again just gliding down the hills, up and down, making it look very easy. And this is what the part where Mbuti seemed to be slowing down, and George Kushka could smell blood at this point. But Gerda, as you can see, looking very calm and very cool and relaxed at this part of the race. And Mbuti started to take a bit of strain there. Gerda again smiling.
Gerda smile.
Of course, beautiful smile. And this is where George got his first opportunity to lead the race. And once he smelled that lead, he didn't let go of it, Mr. Rudy.
He never let go. We saw a shot of Nsindiso Mpagati of Nsiga. He was in third at one stage. He would fade to finish outside the top 10. But this man was impressive. Mbuti Mollo saying that he felt as good as he ever had, but this man would enjoy the ecstasy of a very first Comrades Marathon title in his very first up run. George Kush winning in a new best time, and for crossing the line in the fastest average pace, he earns an additional 605,000 Rand on top of his 925,000 Rand. Second place, once again, his third second place finish, Piet Viersma in 5:19, having caught Mbuti Mollo. But Mollo will take a lot of heart from this performance, the biggest race of his life.
Very brave run, very, very brave run.
And he hung on till the dear end and managed to close out the podium. The podium done in the men's race, well, the podium not yet decided in the women's race, decided who would win. Gerda Steyn out in front, but Yvette van Zyl having gone past Shamuth Miruki and others was in second. She took the confetti once again. Five-time champion of the Comrades Marathon, Gerda Steyn breaks the record she broke in 2024. That record she broke in 2029. Record-breaking Gerda does it again. And Nobuze Chuma smiling her way to her very first podium finish, takes second place in the colors of Nsiga.
So next year,
and that third place now would go down to the purple jersey once again. Yvette van Zyl earning third place in her first up run.
Fantastic running there, beautiful wrap up to that podium, and athletes that have deserved it so much. We'll be going into a short break. We'll be back shortly.
Let me just record that.
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky?
No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
The drama slowly beginning to unfold here at the Hollywood Bet Scottsville Racecourse, and that's because The buses are beginning to come in behind us. And there's less than a minute to go until the last 10-hour athletes, that very special Robert Mchali medal. For those who finish the race in under 10 hours, our first unofficial black runner to complete the Comrades Marathon. That's who the medal is named after. And here comes the gun for the cutoff. They'll sprint home because Group 3, who started at 5:30, now at 3:30 have seen their 10 hours elapse. And they're called to the finish. We have runners from all over the world. Uganda also crossing the finish line here behind us. Alpha Centurion over the line. Stella, one of the big clubs in this part of the world. Vitality. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that's cut off. Devastating for some of the runners that unfortunately just missed out on that Robert Mchali medal. And as Musubudi mentioned earlier, named after a legend, first unofficial black man to finish the race in 1935. And it's in honor of his achievement and also his contribution to this race.
And joining us now to talk a little bit more about the significance of people like Robert Mchali that they have played in a race which continues to enjoy pride of place not only in South Africa but in the annals of world sporting history, the Comrades Marathon. We're joined by one of their board members here today, a man who is well steeped in history. I saw him last week at his former school doing his duties there. Am I right, Carol? You were asked to preside over some, an event at St. Stithians College?
That's right, Musibodi. It feels like 100 years ago, but you're right, it was a week or two ago that I was at St. Stithians. And actually Gareth Whittaker, who just crossed the line, also made a speech there, talking a bit about comrades and inspiration and hope. So the comrades' tentacles spread far and wide.
Carol Nolte, of course, joins us as a Comrades Marathon board member. Now, Carol, you speak about what you did at your former school a couple of weeks ago, but it's not too dissimilar, as you say, with the Comrades' tentacles being spread from what you do at Comrades Marathon, essentially safeguarding heritage for future generations. Talk to me about what you've seen here today, and especially in the last couple of years, the resurgence of life and energy into the Comrades Marathon.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a great privilege to chat to you guys, and I must apologize that I don't look my best. I'm not sure I ever look my best, but I've got the great privilege of welcoming everybody across the line. Because part of what my board members and I believe, my fellow board members, is that the Comrades is about every single runner. And we want to extend the dignity and the joy and the acknowledgement of their achievement to every runner. So I've been welcoming every runner across the line. And like Barry here, it's not easy to not cry. When people who run with a picture of their father, or they achieve their 20th run, or it's their first run. It's one guy who came across and he literally cried on my shoulder and just said, "Mama." The emotion was just too much for him. And so the Comrades' history is very important, and that's why people like Barry and you guys are important, helping us to tell the story. But what is also important is creating a new history, not to fossilize the Comrades. And so I'm delighted that we have 5,000 novices this year, and that this broadcast tells them, when they'll watch it afterwards, about the history of the Comrades. And we've got to protect it, but we've also got to grow it.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and you haven't been shy for innovations, and I think we'll talk to some of those. As you say, not to fossilize the Comrades Marathon, because it is a living, breathing thing, as it were. And so this year, for the first time, we've had 3 starts, and a number of innovations are coming into it. Talk to us about those kinds of discussions, because sometimes the purists will say, "Oh, you are devaluing this age-old race," but you've got to move into the new era.
So when I joined the board, and I am a traditionalist, I thought it was, and I've run the Comrades 3 times. I'm one of the fat people who can run the Comrades. So, and I was horrified that we were going to have more than one start. It was nearly the end of the world. But when you just, if we want to grow the race, and more importantly for the race to be safe, we had to have 2 starts. This year we had 3 starts, it worked brilliantly, nobody uttered a word. And so the innovation really comes from using data, from using technology, and from relying on the expertise of people like Sue Borch, our brilliant race director, but we also have people like Barry, who, apart from being obviously a well-known runner, is also a race organizer. So they come with experience that tells you what works and doesn't work in a race. So it doesn't really matter what I happen to think. The practicalities and the safety of runners is what matters most. So we absolutely want to grow this race, and to do that we have to do so safely and securely. So innovations going forward is, I think Sue, I was watching her this morning at the start, she's making mental notes. At the finish, there's going to be definite changes coming in the future. And looking also what other races are doing internationally. And people like Barry with, his race, I know it's one of our top 10 qualifying marathons. The lessons that you learn in that marathon is also influencing the Comrades.
But Coral, we've been talking about it actually all day. Timber and I chatted about it again just now. The innovation that we've come with the 3 starts. We started with 2 in 25, and then we made a declaration that we said, no matter what we want to do next year for the 100th, we must trial it this year. So we didn't really need 3 starts this morning, but we did them anyway. And we've spoken about it all day. It's done exactly what we hoped it would do. It's spread the field out. That's added to the safety value like you can't believe. And I hope I'm not counting my chickens, but if you look here, there's no rush crust coming across the line.
And Barry, the people are loving it. There wasn't a single complaint this morning when people started. You guys were already set up here, but everything flowed. So as one of the fat runners, I lose 10-15 minutes walking in the old days. 10-15 minutes makes a hell of a difference at the end. So it was wonderful to see that flow.
It went off like you can't believe.
And now we'll jump in there, Barry, because we used to start with, when we had 1 start, a few people have started in H and G at the end, and those 6 or 7 minutes you take to cross the line, you also take another 6 or 7 minutes once you've crossed the line because of the throng of people. So that's one thing that you've learned, as you say, Barry. But as you continue to talk to us, Barry Holland, about trialing things this year for next year and learning and taking lessons this year for next year, talk to me then about some of the differences that we've seen and the changing in the running community that we've seen. The Comrades foster, for one, today we've seen 5,000 novices, I understand, or thereabout, and we see many, many more women.
Yes, the novices are the lifeblood, because without novices you don't get any continuation. Comrades finally dies, you know. So the novices are absolutely wonderful for us, and we spoke just now about the whole green number story with people coming back. And of course we've spoken a number of times today about the international contingent. We want to grow this race internationally. We've got a vision. There's 204 countries in the world. Cora and I want at least one runner from every country. However strange it might be.
I think we've got to commit, because we must just say we will have one runner from every country next year, Barry. I think it's got to happen.
We've got to go and find them.
Yeah, no, we will. And just tying in with that, looking at the medical setup that we've got here, one of the stats that I learned this year is it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, medical stats at an event. And so, we're just really focusing on the safety of the athletes, growing it, and giving this experience. I mean, it's just wonderful. I actually haven't walked around until I came here to the studio. It's just fantastic to see all the supporters as well, and how much fun they're having. And Durban's putting on great weather, Durban and Pietermaritzburg. It's just exquisite. When these international runners cross, I mean, they're just about in tears. They're already signing up for next year.
It's an amazing race, and I think the stories is what draws people from all over the world to come. I mean, it draws the average runner, somebody who's never tried the event before. And I mean, in the studio as well as down there's onions. People are peeling onions the whole time. I don't know where they come from, but they've been causing a lot of teary eyes. And I mean, it's those stories that have been causing people to come year after year, and more people will even come next year.
Absolutely, and all of us say every runner has got a story or multiple stories. And if you start telling them, they'll never end. I must give people a tip, particularly if you live in KZN and you happen to bump into Barry Holland, because some of his stories are not for the 18 18 plus. So but if you see him and you buy him, if it's early white wine, otherwise red wine, and you get him to tell some of those stories, you just need to be prepared that, you know, he finishes at about 3 a.m. So he ran fast, but he doesn't talk stories fast.
We'll pause it there, gentlemen, because as you speak about stories, we have more stories unfolding here, and there are some runners that we've been tracking. We tracked them before they ran the race. We were with them at the pre-race expo, and we're hoping to catch up with them here at the finish line. And I understand that we do have one of those runners who's about to appear here on the finish line. And let's hear from the finish line, our man OG Malefe. I think we may have something special for you.
So many clubs here today, Team Vitality coming through, IPD Athletics, Runzo, Soviets, Pietermaritzburg, Alpha Centurion and Hollywood, that's IPD Athletics. Party citizens there, Chile Russian as well. That's the club.
So our very special runner is somewhere close to the finish line. So we understand that it could be a few minutes. So we'll wait a little bit longer. And as we do, we were speaking about the biggest medical facility. Let me give you some of the vital statistics here. 74 doctors, 250 stretcher bearers, 8 medical and physio stations along the route, and this is to complement 49 refreshment stations. And for the very first time, the Comrades Marathon introduced a compulsory medical questionnaire this year, so we've done that.
And what's interesting just on that stat is many of those people you mentioned are volunteers. And that's another thing that's unique of the Comrades. It's this balance of volunteerism and professionalism. And as we innovate more, it's not losing that. You must keep that volunteering spirit and the contribution with professionalizing it. And we're definitely doing that. And again, driven by Sue Forge. I want to say one thing, please, just to interject and throw you off track, because I need to potentially head off just now. And I want to say a big thank you to you guys who are running this broadcast. And I must compliment you, Mosbodi. You are a brilliant MC at our events. You know the sport so well. You are such a passionate. You're one of the stories. And I can't wait to rewatch as a nerd the 12 hours of you all talking today. But a big thank you to you guys for telling the stories, for keeping everybody informed today. And this is a groundbreaking broadcast initiative, and I predict that it's going to be very different sports coverage in future. We are not going to be the same old, same old. I think other events are going to take a leaf out of what TNW and you guys have done. So a massive thank you to you and the team today. Thank you very much.
Well, we'll accept those congratulations on behalf of Gareth Whittaker, Jack Davis, and the rest of the TNW team. And of course, the man that has held us all together here in terms of the broadcast, Gerald de Kock, and the rest of our team, Bruce Fordyce, Adele Drake, Wesley Botten. We've all worked here together, and of course Barry Holland and Temba Madima. We've taken Temba Madima out of middle distance, a track man. We've taken him out of 800 meters and put him on the road today. Temba, how's the long stuff as we watch Rockies, one of the clubs that has contributed so much to the Comrades Marathon?
Well, that's Vic Boston. That's Vic Boston, yeah. He'll be the next man to get 50, if it's not me.
Correct, and let's hear from Kate Nokwe. She's talking to one of our runners as we continue telling the story.
Otherwise you'll suffer the consequences.
So are you going to waddle all the way to the finish now?
Definitely, but it's in the bag. It's in the bag.
100%, all the best. Let's watch you go. Sharp, sharp. Sharp, sharp.
He's on the finish line, and he has been with us, so thank you to him as well. Temba Madima, you were telling us about going from middle distance to road running, after which Barry will tell us a little bit more about Vic Boston. What was it like for you, Mr. Madima?
Well, one thing about the road is that the road is, it's such a, I don't know, it's such a therapeutic place to be. Whether it's early mornings or late evenings, you know, I get to do it before work or after work, and I just can't explain the amount of of peace that you feel when you're on the road. You know, it's more than just running. It's like therapy. It feels like you just cleansing your thoughts, and you've got so much clarity, you know, as to what you want to do and achieve on the day. But then going out and running amongst other runners, you know, is such a beautiful thing as well. I use my road for the track still, Musibudi.
Yeah.
So I'm not completely done with track and field yet. But this Comrades event, this Comrades race on a national, international broadcast here. One day you'll see me running and finishing.
Wonderful,
out.
wonderful.
Something great.
But you can win, Temba. You've got enough speed, eh? Are you still young enough?
Yeah,
Let's hear from Barry first.
The other thing about you say you get peace out on the road there, but there's also this great leveler. Comrades is this incredible leveler within society. So we could have a group of runners, and you could be running with the CEO of a JSE listed company, right? And you could be running with a guy that's literally a gardener, and he is a much better runner than the CEO. So it just levels things out so beautifully.
There's no social class, there's no race, there's no gender.
None.
No gender as well, because some of the ladies out here, I don't want to run.
Don't tell me about G.
I don't want to run with Gerda. I don't care how fit I get. Please keep her away from me.
Yeah.
As we watch the 11-hour medal contenders talking about the humility that it teaches one, the sport of road running. We saw Big Boston there. Now, the Rockies are one of the clubs that have contributed so much to the Comrades Marathon. Remember Allied Rockies, which took in the likes of Frith van der Merwe, people like Dennis Goldberg. You spotted Vic out there?
Yeah, and Alan Robb ran for Rockies for a period of time. Yeah, I spotted Vic out there. Now Vic is running his 48th run today, I think. And Vic started very, very young. He stole a march. You know, in the old days you could run Comrades when you were 18, and somehow do we need to break? No. So somehow Vic managed to run when he was 17. So he's a very, very young old guy. You know, he's one of the old guys, but he's hell of a young in terms of Comrades and his medals. So he'll more than likely be the youngest guy to get to 50.
Yeah, so that would be quite an achievement. We'll keep a close eye on him as we watch Andre Breitenbach here. And you'll be hearing a bit of him and a bit of us there. This is a very festive outfit from Andre Breitenbach, who is on schedule, it looks like, to finish somewhere inside 11 hours.
All the other fellow runners on the day.
And Breitenbach still wearing a big smile on his face. We spoke a little bit, gentlemen, about having time to stop for an interview. At the pre-race expo, I met a gentleman from the Western Cape. And last year, during the broadcast, he was stopped for an interview, and he was borderline. He was stopped at the top of, 2 years ago, I beg your pardon, stopped at Polly Shorts. And he stopped and waited for his interview, and he says people at home chastised him. Why did you stop? You were so late. They were going to be late for your medal. And he managed to make it by, I think, a minute or two.
Wow.
But he says he had to stop and tell his story. Because he overcame serious illness.
Yep.
And had stopped running for many years, and he came back, and so he had to share that story. And for many people, they are running because of that story, so it's an important thing to share.
Very much so. You know, it's all of these heroic stories that get people on the road and keep them on the road.
So 11 hours is there they are, the 11-hour bus. And next up, we will hear about the medal that these runners intend to earn. For finishing inside 11 hours, you will earn a bronze medal. What is this bronze medal all about? Well, let's find out a little bit more. So the bronze medal there is a very special medal. Remember that the first time it was the Comrades Marathon was run for many, many years, it was an 11-hour cutoff, and there wasn't a Vic Clapham medal for sub 12. So going back into the history of the race, you could earn a gold, a silver, and a bronze, and those are the oldest medals for the Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, and again, across the years, the innovation from Comrades has been fantastic. You know, before, after silver, that was it. I mean, at a 9-hour run, you're a good athlete. Full run, you're a good athlete, and yet there was nothing, no recognition. So Comrades slowly over the years pulled in the recognition.
Yeah, and introduced many different medals. The bronze, still one of the most iconic, and many people will feel happy. With a lot of people that I spoke to during the expo, they said, my main target is the bronze. If things go pear-shaped, then I'll accept the Vic Clapham. So it's a backup plan. And sub-11, you have the added benefit of finishing whilst it's still light.
Yep.
And all of these people coming through now, they're all heroes.
All heroes.
In my eyes. And just look at that, you know, coming over the line. Pushing through over the line as well. I mean, it's a testament of the human spirit.
There's no shadow of a doubt. You know, there's just, and as I've said a couple of times today, you know, what these guys are doing now, guys and girls, is very hard. Very, very hard. And, you know, they are just amazing that they will now keep fighting until eventually they see this piece of grass here, and then they know they're finally home and they've got their medal. So it's a war out there right now. It's a war.
I mean, it just goes to show that to put our minds to anything, you know, we can really achieve it, and it's just the beauty of this race. That's why Musiburi, it's South Africa's favorite race.
Exactly. South Africa's favorite race, South Africa's gift to humanity. And a sea of humanity now flooding across the finish line. Nedbank, Toti, runners from India, Strand all the way from the Western Cape. We've got all the various colors. A Namibian flag makes its way across the finish line. Hollywood also there, and all the various different colors. Correctional Services on the right of picture, crossing the finish line, one of the oldest clubs. And still the 11-hour bus keeps charging on. And if there are any 11-hour runners in Group 1, they've got about 9 minutes left to go. Group 2, 24 minutes, and Group 3, which I suspect these are from, will have just under 40 minutes to earn that bronze medal.
That bus is moving swiftly at this point. You can see almost running to a rhythm, as if they're chanting, they're ready for war, ready to take on whatever challenger comes their way.
But I think that's what happens here with a buzz like this. They get into a zone.
Yeah.
You know, somebody else is doing the work. The bus driver and the lieutenants are doing the work. They're calling the shots, they're calling the walks. And all these guys have to do is just switch off and get home. And that helps enormously with some people. You know?
Exactly. It's not too dissimilar from being in the front of a pack. Once or twice I've been able to run in the front of pack with some elite athletes, and when you're trying to hang on to the pace, you want to think less than more. So whether it's 11 hours or 7 hours, you want to try and switch off, and all you get into a kind of a hypnotic state, as you say, Barry. And then it's just about listening to your feet, your breathing, those sound cues, and that's why they will often have the tambourine in these kind of 11-hour buses, because that is hypnotic and keeps you in that state of just rhythmic movement.
Takes your mind off the pain in your legs, because I mean there's an enormous amount of pain now. This is the up run, so there's not so much pounding, but there's still an enormous amount of pain in those legs now. So anything that gets you home is great, and the buses will certainly help.
They do indeed, and just being part of those buses. Well, the difference between a bus and running in front is that there's no surge in the bus. No surprises.
No surprise attacks.
No shock moves in the bus. So it tends to go a bit more rhythmic. You get to find that rhythm, and you know, once you're in that pack, you know it's very safe. I mean, a lot of these runners will be feeling like maybe I could just step out of it for a bit, but you know, out of respect and out of you know, the camaraderie at the end, everybody says, listen, we're doing this together, and you know, they do it together as a team.
And there is in that if a bus has been together a long time, you know, say since the 20k mark this morning, there'll be a great camaraderie here because they have got home together.
And there's also a great hierarchy, Barry, because as you say, Temba, when someone tries to stand up, you say, hey, easy, easy. They often tell you, this is the line. You're pushing the bus. Don't push it. And the lieutenant is usually not the bus driver. The lieutenant will get out and say, this is the line, guys. Let's not.
But look at these guys. Isn't this wonderful? Isn't this absolutely wonderful?
Beautiful, beautiful. So much on track for this, you know, historic medal as well, and that's what it's about, you know. Like Musubudi is saying, everybody follows the leader. You stay within the ranks, you stay within the group. It's a matter of respect, it's a sign of camaraderie, and also just saying, you know what, guys, together we were able to conquer this. Alone, you wouldn't have been able to do it.
Precisely. If you were asked to run 85.777 kilometers on any other day, even if you had trained for 6 months and you were asked to do it alone, you probably could not do it. But strength comes in numbers. And for these athletes, the strength of the shoulder next to you, of the foot next to you, of the breathing behind you, has driven them all the way from start to finish, all the way from Durban to Pietermaritzburg as they enter the Hollywood Bet Scottsville racecourse, knowing that the challenge has been conquered and the triumph has been met. The Comrades Marathon delivering success in sub-11 hours for all of those comrades.
Absolutely wonderful. Yeah, those guys, these are heroes now. All heroes. Every one of them.
I mean, to be able to go home. People are watching at home, tracking you. Where are you in this race? Why did you stop? You know, what happened? Are you okay? And then they see you moving again, and they celebrate. And it's the whole day. People are in turmoil.
And if you just look at the smiling faces, just look at the smiling. I mean, that is such a, you know, that is such, wow, I've done it. I have done it.
And it's more than just smiles, 1 or 2 teary faces as well. They're going across the finish line. I spotted 1 or 2 grown men crying, and there's nothing wrong with that when you've done what you never thought you could do, perhaps, or when you've come back from significant setback to triumph at the Comrades Marathon. So they continue to finish, and with that 11-hour bus over the finish line, 10:55 on the clock, there still be a few finishing. That's for Group 1. Group 2 to finish as well, and Group 3 have 24 minutes left to earn that bronze medal. But how did the gold medals go? A quick recap of today's action from the Comrades Marathon, which started, as it always does, in expectant mood with singing and cheering, and they cheered on the leaders, Jobo Khatwane of Max Delete and Samuel Moloi of Pantane. And Gerda Steyn, right from the get-go, smiled and waved as she continued to acknowledge the wonderful support that she got on the side of the road. And if you thought that the thousands of people were something to behold, then what about the supporters? What about the bus drivers? And what about all the finishers?
Happy birthday, Fanisa Chabalala, as well as Jordan. Happy birthday to all these people that are running. Imagine running, you know, on Comrades Day. What a way to celebrate, coming over that line, knowing that you've reached your target. So it is really beautiful. And for those, Anthony, Jordan, Chabalala, and many others celebrating their birthdays, happy birthday.
Absolutely wonderful. Yeah.
It's a wonderful spectacle. The Comrades Marathon in 2026 celebrates its 50th edition of the uprun, the 99th in total, the 100th coming up next year. Stay tuned for more.
They're a bit odd, aren't they?
The new Corolla Cross GR Sport, filled with thrills.
Whatever you're running for, nothing should stop you.
Celsi, official partner of the Comrades Marathon.
Life can get messy. When your name has been stained, like mine has, a stain on the track is nothing. But I have an unbeatable spirit, and Omo, to take care of stains while I keep winning at life. Omo, stay unbeatable.
Ready, set, let's go. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up. I'm on the way up, going all the way up.
Make some noise, bring them in. Final moments, group 1, sub-11.
45 seconds to go. 40 seconds. Let's move.
Finish of a journey that has started in Durban and lasted 85.77 kilometers. The road to Pietermaritzburg. And such is the passion, and this is what it means to Collegian Harriers there. She shows us a medal. Oh, she gets a kiss from a cheeky man there. But the way she responded, and he was wearing Collegian Harriers, perhaps they know each other.
Yeah.
So, let's hope so.
I assume so. I think it's the husband.
Yeah, it's like the husband. But these sorts of things happen. You'd often be doing an interview, and someone will just...
But yeah, first up run.
What made you enter the Comrades Marathon?
To show my kids we can do hard things. Thank you.
We now are joined in studio by, well, someone else who's been with the race for quite some time now. The Comrades Marathon, of course,
You want the cap on?
continues to do its bit for charity. And every year, we give away a car. And every year, at the expo, I go and I buy my ticket. Last year, mind you, I spent 200 Rand. I think it was 50 Rand a ticket each. And I thought, when the raffle comes, it's going to be my day. But unfortunately, I did not drive away in that Toyota. Alas, next time it will be. So before we even introduce our colleague from Toyota, the first things first, have we given away the car yet?
Not yet, we're doing that a little bit later.
Awesome, and what car are we giving away is the question all the time.
So this year it's a Corolla Cross and locally produced here in KZN.
Locally produced here in KZN, and I see you've also been involved with Gerda Steyn in the last little while. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so Gerda has been a brand ambassador for us, and it's working really well. You know, she's a South African icon. Our brand is a South African icon, and yeah, it's working good.
So, thank you so much, Nigel Ward, Executive Vice President, just making sure that I didn't butcher that title of Toyota. And that relationship with Gerda Steyn, I think, possibly has opened, well, let me ask you that question rather than say it. Has it opened you out to a new market of her followers, of running mad people who follow the likes of Gerda Steyn?
Yeah, look, I think if today's any example, a lot of people are aspiring to what Gerda does. Gerda is driving one of our beautiful products. She drives a Fortuna, so we're hoping that people will aspire to that because Gerda drives it. But yeah, she's been good for our brand. Eh?
Oh, absolutely. And just to answer your question, they will. You know, people like Gerda have such an amazing pool, and runners have such an amazing pool, and it's very good to see a brand such as Toyota is almost does not get more South African feel than Toyota. You know, it's a brand that is accustomed in all households.
Yeah, that's why this partnership is so good for us. The Comrades is like a household brand. Every South African knows the Comrades, and we like to think that most South Africans understand what a Toyota is.
Let's go back in time then a little bit, Nigel. When you say most South Africans understand what a Toyota is, it's not the first time you're involved with this race. You've been involved with this race for decades now. In fact, the running club Toyota was an elite running club many years ago and produced some Comrades Gold medalists. I remember the likes of Lucas Nonyana and others running in Toyota colors. Why is this race? Why have you stayed with it for so long? Because some have come and gone, but Toyota has remained with Comrades for decades now.
Yeah, so this is our 22nd year with the Comrades Association and sponsoring this race. And like I said earlier, the Comrades is iconic, right? The ultimate human race. You can go to any race in the world as a South African, and if they identify with you, they ask about the Comrades. Yep. And Toyota is a global brand, and in South Africa, it's a household name. Yep. So the two go together. Part of our philosophy globally is to provide mobility and provide customer smiles, and this is what we're doing today. Running is a form of mobility, and the two go hand in hand.
Correct, and we've seen what you've done as well with the Paralympic movement in terms of that mobility in recent years. So certainly a brand that is getting itself out there. Now, the car giveaway is happening later on today. What are we giving away? I've been driving an urban cruiser for this week, and I found it to be quite comfortable. Thank you very much. What are you giving away?
So today is a Corolla Cross, locally produced in KZN in South Africa, and we're looking forward to giving it to a smiling customer.
Oh, smiling, crying, dancing, all the above. It's going to be really, really something special to see. Always great to see a car being given away at a race like this. And I mean, the emotions of the person who receives it. I mean, nobody gives you a car.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But anybody can win it, right? So I think it's also another, I don't want to say draw card, but it's an attraction of these two iconic brands coming together. And, somebody can drive away in the car today.
Awesome. So someone drives away in the car, you buy your raffle ticket at the expo, wherever you buy it, and you walk away as the car winner. And the question we always ask our winners of the car, okay, what will you do with it? Someone says, no, I'll give it to my mom. Someone says, no, I'm going to drive it. But I mean, who is the target of the Toyota Cross? Is it me, the family man? And tell us a bit more.
It's a family car, right? It's a beautiful car for, I want to say, a young family, a family that's starting out. And obviously, if we're doing our jobs properly, we take them from the Corolla Cross as they mature into one of our other brands or other models. But it's a fantastic family car. But at the same time, if you're reaching the other end of the spectrum, it's a fabulous retirement car as well. So it's a multi-purpose South African car made in South Africa.
Okay, here's the $1 million question then. Nigel, when last did you run the Comrades Marathon? Are you planning to run again?
So somebody's been telling you things, are you? Yeah, so I think my last one was maybe 2008, 2009. Today, again, a lot of pressure. Next year's 100. And
how many have you done? Let me just jump in.
I've done 4.
Okay.
But more recently, and this is not about me, but I've been trying to tick off the 6 majors around the world. Last month I ran the London Marathon. Wow. So I think...
Hey, you got to run Cape Town as well, please, huh? Yeah, at some point.
I think I can get back to the Comrades, but I don't know. It's a dream maybe, but it's... When you come and watch, and I watch the people coming in and the smiles, it does something to everybody, right? If you come and watch the Comrades, you want to run it.
What makes it so special you've run it?
I don't know. I think there's many reasons, right? The camaraderie on the road, but I think it's the crowd support. Yeah. How South Africa all comes together today and supports everybody, and it's fantastic, right? It just brings everybody together, and I think that is what is really special about it.
Nigel Ward, Executive Vice President of Toyota, and they'll be giving away a Toyota Cross. So make sure that in addition to watching this broadcast here on YouTube, you follow all of our social media platforms here, including the very active Comrades Marathon Facebook page, where that winner shall be announced, and you'll hear all of those details later. Nigel, thank you so much for your time, and we will see you next year, whether you'll be running or here to give away another car. Well, that's up to you, no pressure, but we will definitely see you and Toyota for many years to come. Is that correct?
I hope so. I'm still young. No, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We need to finish. That's all we need to do.
That's Nigel Ward, Executive Vice President Toyota, right here in South Africa. The magic continues here at the Comrades Marathon, and we watch now the Pirates Running Club pair there. It looks like a Pirates kit. Yes, it is. One of the oldest ones in Johannesburg, running away as we see some sumptuous visuals, a 3D view, and we saw this 3D view earlier on today, didn't we, of the route as it starts in Durban and heads up to Pietermaritzburg.
Oh, you can see almost sunset here in Pietermaritzburg, and what a beautiful day it has been. Well, it started off a bit chilly, actually a bit nippy, which was perfect conditions for the start of that race, and really made for great times and great performances. And you can see it's just one of those views that makes you want to go out there and just enjoy it. And what a beautiful day of running it has been. And Adele is back with us. She'll be joining. And Subudi, it's been a fantastic route, a tough route. The up run really requires the runner to dig deeper than ever before. And the challenges, the big 5 hills that make it even harder for the runners to make it. Kaui's one of those that really pushes the athletes into new limits.
Test them to their limits. Kaui's the early hill that they would have had to get over. Next up would be Fields Hill. There it is. Just about 3.5 kilometers of back-breaking climbing. They would then continue on their journey towards Pietermaritzburg, and at halfway would dip down into Drummond and then climb for another few kilometers up out of Drummond into Inchanga. And that's where we saw our early leader, Samuel Moloi, calling it a day. He was passed by Mbuti Mullo, who was then passed by George Kush, who would eventually go on to win the race. And Kush, having made his move, was the first to crest the very last hill, which is Polly Shorts. And no man who's ever been first at the top of Polly's has ever lost the race. That proved to be true once again here today. And it showed that the Comrades Marathon, while it is a race of history and tradition, also continues to deliver surprises in the form of George Kush winning on his uprun debut. What is it like to perform well on debut? Well, Adele Broodring.
Last moments now. It's tough ones. We're digging deep. God's prayers. Hopefully we'll cross the line.
Last 10Ks, how many have you entered in the past?
I've entered 3. This is my 4th. I'm hoping for that medal, man.
Hoping for that medal?
Yeah.
And so far, are you doing your personal best?
No. Well, just now I'm picking up the pace again. So I'm hoping to just see if I can pick up in this last 10Ks.
Okay. And next day is 100. Are you coming back for that?
I'm hoping to enter on that one day. I'll be on top. I'll be on my screen. Yeah, and I just make sure that I don't miss the cutoff.
Don't miss the cutoff. What's your personal best so far out of the
11:33 on this one?
11:33 on this
on
one.
my previous app.
And all the best for that one, eh?
Thank you so much.
Just start running.
Chapra.
Yeah, just run. I'll take the mic.
Thank you so much. Chapra.
As he told us, 11:33 is his target on this one, and he will finish with black toenails, much like you were telling us.
Yes.
Adele.
So, yeah, I just had a ball of a time out there. Being a novice, I just tried to stick to the plan, but you're fully rested, you're carb loaded, you've trained a lot, so it's natural to go out slightly harder, which I did, and unfortunately I did pay the price. Dana Kutsia, like you mentioned, he was a very, very fond person for me, not just a manager, and unfortunately he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer at the end of that year. And I always tell athletes to get your purpose, get your why. Why do you run? And the following year, I dedicated that Comrades to Dana. He didn't pass yet. He came down here. I saw him alongside the route. I stopped, gave him a hug, and I said, "Okay, Dana, let's go finish this race." And that's the year I ended in 2nd. So very fond memories of late Dana Kutsia.
And I remember when he came to that race, he had lost a lot of weight, remember?
Yes,
and so it must have been even more emotional for you to see him there alongside the route.
I get emotional just talking about it now. Dana was a fighter, and he truly believed that he was going to run next year. He was going to fight it and come back. So if that's not enough motivation for the guy seated at home to come and run this race, conquer your fears, show the world that you are capable of running this beautiful race. Like all of the athletes out there, this lady shuffling one foot in front of the other.
And will get there. That looks like it could be the pink of Florida. There is another club with pretty similar colors. A pink, a very distinctive running club color. You don't often see it. But that story that you told us, Adele, is a very personal story. It's a story that many of these runners will share, and we've been tracking a few of these runners throughout the week, as we will hear from Donovan Shirley in just a moment. Also with a personal story that means something, that will drive you, that will give you your why. So Donovan Shirley will tell us, and they all will have a personal story. Bedford View all finishing together there. Congratulations to them. they will have their personal stories, and all of those multitudes will also have their very personal stories. And the difficult times is when you need the personal stories.
Yes.
You need them to push you. And the question is, what is that personal story for Donovan Shirley? Let's find out.
Hi guys, I'm Donovan. This year for Comrades, I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. I'm going to be starting my Comrades in Pietermaritzburg, running down to Durban to join the official Comrades start, and then deciding to run all the way back to Pietermaritzburg. It's a 24-hour challenge, 175 kilometers, and I'm doing it to show people that you can do hard things. I'm doing a hard thing this year because the SADAG, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group, is actually one of the organizations that I'm raising money for, and they are incredible in terms of offering support and resources to anybody who needs it, for whatever means, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's suicidal thoughts, depression, anxiety. There are a world of resources available through SADAG. 1 in 3 adults is going to actually suffer from a mental health condition in their lifetime. It's not time to keep quiet, now is the time to talk up about mental health issues. The other charity I'm doing this for is for an organization called Matthew and Me. Matthew was 16 when he died from suicide. We don't know the battles that kids are facing these days, so here's an opportunity to engage with your kids, talk to your teachers, talk to their teachers, have a chance to actually find out what matters to kids and engage. As parents, we need to be better with raising our kids to be more resilient. So the challenge that I'm doing is to get down to Durban, and when I'm physically exhausted and mentally trained, I'm going to find the strength and the courage to be able to get back up to Pietermaritzburg. If you want to join me on my journey, follow me on the Get Back Up Challenge on Instagram, and you'll be able to find my backer buddy on the same link in my Insta. Guys, thank you. This has been an incredible journey, and my life has been changed by doing it. So thank you everybody who's joined me on this journey so far.
And Shirley sharing with us, I beg your pardon, his why, his very inspiring story, and making sure that he does his bit for the future generation. And because, as he correctly says, we don't know what many of the young people in society are suffering with.
Absolutely. And I mean, running is such a positive tool to instill that change in communities, because running is one of those sports that doesn't require
So, thank you, Temba Madima. Let's hear from Rory on the finish line.
There's a medal waiting for you there. Go get your medal! Go get your medal!
1989, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And then I know Arnie has done what? Since the 70s, I think this is his 23rd being involved. I think Arnie was running in the 30s and 40s as far as I know. He's been around for a long time. Yes, I mean, you must have done a couple as well, Finch. John Waller has done, haven't he? 10 Comrades. I did my first Comrades in 1976 at the age of 18.
No, it's painful, but I mean, at least they did make it into that 12-hour cutoff.
Yeah, so I'm looking at all the bus drivers and their schedule, and they all, which is ahead of time, but concern is that the sub 11:30 bus, there are 3 of them behind schedule, so they will have to either pick up another bus or pick up the pace.
Yep.
If they want their respective medal. Otherwise, it's going to be the next bus, which is the 11:45, and then the ultimate cutoff bus.
How's Westville doing? So how was today? How was today for you? Hard. But you are here. Well, I am here. And got it in.
I got my green number.
How does it feel to have a green number?
Amazing.
Are you going to carry on running now?
No.
That is the right answer. You can stop now. You're done for life. Next year we're running. Next year I'm back. Come talk to me. What is your name?
Paulus Tillis.
How many have you run?
It's the third one, this one.
How does it feel to be a champion?
I'm very happy for today because my training was not good, but I did it.
Your feeling wasn't good, so tell me about your feeling. Why wasn't it good?
Now on the way, because it's uphill, it's not a strong training, but I didn't do enough training. But for finishing, I'm glad.
You know what you did? Can I tell you what you did today?
Please, sir.
You got a Comrades Marathon medal! Go and get it! Go and get it! Yes!
In the back, so many of them are novices and they're coming to try this thing for the
Oh, yo! The gears at the finish line here is absolutely amazing. And I know what they feel like. When you cross this line, it is like life changing. And you cross here, then you must still walk there to get your medal. I'm stopping them here, Shane. If you talk to me, then go get their medal. It is, I'm actually feeling emotional. Like, I haven't ever been here, not getting here, not running, having run here. So I'm standing here, having not run here, and I've got some FOMO, I must tell you. And I know the emotions that they're going through. I know the emotions. Look at them. Look at all these runners. Absolutely amazing. Like, they ultimate human race. They're ultimate human beings, these people.
But now the finish line is inside.
Come, champion! How does it feel to be a champion?
Today was very difficult for me. I had some cramps and my whole body was sore, but at least I'm happy that I finished the race.
You know what that means? It means you're an amazing human being.
Pardon?
It means that you are an amazing human being.
Yes, I am.
Yes, because you got your cramps and you still finished.
Yes, I finished, and I'm here to collect my medal.
Go get your medal, please. Go, 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 go. Come here, champion. Hey, how does it feel to be a champion?
It's great.
Yeah. Have you got a tough day today?
Oh, that was hard.
Was it hard? Why was it hard?
It's hard to cross first. I'm a novice, but it's so rewarding.
How does it feel to cross the finish line?
Incredible. Absolutely. My legs are jelly. It was everything and so much more. And such a privilege.
And Sami, why do you love Comrades Marathon now after your first one? Why do you love it?
It's just the crowds, the things you see, the camaraderie. It's absolutely beautiful.
It's amazing, eh?
It really is.
You know what you need to do now?
I want to be here.
No, go get your medal. Go! Get your medal. Go! Great. Hello cows! Hello cows, come! How are you guys doing?
Fantastic!
Was it easy, tough, hard? What was it?
Oh, it was hard.
Yeah, everyone's saying it was tough today. Why was it tough today?
Yeah, but we're coming back next year.
Of course you are, 101. Why? Wait, I'll ask you. Why do you come back every year with Comrades Marathon?
Why are we coming back? It's dive.
Why do you love Comrades Marathon?
Dive, everything going.
You're a champion, go and get your medal, please. Thank you. Come back, yeah. Hey, some more champions, let's find another champion here. Hey, champion, come to me, man. Hey, you are here. You are an absolute champion. You know what you are? Look at me. You're a champion. You are, yeah, you finished. Sibongile, you got your medals.
So much, thank you.
Go and get your medal, go. Hey, how are you doing, Mr. Gabaron? Gabaray! Lekker! What? Was it tough today? Why was it tough?
Their plan is always brutal.
Hey?
But I'm grateful for number 5. That's all that matters.
So tell me, if it's brutal, why do you keep coming back?
We are addicted. What can you say? It's their plan. It's comrades.
So it was tough, but tell me, why was it tough today? What made it so tough?
I think the preparation was not so great, but we are grateful for another medal. That's all that matters. Yeah.
You know what you are? You are a champion and an amazing human being.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You are, yeah. You know what you must go and do now? Go there and get a medal, please. Okay, go! Champion! Champion! Welcome to the finish! How's it feel? Hey, tell us, how's it feel?
It's crazy, dude.
It's crazy, eh? Like,
tired,
you know what?
excited.
You know what's crazy? Yeah. This morning you were in Durban, and now you're here, and you didn't use a car.
Like, why did I do it?
Why? Why?
Can I have a beer, please?
You can have a beer. You know what you can have?
Yeah.
A beer, and you know what else you're going to get?
Yeah.
A medal. Go and get your medal. You get a medal. Go get it. It's a small one, but you can have it. Hey, come talk to me.
Yeah.
How was today? How did you find it? Easy, tough, hard, fun, what?
You know what? The crowds carried me. You can't underestimate the crowds. Literally, they will carry you all the way. The energy, whatever you're in, dark, deep pain caves, they will get you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Kenya.
From Kenya?
Yeah.
Well,
home of runners, but I love Comrades. Come here every year. Absolutely love the vibes.
How many have you run?
4.
4
so far.
Why do you keep coming back?
I haven't learned my lesson.
You know what you are? You're a champion, and you know what you need to go and do?
Yeah.
Just go there, there's a medal waiting for you. Champion, well done. Go get your medal, go. Where's some more champions? Okay.
They're loving it, it's like you just fucking carry
they're loving it.
to the neck, but in between, just get another one.
Okay. Yeah, selfie, go. Me, Kenya, go, champion, go. Okay, let's find someone else. Hey, take a selfie, come, let's have a selfie. How are you?
I'm doing well in yourself.
Okay, take a selfie. So, yes, finish in the background. Yeah! How does it feel?
Amazing. It was the hardest thing, but the best thing I ever did. It was my first time.
Your first one?
Time.
So your time is just over 11 hours. That's fantastic. That's such a good time.
I know. Thank you very much. I'm so happy.
Are you coming again next year?
Absolutely.
What's up? Why are you going to come back?
I love the pain.
You know what you are? You're a champion. You know what you need to go and do? What? You must go there. There's a medal waiting for you, okay? Go get your medal. Cheers. Well done.
Are you able to
well done.
time?
Hey, where's some more champions? Yeah, come champion! Hey, you look very happy, champion. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good so
How
far.
are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling super.
Hey, you look great. You look like you haven't run yet.
I was pushing it. These guys are good, huh?
Hey.
And thank you so much for the media team. We got so much coverage. The rest was superb. Thanks for the organizers and everything. I'm so charmed. I'm so happy.
And tell us about the support on the road.
That was the best. Hey. It was electrifying. The atmosphere was electrifying.
Isn't Comrades Marathon just the best?
It is the best. Of course, it's a supreme human. It's nothing can build.
Well done. And you look amazing, you look fit and happy. Go get your medal. Yay! Hey! Well done! Come, you want to talk? Come, let's talk. Come. I found some more champions of you have just crossed the finish line. How does it feel to cross the finish line at Comrades Marathon?
I think it could have been a bit longer, honestly. I mean, we were enjoying the last game so much that so it was, without her, I wouldn't have made it. So, no, it was lovely.
It's funny how they do that, though, the Comrades Marathon. The last 3Ks are like 150 kilometers. It's just, you never get there, you never get there.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was ready to bail.
Yeah.
I was just walking.
And you were ready to bail.
Yeah.
And you are, That means that you're absolutely amazing. You're a champion, you know that.
Yeah.
We are.
Hey, well, thank you. You know what? Stop talking to get your medal, please. Go get your medal. Cheers. Come tell me how was. Were you free state athletics?
Yes.
Hey, you look so happy. Hey, you look so happy. Was tough? Why was it tough? Hey! Hey, the hills.
The hills were happening.
But you knew. Well done, give me 5. Hey, your bronze medal! Well done. Go there and get your medal, please. Well done, champion! How was that today?
Fine, thank you.
Hey, was it easy?
Very easy.
Was it easy? You're the first person to say it's easy. Go do it again then. Go back and do it again. Okay, go get your medal. Go. Hey, how's it? Come talk to me. Where are you from? From Forge. How was today? Easy, tough, lacquer, not lacquer?
It was very lacquer.
Wait, was it?
It's an amazing experience, but I'm absolutely family friendly. I'm broken.
Family friendly.
I decided about 25 k's to go. I'm going to try for sub 11.
What? Did you get your sub 11?
Yeah,
Sub 11! Wow, that's amazing. How many have you done? Your first one for sub 11. Bro, that's fantastic. Are you coming back next year?
Definitely. Back on the 100.
100th one. Beautiful, man.
No, I think what broke me the most was going up poly. Not stopping once.
That's amazing.
But I just said that's like the first bench. I had to overcome that to be able to make it. I think there might have been like 15, 20 meters and there weren't any support. Other than that, all the way.
You're a champion. Yeah. Give me 5. Nice. Go and get your medal, okay? Yeah. Go and get your medal. Back to back next year. Yeah. Thank you.
Well, we're just under 2 minutes away from the final cutoff for the bronze medal. Just ticking over here. And there are some significant runners who have just crossed the line. Dietja van der Westhuizen has just completed the run here. And a man who has just completed his 47th Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant run.
Oh, look at this guy.
And I can tell you Colin Goosen is closing in on the finish. Kleinkie van Skalkwyk likewise. Colin Goosen finishing his 44th. And an amazing performance. Another of those quadruple green numbers.
Well, Colin Goosen famous for 1983. He crawled across the line to get the 10th gold medal.
Oh, you can see this person is in so much pain.
Oh, that is hurting. There we go. Less than a minute now. There's a surge towards the line. These runners desperately want their bronze medal. Vic Clapham is the next, so they want to close this off. It's Group 3 as they hunt down that medal with just seconds remaining. Arms raised and smiles broad as they cross the line. They've done it. They've done it, but the gun is ready to be fired in less than 25 seconds.
And all 3 our buses have arrived safely, sub 11 hours.
In 15 seconds, the sense of relief at having got your bronze medal. It'll be anguish for those who don't make it, sprinting for the line.
Run,
3, 2, 1. As the gun went off, there was a gentleman completely unperturbed, just strolling across the line. I think his foot hit the mat as the gun went off.
Not the last one. Not the last one.
Maybe. But that is the last of the bronze medals. There's one left.
Yes, the Vic Clapham medal for 11 hours to 12 hours.
And so we build up for this final hour and a quarter of our broadcast as we prepare, in fact, a little bit more than that. An hour and a quarter it will be because these are the last 2 batches to come in here. Resignation on some of these runners' faces, but you know what? They have finished. They have finished well inside 12 hours.
Yeah, every one of these people is a hero. Every single one. They've all got their own story, and they have worked so hard out there. I mean, I don't think people comprehend what they've gone through. They've been fighting a war out there.
So, beautiful drama unfolding here. This is the beauty of the Comrades Marathon. We saw the best, the fastest, the most supremely honed athletes early this morning. And now it is down to these athletes giving their absolute all to completing the Comrades Marathon in 2026. Cramp setting in as you cross the line. You wouldn't want it anywhere else. You deserve it.
Your back-to-back story? This has been a long-time dream of mine to do back-to-back 99s and then the 100. And you want the first part done today. And
so early this morning in the dark in Durban, can you believe it? That was still today, Bruce.
Seems like 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
But it is a beautiful thing as they set off an absolute torrent of runners streaming out of Durban on their way up to Pietermaritzburg in the 50th edition of the Uprun, the 99th all told of this incredible journey that is the Comrades Marathon. In 3 batches for the first time in the history of this event, the 22,000 runners set off about 9,500, then about 8,000, and another 5,500, 6,000 in the last batch from 5:15 and 5:30. It worked to a treat because everyone had enough time to get across the line, and there was space for everyone to enjoy. Dominic Stelmach in there with Gerda Steyn, our early leader. Well, he blew very, very early before it even got light this morning, Bruce.
Yes, a rush of blood to the head at the start, moment of glory. Tried his best, but yeah, long way to go when he called it quits.
Pietermaritzburg and Gerda Steyn running here and running in supreme confidence and self-belief, knowing that this race was hers to control, and she did that. Meanwhile, Samuel Malloy had taken the lead, but he was under pressure as well as the sun was rising. The temperatures, fortunately, were absolutely perfect. Barry, I think almost as good as you could have wished today.
Yeah, absolutely. Really unbelievable. So good.
Malloy started to feel the heat from behind. Pietermaritzburg was closing in on him and running beautifully down towards down in Chunga towards the halfway mark with Gerda Steyn. Irvet van Sail digging deep as she always does here. 4th last year on the down run, looking for better this year. Oro, he was starting to feel that there might be something happening behind him because there was pressure coming from behind in the shape of the real contenders in this race. It was all over for Malloy, but Pietermaritzburg dared to dream. Could this be his day? Well, it wasn't to be, because this man would have a say. George Kusha, and I can tell you now, 2 hours before they finished, Bruce Ford, I said, that man is going to win the race when he saw him run just 10 paces.
I did, because of his beautiful running style, strong, powerful, flowing, arms low, looking great, and then with a hunter's look in his eyes, you know, that just told you
he was an absolute beast out there. He was so strong.
But it was the timing was perfect when he decided to strike and go for it.
Moved away.
Well, Pietermaritzburg was suffering up front, and so he could start, well, thinking of perhaps not the win, but just getting to the finish on the podium, or at least a gold medal. He hung in there. Whilst Gerda Steyn just surged away from her rivals, and that was the end of the road for Moro. Well, so we thought, but that young man dug very, very deep and continued on. Lloyd Bosman ran his maiden Comrades into a gold medal position. There was no doubting he was going to win the women's race, and from that moment on Little Polly's, there was no doubt about the men's winner either.
The men's race was finished. It was over. Over the top of Polly Shorts, and then just sweep into the finish, looking supremely strong and only showing the true cost as he crossed the line. Exactly what it took out of him to win the race, and we see it now.
Collapses in a heap, does George Kusha, and he does so with a new fastest time and a new record. But Piet Wiersma, well, he was the defending uprun champion, and he gave a really great account of that defense today.
Felt very sorry for Piet. I mean, that's his 3rd second, you know.
And he ran a spectacular time as well. I mean, the first 5 coming in broke the record.
Very hard on the guy.
Any other day, he would have won.
Well, there was no doubt about who was going to win the women's race. Nwakushi Chuma was doing all she could, Irvet van Sail likewise, but it was all about Gerda Steyn as she surged in to claim a 5th win, a 4th in a row, and yet again the record absolutely obliterated.
Fantastic, really. I mean, she had a dream run, and she looked like $1 million out there.
Yes, really definitely. She waited for every single lady of the top 10 to come in, congratulated every single one, and then they headed.
Then she was gone.
Off. Yes.
She was gone.
Absolutely.
Nwakushi Chuma as well had a fantastic race, making history. First black woman, lady to be on the podium. The last record she had was top 5. So.
Well, just amazing scenes at the finish here at Scottsville. And so the buses would start closing in. This was a silver medal bus, beautifully marshaled and guided towards the finish, and the runners around celebrating with their bus driver to bring them home. Yeah, 7 hours and 30 minutes the cutoff, and 7 hours 28. Well in.
Yeah, getting that silver bus home was special, very special.
And Joel Faber did a great job as well.
Yep.
In bringing the Bill Roans home. The bus driver is playing a pivotal role in delivering a dream to these runners today and giving them an opportunity to claim the medal that they're so desperately trained for, which is absolutely...
When there's tough to be done, you keep moving. Eyes forward, through dirt roads, back roads, and roads less traveled. Hours of tarmac with just your thoughts to keep you company. And along that journey is a silent partner, one that you can count on, like an engine that keeps on going and going and going. A companion that says, "Don't worry, my boy. We'll try again tomorrow." Where there's a pull, we push forward. Without complaint, without hesitation. A legacy built for the future. Because when there's tough to be done...
Is it a Bucky? No. It's a Hilux.
There's the new generation Hilux.
There we go, we can see so many runners crossing the finish line. They are just ecstatic coming in. They have run their race that they were planning to run.
They really have. Unbelievable.
This is the spirit of the Comrades runners. I mean, the blood and guts.
Yeah, this is the
heroes and heroines. They've been out there for hours. They've been out struggling all day, and there's still thousands behind them.
Tried to encapsulate a couple of times today, Bruce, just how hard these people have worked, what they've been through. Unbelievable.
All day, struggling, running all the flats and downhills that they can, walking all the uphills, bargaining with themselves up poly shorts, try and run a little bit. Okay, no, don't walk, and getting themselves through. And in the meantime, as they're doing it, encouraging others around them. Come on, let's do this. We can do this together.
Or maybe bargaining with each other as well to say, let's walk us a bit longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But yes, super proud of all the bus drivers that made it and made all the athletes come through the last bus that we will be waiting for. Two buses, the 11:45 bus and the 12 o'clock bus. And I can say with all the information in front of me is they are on time so far. So well done to every single bus driver out there.
Well, what a scene of colour, of emotion, of sheer delight and celebration, of relief for so many of these runners.
So for runners that went off at 5 o'clock, they have 90 minutes or so left. And don't ever think that if you run from group 1 that you won't be running 12 hours. You never know what the day will hold for you. You might have a superb day or you might have a very bad day. And then that 12 hours are much needed and appreciated.
I can tell you that the oldest man on the start line, 84-year-old Johannes Moros Mosechla, has completed the Comrades Marathon in 11 hours and 12 minutes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In his 85th year.
Fantastic, eh? Absolutely fantastic.
Now we will wait for Louis Massain to come in. Hopefully, he's got 5.6 kilometers.
Louis.
Yes, Louis.
Louis Massain.
Yes.
He's out.
Oh, he did. He's out. Well, he's still moving on my clock.
Yeah, just saw his wife outside.
Okay.
Failed. He apparently had a very bad tummy.
Oh.
Running his 51st Comrades Marathon, Louis Massain. So that is a disappointment, but the up run is a real tester, isn't it?
Imagine calling your 51st run a failure when you have 50 medals already. It's not a failure. Well done to Louis for having a go.
Yes.
And if we know Louis, guess what? He'll be on the start line next year.
Yes.
You have to finish on a high, so that will be his redemption run.
I think he got a better chance downhill.
And Barry, it makes, 50-50 now.
Well, I haven't got to the 50 yet.
Yes, well, this is the point. Is that next year you can get to 50.
No pressure, Barry.
No pressure.
No pressure. We don't put any pressure on you. But don't embarrass this commentary team next year.
I can't let the side down.
If you have not been with us today or weren't with us this morning, lest we remind you that Barry Holland completed 49 consecutive Comrades Marathons from 1973.
Yep.
An extraordinary feat.
And that 49 was such a terrible number. Such a shocking number.
Haunting you, I know.
It tickled out a fine leg and you've got a half century, yes.
And you hardly sleep at night thinking about it.
I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. We've all been awake since dusk and dawn, and it feels like everything is just a buzz around me, and I don't know how I'm going to sleep with all this excitement.
You shouldn't, because all you will, if you go to sleep, is dream of running next year's 100th, and us sitting here and calling you in to the finish.
I agree. I will be dreaming of my race and everyone seated at home joining in this beautiful race.
There we go. Wonderful from Adele Broodryk. 2 runs, twice on the podium, and we'll be back next year. And Bruce Fordyce will be back next year as well, right here.
Commentating on my friends sitting next to me and watching their run.
No, you're seconding me.
Right, just under 16 minutes remaining for Group 1. And there could be, as Del was alluding to, anything can go wrong on the day.
I've got to come
your
fire the guns.
But it might not have gone your way, but it's unlikely. But out of Group 2, they've got 31 minutes, and Group 3, well, it's going to be tight. At least this is going to be a very, very tight one.
And as dramatic as our race winners were earlier, seemingly hours ago, Gerda and George, the most dramatic moment in the Comrades Marathon is without a doubt the final cutoff. The final cutoff gun with the runner who just makes it and the runner who just doesn't.
Yes.
You know, we've seen the opening brackets of this race, and in an hour or so, 45 minutes, we'll see the closing bracket.
And that will be some of the most dramatic scenes that viewers will be watching. Athletes that has been spending the whole day out on the road. They might come over the finish line, but they won't receive the medal, and that in itself is just heartbreaking.
It's absolutely brutal. Well run. There's a handshake.
Yes.
And sorry. See you next year.
See you next year.
So we'll keep cutting back to images of the runners plodding and walking, and we'll start getting anxious for them. We will start feeling, come on, you need to keep going, you need to keep walking, you need to keep running, you need to run, walk, run, walk, run, walk, get to the finish, get there on time. So this is that 12-hour medal contenders. They are waiting to, they've got this in control, you feel. The way they are marching there in step, they may well have this in control.
There's a bus driver with this. The bus driver knows what's going on. And I've always thought the buses should also have a conductor, a ticket collector, and that should be somebody at the back of the group who snaps at their heels and doesn't let them drop off the group. That's the problem. We start dropping off the back.
Yes.
And if the bus is run correctly, it should come in with a minute or two to spare, so that somebody who has dropped off can say to themselves, I can still see the bus, and as long as I can still see the bus, I'm going to make it.
Absolutely.
So that will be the case for 2 of the buses coming in well ahead of time. But one of the buses, they will have 30 seconds to spare.
That's tight.
That's tight for them.
Especially if they start to lose seconds and then you in the bus, but you find yourself being cut out, which isn't what they want. But you can look at that gentleman there. He's lost his wheel alignment at this point.
Well, the runners continue to stream here into the finish line, and I think OG is down there at the finish line speaking to runners and others involved in the race.
I found another champion at the finish line. Colin, how many Comrades Marathons have you run as you stand here? Today's my 44th. 44, wait, say that again. 44, and my Comrades number is 144. So it's not going to happen again. Wait, so tell me you've done 44. How does this one rank? Difficult, easy? Where does it rank, this one?
So look, the longer you're out there, the harder it is. When I finished by lunchtime, you used to be quite easy. It was a bit more intense, but at least you were home by lunchtime. Now you're home by dinner time.
Wait, now tell me, you're not just a runner. You've got some silvers and golds, tell us.
1 gold and 24 silvers.
1 gold and 24! You're a champion, you know that.
I chose my parents carefully.
But now tell me one thing. Serious question. Why do you love Comrades Marathon?
You know, if you could take a picture of Comrades in one slide and we could live a year like that, it would be the best country in the world. There's no issues, everybody supports everybody. If you're Zimbabwean, if you're Nigerian, everybody's exactly the same. If only we could carry that through the whole year. What a pleasure.
That just gave me goosebumps. That what you said gave me goosebumps. It's exactly the same reason I love Comrades Marathon. What an absolute day. You're an absolute champion. Your wife is waiting for you there for 44 years. She's getting impatient. So please do me one favor. Go get your medal. Then please go to your wife.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a day. Thank you, chaps.
Well done.
What a performance.
Hey.
11 minutes to go. Welcome to the finish line. Home Fed representing all the team from Cape Town. As we have our Irish gentleman with the best hairstyle so far. The dreads are not going to be uprooted today. Sabelo, my TPT, you got your TPT, my brother, for the finish line.
The Netstar are doing an amazing job here. They're monitoring the full 85.77 kilometers of the route from 3 o'clock this morning until 7:30 this evening using real-time traffic technology with their helicopters in the air and ground vehicles. Netstar is the official real-time traffic monitoring and insights partner, and they're monitoring point tracks on the race flow from the leaders all the way down to the runners, tracking the runners. So it really is fantastic to have a company like Netstar, South Africa's leading vehicle tracking and telematics provider, with well, as many years of experience as Bruce has got medals, 30 years experience on South African roads, and they have provided us with incredible support during this Comrades Marathon. Long may that continue. Thank you very much to Netstar, keeping us in track and on course with the runners and the traffic, of course, as well.
Absolutely. Done such a great job with the organization of this event. I mean, if you look at the work that Sue Forge, the race director, has done, I mean, it's fantastic. You can see years and years of you know, managing and you know, making sure that these events run according to plan, and it's innovative, it's fun, it's exciting. It shows that it's a new, you know, Comrades Marathon isn't getting older. It's getting more and more attractive to the normal runner. 5,000 new, you know, novice runners this year. It just shows that growth continues to happen.
Yes. So modernization, but also keeping the tradition.
Correct.
Bruce, I know you met the youngest woman in the field, Bailey O'Leary, ahead of the race. Well, she finished in a very, very handy 10:42. Her great-grandfather ran it, I think, in 1935 or 30, somewhere around about there.
That's amazing.
But wonderful to have her finish. The youngest male in the race, Ruan Ace, finished in 7:35. Phenomenal run by.
And he'll be back for a silver medal.
Absolutely. Suzanne Kunz, who was the oldest woman in the field at 74 years and 8 months from the United States, picked up her third medal today. Suzanne Kunz.
And I'm proud to say I'm her coach.
10 hours and 43. Well done, Bruce. And I mentioned earlier, Johannes Mosehle is through. At least he finished today, the oldest man in the field, 84 years of age, 11 hours and 12 minutes. Have you ever fired the final gun, Bruce?
I have, and I never want to do it again.
No.
It is brutal. You have to turn your back on the runners as they come in. You have to look at an official who holds their hand up and counts you down with their fingers because you can't hear the countdown because the crowd is screaming so loudly. And then when they signal, you've got to pull that trigger. And you can see out the corner of your eye these people flinging themselves at the line. So I'm going to be honest, in my year when I pulled the gun, I just delayed for one more second.
Oh, thank you, Bruce. I was going to ask, what do they do if it misfires?
You're still cut off. You won't hear you hardly hear the gun anyway. The crowd, you'll hear later, will be screaming for the last 10 minutes. They just don't want to see anyone come round the corner and arrive on the grass without sufficient time to make it.
Well, these runners coming in now started when the sun had barely got out of the ocean in the Indian Ocean, and it's now subsided below the horizon above Hilton, and they are still making their way to the finish.
They are pouring in. I've just come back from duty in the green number tent where I've been handing over green numbers to people, and it is amazing. They come in, they are broken, they are covered in sweat, and you ask them next year, and they look at you, and the thing they say is, maybe, or yes, I have to run in my green number.
Yes, of
course. They are incredibly positive, but the green number tent is a war zone. It's a war zone.
By merely walking out in the stadium, it's a war zone. It's amazing, all the support that is here for all the runners, but also you can see there's runners in a lot of pain sitting alongside the road.
It's a war zone with no victims, all heroes.
Yes. All heroes.
The only victims are those who are not running.
Exactly.
And all awarded medals.
Absolutely.
But if you look behind us, there's a whole unit with stretchers, people to assist athletes to go to the medical tent, and well, by the view of it, there's so many, so I'm quite hopeful that we will not have a lot of athletes ending up in the medical tent.
And I'm not sure because I haven't been sitting here all day, but the unsung heroes, the volunteers, have we thanked the volunteers, the thousands of people at the seconding tables, the thousands of marshals, the people helping the race at the start, the people helping at the finish, the people in the green number tent, the people who are assisting in the hospital tent. There are thousands of people who have given their whole day and practicing as well to make this day successful. And they don't get medals, but they have the warm, incredible feeling of saying, I helped make this race great.
I mean, that's what makes the event special as well. I mean, volunteers, it's such a selfless thing to do where you pour in hours and hours of your day to just make sure that an event like this, runs successfully. It can be done. Not everybody can be paid, but the hands that really, people who put up their hands and say, listen, use my time, really, they deserve a medal.
And at the tables, when the last runner's gone past, guess what? Your work's only just started. You've got to clean up. And you have to clean up all the cups and plastic sachets all the way to halfway to the next table.
Oh, look at this big bus coming through now.
It's his third time. Can you come over for us, please? Can you speak to him for a live currency right now? He's just being told now, because it's the first time, this is his debut, Comrades, and he doesn't finish. It's been cut off 7 kilometers to go, so he's just been receiving the instructions. How are you feeling?
You're right, you're finishing. You're right, you're right.
How did you feel about your race throughout though?
It's an achievement. I'm complaining. Next time I'll try again.
Okay, well that's a very good spirit for him. He's actually not discouraged by the fact that he's been cut off 7 kilometers to go. In fact, he's saying that it's going to motivate him to come back stronger. Those are the kind of stories we're going to be looking forward to here in the 99th edition of Comrades Marathon.
Brutal cut-off at 7K's top of Polly's.
But it's impossible for that runner to make it. 7 kilometers, wave 3, you've got 34 minutes left. You can't do it.
No, unfortunately, you can't. And in good spirits, he said he will come back.
Yes.
And he will finish his race next year.
But you can just see the unbelief or disbelief in his eyes. Like, come
and
on,
the disappointment.
Guys, just let me finish, you know. Exactly. But I mean, it's exactly what you're saying, Bruce. It's that cutoff is what it is, and.
The cutoffs are they're cruel, but they are accurate and they're correct. That runner, as brave as he may be, as hard as he may try, he cannot cover the remaining kilometers to the finish in the time that's left.
And we should remember the cutoffs are there for their own safety.
Safety as well, absolutely. And you can see more and more runners are pouring into that finish line now. Well, it's getting nervy now. As we look at the time, the Group 1 has just a bit over 2 minutes to go.
Exactly, you've done something that most of us will never be able to do. 80 kilometers, 100% no prep in place, but just tell me, why does this mean so much to you? Are you coming back next year? Okay. Yeah.
So much emotions that we're seeing there, months of hard work.
And it's tough, you know, your family is watching, you know, the people at work are watching, and you know, they're going to ask you that feedback, and it's difficult to tell them that you tried, but you just didn't make it.
And for some athletes, they might have undertrained, and they will acknowledge it and say, okay, I will work harder. But for others, unfortunately, they gave it the all, and they might have had a bad day at the office.
But they will have had a great dress rehearsal for next year. And now they know what's required. And the down run is a little bit quicker. So you may be in despair now, but you, I hope, would be full of hope and motivation for the next 365 days until next year's Comrade.
40 seconds for the first of the cutoffs for the Vic Clapham out of the first start batch today. There might be one, as we said, but unlikely.
Yes, people possibly who struggled with an injury or sickness and have decided that they're going to finish regardless.
And Barry Holland is there on the finish line, looking over his shoulder, saying, "Come on, I don't want to cut you off. Get to the line." And even if it's not your cutoff, you want to beat the gun anyway and get to the finish. This is what it's about. The fireworks start going off. Barry Holland has the gun raised. And there is the shot fired from that final gun for Group 1 runners.
So the race is not over. The real final gun is the one that's coming in half an hour's time.
Well, did you see there was a gentleman who was doing push-ups during the 10-second countdown? He had my heart in my hand as well.
Yeah, what if a pig starts cramping and you can't get up again?
Well, the Brazilians are out in force here. A whole bunch of them have finished. Wonderful support for the Brazilians, don't they, Bruce?
Okay. A huge contingent of Brazilians. I was a guest speaker with Brazilians on Friday, and what a motivated group.
I found some champions from Brazil. Brazil, how are you going?
We are great. We are very emoted because Ilza got her green number, got Green number, Giselle has already a green number. They are the first green number couple in Brazil.
The first green number couple in Brazil. Hey, how does that feel? Oh, it's amazing.
Yes, wonderful. Comrades is big, running. Incredible.
South Africa, thank you, Comrades, guys. We love you. We love you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, well done. Champion, come here. How are you feeling?
I follow Facebook. Eh?
You follow me?
Yeah, why did you run?
I've been following you all day.
Tired.
You're tired? That's why I didn't run, because look how tired you are.
I push hard, man.
Hey, how was it? Tough?
No, it was hot.
Hot?
Yeah, but the refreshments and everything was super.
And tell me about the Gears on the road. How was the crowd? It's good.
Out of this world. I'm coming back again next year.
Why are you going to come back if you're so sore now?
It's a centenary next year.
Centenary, you're going to go back to 100. And how many have you finished?
This is my third one.
Your third one. You're a champion. You know what you must please go do? Go there, there's a medal waiting for you. Go get your medal. Well done. Champion, go get your medal. Hey, come here. Hey, fourth medal for you.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Very well.
How are you feeling strong?
Went very well.
Yeah.
This is my PB for the up run.
Hey, your PB!
Yes, sir.
Hey, can I get a PB?
Yay!
Amazing.
Just running. Thank you very much for the training. Yeah, I know we did a lot of hill repeats and it went very well.
Why do you love Comrades Marathon?
I think it challenges you to mentally, physically, everything. So I think I'm going to come. I need 10 of them.
10?
I need 10.
Okay, well, go get your fourth medal then. I'll go get it, please.
Thank you very much.
Hey, the policeman, how are you? Stop your watch there, please. Don't forget to do that. How many have you done now?
Yeah, it's 8 now.
8? Why do you keep coming back? It's so difficult.
I think the addiction.
The addiction?
The addiction, yeah.
And tell me, today of all 8, was it easy, difficult, in the middle? How was today?
It was difficult, but I had a running stomach since from Wednesday.
Really?
So I nearly give up. But thanks to God and to my friends.
And you didn't give up, you are, yeah?
No, you can't give up.
No.
In life, you can't give up.
That's such a good message. You're a champion. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Go get your medal, please. Okay, go get your medal. Hey! How's it going?
Thank you.
Lekker, well done. You are yeah. You are yeah.
So just had you all representing us if I can ask out there.
Generally, just a wonderful humanity celebrating the beauty of being able to run and being able to be out here at the Comrades Marathon and be part of one of life's great journeys, one of life's great sporting events.
Yes, Gerald, and you can see how many athletes are coming in all at once. And if I look behind me, where the medals are handed out, there's no bottleneck whatsoever. Really just showcasing how good this event was organized, because we are waiting for more or less 8,000 runners to come in.
It's a phenomenal scene it is. Klaus Neumann has just come in to collect his triple green number from Germany. Well done, Klaus, in 11:46.51. Kleinke van Schalkwyk, the most decorated woman in the race. She has finished her race. I think it's medal number 36 for her. I think it is. So unbelievable finish by her. So the clock starts ticking. Group 2, there's the bit of tension starting to build. For those who started at 5:15 this morning, they have now nudging towards 10 minutes remaining.
And there may be a few more of those than there were in wave 1 who don't make it.
Since the introduction of the 2 waves last year, we had the 2 waves, now 3 waves. It does lead to a very intricate logistical situation on the finish line, identifying the numbers with the right color on their bib, which denotes which group you started in: purple, orange and blue being the last one, and those have to be identified, and then you can channel those runners into their specific medal areas.
I think it will probably be more challenging. I wonder how they manage it at the different gates with this cutoffs as well, you know, just to say which group are you in. Are you in the cutoff times as well? So it's very good logistics and making sure that the runners get in and look at those smiles.
If you want to see South Africa at its very best, there is it. South Africa at play and as one in unison and unity here at the Comrades Marathon, on display for all to see all over the world. This is us at our very best.
Skafela moya. It says, you know, don't give up. You must keep your spirit high. It's always about just persevering, staying in there, even when it seems like things aren't going perfect. One of the gentlemen spoke about a running stomach. There's pains, there's cramps. A lot of things happen along the route, but it's just about staying the course and finishing your race.
So much emotions that we are seeing there. Loved ones kissing each other, finishing the race together. And how special is that? You can run a race together and finish it.
Yeah, this last hour is just such a beautiful microcosm of South Africa and of the world in many ways, toiling and working and being rewarded for that work and for putting in the sacrifices, for the assistance and the help from family and friends and business and whatever it might be to help you get to this moment. Getting to the start is one thing.
Yeah.
It's fantastic to get to the start, but it is next level to get to this finish.
It's not how you start the race, it's how you finish it.
I wonder, looking at Bruce and Adele, who finished this generally almost half the time shorter than these.
Yes.
Whether you have a sense of a little bit of envy or FOMO, missing out on that, something raw and as real as this.
Well, deep respect and admiration for these runners. Just
exactly.
Astonishing to watch them coming in. And as I said earlier, they're all going to be limping tomorrow, and Adele and I are not going to be limping.
No. I always tell people that's why I run fast, because I can't do what they do. I can't run for 12 hours on an end, so I just rather run, get it done, and then wait at the finish line and cheer everyone over the line.
Hands on head, eyes almost closed with exhaustion, and smiles as broad as the finish line itself.
And you can see everybody, different shapes and sizes, different clubs, colors, but we are united as one in this race.
And we invite you all to be part of this race. It is open to all as another bus chugs its way towards the line. I'm wondering whether this is the last of the buses. I think not. I think this might be the Group 2 bus. Yes, because they're on the Toyota Mile now. There's not a lot left in that bus.
No. Those runners, most of the runners in the second wave are faster than this and will have come in, but there'll be a few stragglers. That's why this bus is not large. But wait for the final bus. Wait for the final bus in about 20 minutes time.
And according to the app, that final bus will be in with 30 seconds to spare.
Oh my goodness.
Richard Mweti is bringing home this bus in his 6th run, race number 31572. And he is bringing that bus into Scottsville Stadium now with closing on 5.5 minutes remaining. The last two bus drivers, Molefi Mosweu and Shahida Tongo, will be bringing home the last two buses. It feels that good. It feels that good, and so it should.
Yes, and then we also from Group 3, Yolanda Oudendal and Letty Mashimba, two ladies, bringing in the sub 11:45 bus for Group 3, and they are quite ahead of schedule. So well done to those two ladies.
Absolutely, they've given those runners choosing to go at 11:45 are giving them, you know, they're giving themselves every chance to get that medal.
Yes, definitely.
And they're less than 5 minutes for the cutoff of the second wave.
Group 2. You're onto the grass, and once you're on the grass, you feel, am I there? Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. You can stop now.
We saw some runners make it onto the grass, and when you see 20 seconds to go, it gets a bit clutch moment, you know, and you have to sprint. And I don't think many people have any sprint left in their legs when they come down this part of the race. But you have to do everything you can, or everything in your power, to make sure that you don't miss that cutoff.
Exactly.
The smiles, the cheers, and the camaraderie that we've seen all day. I mean, it's the end of the day almost, and people are still in high spirits, high cheering, they're dancing, they're celebrating. And I mean, it just goes to show that everybody at the end has set their own specific goals, and achieving those goals means so much to each and every individual that's running out there.
Well, those on the other side of the barriers, many of them wearing medals already, watching friends, just watching the drama and imagining what it might be. Well, they've been there already. They know what it feels like, but they want to share in the drama as these runners close in on the finish. It's nearly 3 minutes to that Group 2 cutoff. It's darkening here at Scottsville Racecourse, and arms in the air and unbridled emotion for runners who are finishing now. And the torrent streams towards the finish line, but some just can't wait but bring out their camera. I've finished, here I am crossing the line.
Arms up, they are a winner. Today, every single runner is a winner.
It's the final countdown, and there's only one opportunity now. There's no more doubting.
Yes.
And you can see this is the tough part. He's on the grass, but the cramps now are starting to come in. Well, a lot of tired legs at this point of the race as well, so it's not easy. It's not easy at all, Gerald.
The legs are shattered, but it's all. This is a 70-plus runner, and he is going all the way. What an effort. He was on his knees a short while ago. He's got 70 meters to go. Come on. Now, try and make out which batch he started in.
Could be critical.
Could be, because the time is now 2 minutes. He's got to get to the finish. He's stopped now. He's walking on the right-hand side there. He's within touching distance, and can he get there?
He can.
Last few steps with a minute and 45 to go. He should get there, as will these runners. Worcester, you're home and hosed. Well done. As long as you're in Group 2 and not in Group 1, which I'm sure you'll be in Group 2. Congratulations. Welcomed over the line. Collect your medal. It's a big clap. Well done, sir. Congratulations. You have just finished the Comrades Marathon, well inside the marker.
Done well, running in that Group 2 and making it with some time to spare. And I mean, that's a real test of character. I mean, muscle failure is such a scary thing, because you just don't know how much time it will take for the muscles to come back, and you would know about the science behind that.
Yeah, look, all of their glycogen stores are empty. Like we said, the last few kilometers are a mental game, just focusing to put one foot in front of the other.
Less than a minute to go. Look at the surge to the line. This is when it will get a little bit crowded at the finish, but they won't mind. They just want to finish here and finish inside that dreaded gunshot that will ring out in just over 35 seconds. Look at the smiles up in the air. She is absolutely delighted. What a pleasure. What an absolute thrill.
So this is what it's all about. It's about these final countdowns. It's about pure character, grit, and just fighting and making your way to that line. Look at the smiles. Is that Russia? Oh, yes, it is. And I mean,
they're here. There are 15 seconds, not 10 seconds to go. Come on, get there. You can do it. You're going to finish.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And the penultimate gun has sounded.
One more gun. One more gun.
And now we wait for the last group.
And the next gun cuts everybody off.
Yes.
The next gun is the end of the day.
It'll cut me off. I tell you what, the drama, the emotion here. There'll be some in here who will have a resigned look on their face and realize they haven't made it.
They haven't made it. They will wave too.
Welcoming the last batch of
So, we're down to the final batch, and we have less than 15 minutes remaining.
15 minutes. At the pace the runners are running, they better be within the last 2Ks, well within the last 2Ks. They should, if they can't hear the sound of the stadium, the music, and our announcer, they're in big trouble.
Yes. But what lovely conditions. It's still light here, so they will be able to see their finish. In the past, they finished in pitch darkness, so yes, we can clearly see all the runners, which makes it extra special. And makes that early start worth it.
Yes, it does. In the end, it's all worth it. And to finish this race, you know, there are cutoffs, and I know you can be disappointed and you want to be in. But I mean, to run 85.7 kilometers, that's an achievement in itself. And a lot of these runners can also be proud. Next year, we'll do better.
And the critics of this last medal, the Vic Clapham medal, I think every one of the critics has changed their mind. Look at the people who are able to call themselves Comrades Marathon runners because of that last hour, because of the Vic Clapham medal. I'm now a huge fan of that medal, partly because if I did run, that would be the medal I'd be going for.
And it's the gateway for many. They will run, as Bruce so rightly says, run as a coward and finish as a lion. You run, and if you finish in the last hour and you finish well, you train a little better the next year and you go stronger, and maybe you will go a little faster the next year.
And when I meet some of these runners, they apologize to me. They say, I've only got a Vic Clapham. I always say to them, don't use the word only. You have a Comrades medal.
Come on.
That's enough. You have a Comrades medal. Never use the word only. There are millions of people who only have none.
Exactly. And we're probably around about 160,000 people, maybe more, who can claim that small but incredibly precious medal.
It's amazing. It's so small. At first, particularly foreign runners are disappointed at it. But there's something about the size and the Hermes on that medal and the words Durban, Pietermaritzburg that speak so much volumes for courage. So there's almost massive celebration in the understatement of the medal, with the ribbon in the colors of Comrades.
But I think it's a race of so much humility as well. It's not about big chunky medal. It's not about flashy medal. This is a medal where you fight to the line.
The same medal that Arthur Newton got, the same medal that Bill Rowan got, the same medal that those 35 runners in the very first Comrades in 1921 earned. It's the same design. It's never changed. And I love that about the Comrades medal.
And for some runners, they will be earning 2 medals today. They're back-to-back medal.
The back-to-back with 2 Hermes running away from each other on the back of the medal to signify that you've done an up and a down.
You have one in your family now.
I do indeed.
Yes.
My son had earned his this morning.
Nicholas, it was wonderful to see him and you reunited at the finish here. It was one of those moments to see your number again at the finish line, Bruce. It really was special.
Nice to see 2403 out there.
Lovely.
The number lives on, Bruce. It lives on.
Here we go. Here we go. Look at the absolute delight. The Veilhorner are in. Well done. If you've got that energy, you are up for more. No question about it.
The dance moves always so inspiring. The only thing that I want to see in my time, I never got to see Bruce Fordyce dance at the finish line. Maybe we need to bring him back. He might be able to show us some new moves.
Only Gerda can dance at the finish. Did you see the first 4 men across the line? There was no dancing.
No dancing at all.
None at all.
Wakusi Chuma did a dance, I think, as she came in.
She did a good dance, yes.
Well done, Phobians. What those broad smiles just beaming across the world. Lovely to have you here at the finish. If you're a club runner, if you're a park runner, wherever you are, come and join us at the Comrades Marathon. If you can't get next year, put it in your calendar for the next or the next or the next. You know what? It's been here 100 years. It'll be here in another 100 years.
Exactly.
And you can come and be part of this party.
And the next 100 years are going to be built on the first 100 years.
Those traditions, they are forever, and it is just such a rich celebration of humanity at its very best here at the Comrades Marathon, as Our runners will look up at the clock, and those with blue numbers, numbers on their chest will feel rich pride and satisfaction. I've done it. I've got my Vic Clapper medal. Those with orange, they'll be a little disappointed, but they will still have, when they get up tomorrow morning, they'll feel stiff. They won't have that medal, but they'll have the satisfaction of having run 85.77
And they'll have 365 days to plan their assault on next year's race.
Oh, look at that emotion. This is what today is all about. Leaving everything out there.
More than just a run, it's more than just 85.77 kilometers. It is the ultimate human race, and the ultimate test of human spirit as well.
Yes.
Having to use your feet, using your legs, hours and hours of running, months and months of preparation lead up to this very moment.
8.5 minutes remain in the Comrades Marathon in 2026, the 99th edition of this incredible story. Thank you, Vic Clapper, for your perseverance. Skafela Moya, he didn't give up. He said, this must happen. Knocked at the door 3 times, and eventually they said, okay, let's have it. Let's do it. Let's see how it works. It's too long. We think they won't make it. Well, over half a century earlier, there were runners running from Pietermaritzburg to Durban delivering the Natal Witness.
Indeed.
Yes. So there's precedent. Maybe he didn't know that, I don't know, but it was happening. So they could do it.
They can do it, and they've been doing it for 99 races, and many more to come. And it just goes to show, you just have to stretch the human limits, and it takes one man who believes in something. 34 runners started off, bunch of mates testing themselves, and now it's become an international event which has drawn some of the best distance runners in the world.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not sure that Louis Massain has given up, because as far as I can see, he's still going. The man chasing a 51st. Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. We'll find out soon. The oldest novice in the field, Peter Wilson, at 79. The oldest novice in the field, 79, has finished in, well, a phenomenal time of, where are we? 11:45. Well in his Vic Clapper. You meet people out on the road you've never met before, and you look at them and you look into their eyes, and they have the same pain, and they have the same determination, they have that same desire to get to the finish, and you link arms with them, metaphorically, not necessarily.
Total stranger.
And you go.
And you'll embrace a total stranger on the finish line.
If you haven't already done so along the way, to help them through this beautiful journey.
Life stories that's exchanged on the road. I mean, that's 12 hours of exchanging, and some of these athletes become lifelong friends.
Well, you know, here you are, 22,000 who had entered, 5,500 or so were novices. Well, they've now got themselves 17,000 new friends.
Exactly.
They've got something in common with every single one of them to say, I was there that day.
And Geda said it when she finished. I just ran the Comrades Marathon with 21,000 great friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
The shake of the hands for someone you've just crossed the line with. You need to celebrate with someone. You need to share it with them. And some might not have friends and family at the finish line, but as we said, now you have.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We promised you drama. We promised you that this is a day you'll never forget if you have never been part of our story, our truly South African story. It is a global story as well, but we like to put our own little South African coat over it, and we wrap you in it here at the Comrades Marathon, and we carry you with us all the way to the finish.
The day when South Africans and their great friends from around the world prove but the human spirit is absolutely incredible. When the task is honorable enough, when the goal is challenging enough, they will meet that challenge, and we're watching it now.
The largest ultra race worldwide, not a flat and fast course. It's a scenic route. It's a route that a runner will never forget that they have done. 22,000 athletes.
Wow. Here comes the massive bus now. And the bus driver leading home another army of runners down to that finish line, and you can see they come in arms. It is
2 bus drivers here.
Yes, so Molefe and Shahida, both of them coming in.
Yeah, Shahida Tonga from Soweto has been through so much in her life that she knows trials and tribulations. She knows real pain and heartache, but she's bringing them home now in the most dramatic way. Molefe Muswe is the other bus driver. They are going to finish Comrades Marathon well inside. They are home. This massive bus, look at the arms in the air and the sheer delight and celebration. All that hard work, all that preparation and training hours committed to this very goal, and they are home and finishing at Scottsville.
I can't speak, Joel, because I'm going to cry. But let's bring them in.
Let's bring them in.
Well, it's beautiful scenes here. This is a big gush of runners coming over that finish line, and the responsibility of the bus drivers to bring them home safely.
Yes.
And they can say, my job here is done. They can finally rest as well. And they've got the weight of hundreds of runners on their shoulders off now as they finish this amazing race. It is the ultimate human race, and these are ultimate human beings and character and sheer power to make it to the finish line.
Those bus drivers deserve an extra medal.
Oh yes.
Definitely.
2.5 minutes and the final gun will be fired very, very shortly. The most dramatic moment of our day here. Never mind the brilliance of those supreme athletes this morning. We recognize them, we have recognized them, and they will go away with all the plaudits. They will get the headlines, but these are the heroes. These are the everyday people who've committed. They've run in dim light. They've suffered. They're down on their backs, but he has finished. He has completed. He wants to finish, and these are onto the field now. They know
2 minutes.
They know 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes now. These on the field, they're all right. They're raising their arms. The smiles are there. Every muscle is screaming enough. But it's the mind that gets them to the finish. It's what's going on in their heads. Memories of those morning runs in similar light to this, when all they could see was the mist and the hope that they would get to the start line, let alone get to the finish line. And here they are. Hats off to you, sir. You have done it. You have got yourself a Vic Clapper medal at the Comrades Marathon this year.
Look at that emotion. Raw, raw, raw emotion. Joy. Oh.
You've been supported by everyone, your family, your friends, your coaches, your club mates, your imaginary friends that you ran in those mornings with, you spoke to on that run because you were alone because your mates didn't arrive for the training run.
And there's 1 minute.
And they've got a minute left.
1
you
minute.
are heading to that finish line. The fire of success must be burning now. You must drive to the line. Polokwane, well done. You have got home. Look at that finish line. It's bare almost now. Those few runners, that gun is going to be raised very shortly. And it is going to be fired. And the next thing you will hear will be the most haunting sound imaginable. The last post, and that will come in less than 30 seconds. But before then, heroes will be crowned. Heroes will finish and get across and pick up their Vic Clapper medal.
And now they're sprinting. They thought they couldn't sprint, but they're sprinting.
The true heroes.
He's 15 seconds. The last post. And we are down to the last 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
finished Comrades Marathon.
Hey, I'm very happy. I had a lot of problems along the way, but luckily for me, I'm the last one.
How does it feel to be the last person to finish Comrades Marathon 2026? How are you feeling? How's it feel?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy for it.
What was so tough about today? Why was it so tough?
Yo, up runs are always tough. Up runs are always tough. It's the hills. Fields Hill, Chaka, and Little Polly, and
all of them?
Yeah, all of them.
So tell me, did you think you're going to make it today? Did you think you were going to make it?
I thought I was going to make it, but things didn't go according to plan.
And was there a chance when you were doubting yourself towards the end?
Yes, there was a chance that I was doubting that I would ever finish, because when I was at 34, only 2 hours was left. 2 hours.
And speak to me about the last 100 meters. How was the last 100 meters for you?
Very tough, very tough. I had to push it.
Londa, you know what? Can I tell you a secret? The good news, you are a champion!
Thank you.
Do me a favor. We're not going to talk anymore. Take your flowers and go that way, because you know what's waiting for you there. A Comrades Marathon medal! Go get your medal, Londa! Congratulations!
Thank you.
Kujo, it's not a nice feeling to be able to do this interview with you, but unfortunately you were the first person to miss the cutoff. I know it's sad right now, but you really fought hard to get to the finish today.
I did. I fought. Well, I think I'm proud of myself because yesterday I buried my grandmother. And I had to fly to Durban. I caught a 20:06 flight and I got here late, so I'm very proud that I represented her well. It's sad that I didn't get the medal, but I think maybe I'll come back next year for the 100th year downhill. Most definitely, let me not say maybe, but I'm proud because Kabelo Malabalani once said we should run Comrades once in a lifetime. So I'm really proud of myself. And this was a, hold on,
This was your first one.
This was the first one. I didn't think I'll do it, but yeah, I pushed and proud of myself. And shout out to my friends who came all the way from Gauteng. We drove here late and yeah.
Listen, I think your grandmother's going to be proud. You should be proud of yourself for firstly making it here, even despite burying your grandmother, to be here and manage to actually finish the race. You might have been outside of cutoff, but I think you should come back next year.
Please, and to someone who's watching, please be serious. Don't take this lightly because I have less than 700 kilometers for this year. But yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to run this crazy run. Peace out.
Well done.
So much emotions going on here at our table. We've got all tears in our eyes. We've heard a story, a reason for running, persevering.
Everyone has a story.
Everyone has a story.
And wow, we hope you've enjoyed our stories today, written and run through the hearts and the souls and the minds and the determination with strength and perseverance and love by all these runners who started in Durban this morning and finished here in Pietermaritzburg for the 99th edition of this Comrades Marathon. It's been extraordinary. It's been history making in many, many ways. We've seen record times at the sharp end. And we've seen so many happy faces crossing the finish line. Disappointed ones also not getting their medals, but what a way to finish for the young lady who's had real tragedy and trauma in her life very recently, with a broad smile, finishing outside of her medal, her desired medal, and saying, I'm coming back next year. And so should you, because it's 100 years next year, and you need to be part of one of the great dramas in sport. It happens right here at Comrades Marathon, and next year they start in Pietermaritzburg and end in Durban.
Yes, and next year's the 100th. And I'm overwhelmed with emotion. Every year I think they can't get better, and yet the Comrades Marathon gets better and better. It's no longer a sporting event, it's a celebration. It's a celebration of human endurance and courage and the most incredible human spirit. And this edition has come to an end, but now it leads us to the next edition.
Adele, I can barely speak.
Yeah, the emotions are quite high, and it's for every single runner that gave their all today out there, from George crossing first up until our last runner, and every single athlete that's still crossing the line. Even though they won't receive the medal, they can say they did still run the distance. They finished that immaculate distance alongside their friends, seeing their family. They will take something back home, and I know they will come back next year.
They will come back next year, and the why and the whys have been actually the most special part of this amazing day. Everybody's got a different reason. I mean, the final story that we heard there is exactly, it accumulates everything that we've been speaking about today, about this race, what it means to South Africa, what it means to South Africans. You know, it's far more than just a run. It's far more than just 85.7 kilometers or 89 or 91. It's way more than that. It's something that really brings us together, South Africans, and it's a race that must continue forever.
I feel wrung out, like a rag,
yes.
And I've run out of superlatives. There's nothing more to say. It's just wow.
Yeah. If you joined us early this morning, and then dipped out and went and did a few errands, and maybe did your own exercise, and then came back and watched those supreme athletes, George Kusher, Gerda Steyn, and the other gold medalists in the men's and women's races do their thing and break the records. You saw something special. If you dipped in the lunchtime period in South African time, or might have been in the breakfast or evening time, depending on where you were around the world, you would have got a taste of some of that emotion and some of the sheer courage that these runners showed as they completed their medal hunts. Silver, and Robert and Charlie and Bill Rowans, and one or two Wally Haywards as well. But if you joined us in the last hour or so, you've joined us at the culmination of one of the great stories in sport and life. It does tell a story of humanity. It does tell a story about how we traverse and tiptoe through life and barge down doors and courageously carry friends with us. It's what Vic Clapham had in his ideals when he knocked on that door 3 times to say, I want this race to happen in memory of his fallen comrades in the Great War at the beginning of the last century. And here it's happened again in commemoration of those who fell then. And today they all rise, and they all stood up and said, we can do this. We will finish this great journey. And there's a sense, never mind those who are walking in still here, there's a sense of great celebration here at Scottsville. And if you see or bump into a Comrades finisher over the next week or so, give them a hug.
They won't have to tell you they ran Comrades.
No.
They'll be limping, and they have a look in their eye.
They will be wearing that medal all day, all week. They will be wearing their medal.
Timber, your first time sitting on the finish line here, is it what you expected?
It's nothing like I expected. Not at all. I mean, there's times where you're celebrating, times where you're in awe of, great performances. There's times where I had tears sitting in buckets, but there is somebody cutting onions underneath this table. I can guarantee you that And you know, you walk this entire day and you almost go through a seesaw of emotions. You see people from different countries celebrating, parts of Africa, Brazil, Russia, you know, the South Africans, Zimbabwe, you name it, Swaziland, and so many other countries, and you just see what this race means to each and every single person. It almost unites us in a way where, you know, everything else is wiped clean. I like what Barry Holland said earlier. He says it has a way of removing social classes, it has a way of removing color, it has a way of removing performance levels and everything. You know, when that gun goes off, we're all the same, the Comrades Marathon runners, and we're all taking on the ultimate human race.
This is it. This is the ultimate human race, but it's the ultimate story as well. It's we've endeavored to bring you as many stories as we can, but we barely scratched the surface of what is out there, and it's a reflection on life and humanity. It's a reflection on what makes us human, is how we deal with adversity and how we deal with trauma and pain and physical challenge. Never mind the physical, it's so much in the mind, and it shows how strong the mind is that so many of these runners persevered, dug in. We heard that gentleman who was the last to make the Vic Clapham cutoff, that he thought he wasn't going to make it, and yet he had the fortitude, the mental strength and ability to drive on and collect his medal. And that's what it's about. It's finishing the book, it's finishing the chapter.
It has been an honor and a privilege to sit in this seat.
It was. And to witness 18,200 athletes finishing this ultimate human race.
We're a bit wrung out, I can tell you that. It's been extraordinary. It has been a very, very special day, as it is every year here at Comrades Marathon. Every year has its different twists and turns. It has champions who will be celebrated. But it does bring us to our knees in terms of our emotions and in terms of our wonder at how strong the human body is and how strong the human mind is, that it can then get over these hurdles that are put in front of us. You have to come and do this to really get a feel of just how strong you are, because that's what it's about. It's being strong and having the belief. Human spirit triumphs here.
Gerald, I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning a happier, warmer, and hugely inspired person.
Exactly.
Well, we've thoroughly enjoyed bringing you the drama that is the 99th Comrades Marathon, the 50th uprun. And we hope you, wherever you are in the world, if this is your first introduction to this incredible event, look it up. Vic Clapham, look him up, because it was he who put this idea on the table 105 years ago, and here we are on the brink of celebrating 100 runs. It's to be done, that is for sure. Kafela Moya, do not give up. Come and take on the ultimate human race. From us all, it's been a pleasure. Goodbye.